Hey. Good morning, everybody. Good morning.
Oh, yes.
We got iPad James today. We are moving into the 21st century, guys. It's really, really exciting. On my chat, I've got Filthy McNasty with the belt today. So congratulations to Filthy getting a belt. We love to see it.
Oh, this is going to be difficult.
Oh, we got Joe today.
Because now I've got 3 computers in front
Everybody
of me.
say hi to Joe Brazil.
Hello, everybody. I'm back.
Yeah,
Everyone remembers me, right? It hasn't been that long.
There he is. Say
It
hi,
has
Joe.
not been that long. I'm back.
Heyo.
I'm very happy to be back.
TC, what's up, baby? What's up, Steven? What's up, Lance? Tyler, Jason, can we get Fox off the pre-show splash page? Probably a good idea. What's up, TJ? Warren, we are up in here. P Cubed, Rust Dog, Norm. Good morning, everybody. Here we go. It's showtime. Hey, good morning, everybody. Joe Brazil in the house today. Not just James Ham, who's over there. I'm Kyle Madsen. Joe Brazil back with us. I'm going to give you some applause, Joe. There we go. We got air horns for Joe Brazil.
Thank you. Dude, it feels so good to be back.
Dude, I'm fired up to have you back.
Absolutely.
This is great. This is great. James and I realized during the preparation for our show that everything is much easier when you're here.
That's why I'm here.
Salute. We appreciate it immensely.
Yeah.
Like, here's how much easier it is. So I woke up, not only did I wake up late today, I forgot to charge my car. And so I woke up this morning.
The collective we.
I got downstairs at like 6 a.m.
Yeah.
Which is, again, I woke up a little late, but I got ready quick. I was good to go. Got downstairs at like 6 a.m. And it dawned on me right as I got to the bottom of my stairs, like, oh my God, I forgot to charge my car. But luckily I have a charger on the way to work that I stop at. I stopped there for half an hour, 40 minutes, rip through a charge. Okay, so I'm going to be a little bit late. But then I had to stop at Target today. Very important things. I have a new desk, so I'm getting my desk set up. I wanted to grab a couple things, including my candy bucket. Very important to me. I'd have candy on my desk for the good people of promotions who sit back there with me. But anybody who wants to come back there, James, if you ever want to come back and snag a candy, feel free. I have a Disney World popcorn bucket circa like 1999, I think.
I'm expecting full-size candy bars when I go over there. Just so you know.
No, you're not getting that. You're getting the very small Christmas-themed candies that were buy one, get one 50% off. So we do that. And then I love these Canada Dry Cherry Splash Zero Sugar Ginger Ales.
Okay, yeah.
And they have become the smash hit of The Office.
It was you.
It was me. Well, it was me. And then it turns out people in sales are also big fans of these things.
Okay.
So we run out of them all the time. So I have taken the onus on myself because I drink them. Yeah. I want them here. I will buy a 12-pack to throw in our fridge. It'll last a day, maybe 2. I'm walking through Target. I grab my things. I'm feeling so good. I'm going to be at work before 9. I'm right about 9. And that's fine. I'm walking through with my pack of ginger ales, and it's just one of those standard 12-pack soda cans, right? Or 12-pack of sodas, right? And it has the handle in the top that you punch out and you can hold it. Well, when I grabbed it off the shelf, it felt a little odd. You know, when you you have a good, but it felt a little weird, but I'm like, all right, whatever. Like, nothing can stop me today. I'm rolling. I'm 15 steps away, and the bottom falls out of it. It felt weird because a couple of the cans had exploded and were empty inside.
Oh, no.
And it had soaked out the bottom. And so I'm standing there and I'm looking at it. And I bend down and I kind of try and flip it up on its end so there's not a bunch of stuff everywhere. And this guy standing there, I'm squatted down and I've got the stuff moved, and I kind of like look up exasperated. And this guy is standing in the aisle, and he had started going down the aisle, but he stopped and like poked his head out like a cartoon, like to check and see what was going on. And he goes, "Nothing you can do." Like, yeah, there isn't. Thanks. But I felt obligated. I didn't want to just leave it there, so I felt obligated. I walk up to a Target guy. It's 8 a.m., 8:30-ish a.m.
Yeah.
This guy's probably just started work. He's got a giant pallet of stuff that he's unloading. And I'm like, "I'm so sorry, bro. I've spilled something. Not my fault, but I've spilled. I felt obligated to let you know." He's like, "Not a problem." He was great. So I got my stuff. I got to Target. I get here later than I wanted because I had to go track somebody down to fix this. I go over, I unpack my things. I come over, I sit down. You and I'd prepped a little bit last night.
Yeah.
And you and I sit down, we knock out, and shout out to Bill Simmons, who came up with a banger trade offer that we are going to talk about. But I sit down and didn't scramble at all. I got to work roughly an hour and a half later than I normally do. And did not scramble at all because of Joe Brazil.
Wow.
A long way to get to where you got to.
Yeah, no, for sure. Well, I wanted to tell the story of my
special.
Target escapades today.
Thank you.
Shout out to Target.
What can you do, man?
Shout out
Nothing
to-
you can do.
No, nothing.
That's a classic line,
He
dude.
did the lip smack too. He goes, "Nothing you can do."
It's a shame.
You're so right. So Bill Simmons has taken over Kings Twitter today. Not for saying something bad about the Kings. He just dropped a trade offer via the ESPN trade machine.
I'm sure he said something bad about the Kings somewhere, so don't.
Oh, no, he
don't
has.
let him off the hook.
I've listened. He has.
Yeah.
But Bill Simmons fired off this trade idea. And this trade, I need to be clear up front, doesn't work. It works in the ESPN trade machine because there are certain factors that the trade machine doesn't take into account that the Fanspo trade machine does. So our very own James Ham jumped in and got a Fanspo version of this trade to work.
Mm-hmm.
The Bill Simmons version is Anthony Simons, John Collins, and Bogdan Bogdanovic coming to the Sacramento Kings.
Yep.
Zach LaVine and Dario Saric go to the Los Angeles Clippers, and Malik Monk goes to the Boston Celtics.
Yes.
I would like you to hash out the version of this trade that works before we dive into it, because I don't want to do this conversation of whether the Kings should do this deal based on a trade that doesn't work.
Yeah. So
what's the real trade?
It's super complicated because of, aprons and all that stuff. Right. So Bill Simmons, one of the reasons why he put this trade out there is because it drops the Celtics below the luxury tax or below one of the aprons, right? And would save them money. There's really no way to completely save them all the money that this trade would kind of do.
Right.
But there's just some basic tweaks. So I've got Anthony Simons, John Collins, Bogdan Bogdanovic, and either the ghost of Bradley Beal, who's out because he broke his hip.
Man.
Or you could do, who's the other player that we were talking about?
Chris Dunn.
Right? So those four to the Kings, Malik Monk, Dario Saric to the Celtics, Zach LaVine, and Doug McDermott to the Clippers. Now, the one problem about this trade is you have to wait until December 15th. Because, it's fine because Doug McDermott can't be traded until then, and Bradley Beal can't either. Chris Dunn can be traded now, but
and they can't be traded till December 15th because they
signed during the offseason with the team. So this is why we always bring up the December 15th deadline. And it's not like some magical moment where everything in the league happens. But when you're looking at a complicated trade like this, and you're talking about a league minimum salary that Doug McDermott's on, the only way to trade that is to wait until December 15th. And the same thing with Bradley Beal, who signed as a free agent with the Clippers this offseason. You have to wait until December 15th. And then this deal works. And the reason why this is such an intriguing deal, and it's a deal that I think Kings fans would probably get behind, is because Simons, Collins, and Bogdanovic are all on expiring contracts.
Right.
So we're looking at $27.6 million at Anthony Simons. You're looking at $26.5 million John Collins. You're looking at $16 million of Bogdan Bogdanovic. He has a
70-ish million
gone
in expiring money.
Yeah.
While simultaneously getting out from under the Zach LaVine contract, while simultaneously not losing any draft picks,
and getting out from underneath the 3 years of Malik Monk.
Yes.
Which is not something I'm worried about, but it's clearly something the Kings have had considerations with, right?
916-909-1320, 916-909-1320. Are you doing this trade? John Collins, Anthony Simons, Bogdan Bogdanovic, and we'll just say Chris Dunn to the Kings. Zach LaVine, Dario Saric to the Clippers. Celtics get Malik Monk and Doug McDermott. Are you doing that deal? I'm doing that immediately.
Oh, yeah. Like, hit send.
Do that yesterday.
Yeah.
You're telling me I can get off of the Zach LaVine and Malik Monk contracts in the same trade? The two contracts that we have decided, all right, if we're putting in order the contracts that the Kings can trade, Domas is at the top, then probably DeMar DeRozan, and then, God, is there any value for Zach LaVine and Malik Monk? Like, those are the conversations we're having. And I can get rid of them in the same trade while taking on $70 million in expiring money?
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't care if I lose every game the rest of the year. And I don't think they would. I think the Kings get a little better.
Sounds like they get better. I'm not even going to lie.
Like, when I look at, like, the players, like, when I look at Simons, Collins, and Bogdanovic, like, first of all, Bogey is now, like, 34, right? But the other two, they're young enough that you can actually you can kind of figure out if there's someone that makes sense for you. Because when you trade for them, you do have their bird rights, and you do have options after a certain amount of time to actually extend them if you want. I'm not sure that you're going to with either one of those players, but they're around the John Collins, Anthony Simons player type is around the Malik Monk, Kevin Huerter, Harrison Barnes, below all-star level, but still a player that can add quality to your team. And again, I'm not sure that the Clippers would be on board with this, but I wouldn't doubt that they would at least listen, because they get a top-end talent in Zach LaVine, who's, from the area and all that stuff. And right now, with Bradley Beal going out and with the injury issues to Kawhi Leonard that always exist, it actually doesn't sound like that bad of a deal. But who knows? Again, Malik Monk and Dario Saric going to the Celtics, that would still save the Celtics a ton of money.
Yeah,
because it basically shaves like $5 or $6 million off of their tax bill.
Right, which is like a compounding number.
Yeah, exactly. And Dario Saric is on an expiring deal, so they miss out there. And if they don't have plans to extend Simons, then it doesn't really make a lot of sense to hold on to him. So I don't know. Like this, Bill Simmons throws a lot of crazy stuff up there. And again, when you're looking at trade machines, not all trade machines are created equal. The ESPN trade machine, the original trade machine, it usually just does like a really broad stroke on a trade. Right. This, if you go to Fanspo or you go to Spotrac, you can look at their trade machines, which are a lot more exact, and it talks about things like the December 15th deadline. It talks about things like, like whether you can pull off the trade because of roster compliance and all that stuff. This is a deal that not only would it work with all of those things, but the Kings would have 4 players going out and 4 players coming back.
Sure.
And so that's a big deal, because as of right now, the only non-guaranteed contract they have is, well, they have 2, I guess. You could waive Precious, or you could waive Russell Westbrook. And a trade like this, you're moving on from Doug McDermott, which has played 1 game, and you're moving off of Dario Saric. So this trade does look like the Kings are getting rid of a bunch of their bloated high-end stuff, but each of the trades make sense for the other teams too.
Yeah, it depends on how the Clippers feel about Zach LaVine.
Yeah.
Because I would guess that the same misgivings that we had about Zach LaVine when the Kings acquired him, the Clippers might have. But also, they're 4-10 now?
Yeah, and
they're 4-9, 4-10.
And Ballmer has more money than anyone could ever spend in like 400 lifetimes. So he's not so concerned about like luxury tax and stuff like that.
It's the salary cap.
Yeah, any of that stuff. But I do think when they traded Norman Powell, they're now running into this issue that they don't have that guy.
It's a lot of James Harden. Do you know James Harden's averaging like 27 a night right now?
Yeah, it's
a heavy workload for James Harden.
Yeah.
Does anyone have a reason to not do this if you're the Kings? 916-909-1320, 916-909-1320 is the Elk Grove Kia talk line. Would love to hear from you. If you have a reason the Kings shouldn't do this, I would love to know.
Yeah.
Because I can't find one. I can't poke a hole in this. At youtube.com/ESPN1320, we have the chat there. Nick V said, are the Kings rebuilding or just moving deck chairs around on the Titanic? This would be a very, very firm sign that they are rebuilding, because what this does is accelerate that timeline. We're talking a lot about 2027, because that's when, Sabonis, Levine, DeRozan are off the books. You don't have to worry about them anymore. And okay, now the money is cleared up. Doing this deal accelerates that to 2026.
Yeah.
Because now you have 70 million. Now you are going to be a team next offseason that has true cap space.
True cap space and like just flexibility moving forward.
Yes.
So I think one of the biggest things is it's really tough to map out your future when you know, like it's kind of like if you're renting versus owning. Like when you're trying to map out your future, like it just makes more sense to be locked into something long term.
Mm-hmm.
And this would allow the Kings to totally reset everything.
Yep.
And very quickly. And like, look, it still leaves you like the possibility that you could trade a guy like DeMar DeRozan and further advances.
Sure.
Then it becomes like, okay, can you move Domas, or is Domas part of what you're creating moving forward? And, again, I'm not anti sticking with a team that builds around Domas. My one concern is he's 29. And you're starting to reach that point where you're like, okay, are you part of what's here? Are you part of what's next?
Sure.
Yeah. And the other thing this doesn't do, it does not replenish your stock of draft picks or anything else. But that's how you go into the off season and you have cap space and you can't sign anybody. But what you can do is take on a $20 million contract from somebody and a couple of picks.
Yeah.
And you can start building your team a different way, a way in which the Oklahoma City Thunder, that's how they built their war chest, is they just kept accepting bad contracts and taking draft capital in place and then getting rid of the player eventually. Yeah, it's interesting. And it leads to like a really interesting question that I'll throw at you a little bit later.
That's a great tease. We'll also have your calls at 916-909-1320. TC, I see you on the line. We'll get to you. That's the Elk Grove Kia talk line, 916-909-1320. Love this trade for the Kings. Hate this trade for the Kings. We'll talk about it next on ESPN 1320, Sacramento Sports Leader. Yeah, we are. Oh, yeah, the outro. Who is this? Great. Thanks, man.
Yeah, man. James Harden's averaging 36.2 minutes per game. His usage is back up to where he was. Oh my gosh, man. He hasn't averaged above 24.6 a game since he was third in MVP balloting and led the league in scoring at 34.3. So for him to be back up over 26 per game, that's crazy.
Who's that?
Harden.
Yeah. Tristan, we will reset at when we come back on the radio side. Stay locked in.
I mean,
there'll also be a segment on YouTube shortly.
Nice.
There we go.
Shout out to Joe.
Look at that. We have actually people producing stuff on the backside.
This is great. Well, Jesse's been doing that. It's just being taken off of Jesse's plate now.
Oh, we were talking. Okay. Let me see.
I have this.
Hey guys, yeah, that was me.
Yeah, Joe Brazil in the building, baby.
I missed all you guys so much.
In the building, baby.
I really did. And someone said I look I don't remember him looking that old. That kind of hurt a little bit. I'm not gonna
Ow.
lie.
That's tough.
It's okay. It's
dude.
okay. At least we're back.
That's not okay, people.
Damn.
Some straight BS right
I'm
there.
about due for a haircut. When I cut my hair, we've talked about this before. When I cut my hair, like I look like a completely different person.
You do.
So, I'll be back looking like I do.
Chris Ochoa, do we think the A's will make a splash? I think that they're going to find a pitch. They're going to try to find a pitcher, but I don't know if a lot of pitchers are going to want to come to Sacramento because of Severino yapping the whole season.
I'm just messing with you, Casey. I'm just joking.
I'm joking.
But yes,
I'm joking.
I have been aging very quickly since I've left for other reasons.
What? LeBron says the Avengers will not return for the 2020 Avengers is what the Team USA called themselves. Will not return for the 2028 Olympics. Like, yeah, duh. LeBron's gonna be 44. What are we talking about?
Welcome back to the Insiders with James Ham and Kyle Madsen on ESPN 1320.
Sorry, we have new rejoins. I haven't given them to you yet. That's fine. We'll figure it out. We're figuring this out as we go. All right. You know that we love a fake trade, specifically a fake Kings trade on this program. So when Bill Simmons dropped a heater on the timeline today involving the Sacramento Kings, we had to dive in. But our very own James Ham has tweaked this trade a little bit, and that's what we want to talk about with you guys right now on the Elk Grove Kia Talk line, 916-909-1320, 916-909-1320. Here's the deal. The Sacramento Kings get Anthony Simons. It's a 3-team trade with the Clippers and the Celtics. Kings get Anthony Simons, John Collins, Bogdan Bogdanovic, and Chris Dunn. That is $70 million in expiring money. Zach LaVine goes to the Clippers along with Dario Saric. Malik Monk and Doug McDermott go to the Celtics.
Mm-hmm.
You earlier were talking about some of the reasons that the Kings may not want to do this trade or some of the potential pitfalls of this trade.
Yep.
And the thing for me, one of your things was, they're not getting any picks back. But there's not one button the Kings are going to hit here. The Kings are not a one trade away from rebuilding whatever this disaster is. This deal where you're getting off of Malik Monk and Zach LaVine's contracts and taking on all of that expiring money is not just step one. That's probably steps 1, 2, and maybe 3, where you're getting money that expires this offseason, and you don't have Zach LaVine anymore, and you don't have Malik Monk anymore. And I think the Malik Monk thing is an important point. It's very clear that he's not part of what the Kings are wanting to do.
Yeah.
It seems that way.
Well, I mean, that's what the offseason was like. I think maybe their perspective changed a little bit going into the season, and Malik has played well, and he brings energy and everything else. But I think we can all see that there's an issue with this team with too much playmaking, too many playmakers. And let's be honest, Malik Monk at $18.6 million, you're getting equal to or greater than value out of Russell Westbrook at $3 million. And actually, it's not even 3; it's like 2.2 that you're having to pay of the veteran minimum. And Like, there's nothing that says that Russell Westbrook couldn't do this for another 2 seasons. Like, he intends to continue to play. Like, he was asked, like, point blank on one of his first press, like his first scrums with the team, like, is this your final year? And he just looked like, no, this is not my final year.
And he's not playing like it's his final year.
No, he's not. And so, like, look, why not? And for me, like, I really like Malik Monk as a player, and I actually like Malik Monk as a personality as well. He's a lot of fun to be around. But there's also, like, this is about rebuilding the franchise and starting over a bit. And I will continue to say this, like, there are a lot of ways to use cap space.
Totally.
Right. So, like, the first thing you think is, oh, they can be a player on the free agent market. It's like, sure, they can be a player on the free agent market, or they can start accepting, like these contracts that people don't want, and first round picks, second round picks, and start building something.
That's the way.
It is. It's the way. It's one way to build. So the first option is you're able to trade a player and get back a pick or two and an expiring contract. That's first option.
Yeah.
The second option is to take back, just open your doors and say, hey, we have all this cap space. Who wants to deal?
Sure.
And we saw it. Like, didn't Atlanta give up a first round pick to the Nets to take on, was it
Terrence Mann?
Terrence Mann, and I feel like they did it again with, like, Kobe Buffkin's contract. Like, they gave up a second round pick or something. Like, you need to start accepting, like,
the Nets
second round
traded
picks,
Cam
first round
Thomas
picks.
to take on, traded Cam Thomas for a first round pick and Michael Porter Jr.'s contract.
Yeah.
That is, and again, I know that's not preferable. I know people want the Kings to be players in free agency, but the issue here is that 2027 is when a bunch of teams and a bunch of players will hit free agency, a bunch of big name players,
Yep.
a bunch of difference making players. Every team knows that. Every team is lining up to have their books clear for 2027.
Well, and even, like, if you look at the Zach LaVine contract, it expires before then, right? That summer, it expires.
Right.
So if you're a team like the Clippers and you think you can be a major player, but right now you've brought in a bunch of pieces that may or may not be working, and you're looking at like a higher end piece, trading the 3, like, sort of like generalized veteran players in exchange for, like, a really high end player. That might be something that they're willing to do. I don't know. Like, the trade itself, like, Bill Simmons comes up with some wackadoodle stuff.
He does.
All the time. Like,
I like this one though.
Yeah, I do too. And it led me to a question though that I think it's going to get really uncomfortable. If you're Scott Perry and you're looking at a trade like this, but in order to make this trade, you're going to have to take money that pushes you over the luxury tax. Is Vivek Ranadive willing to go above the luxury tax, not to build a winner, but to tear down the mess that's been made, which a lot of it is by his hands.
Whew.
And that's a question, because we're talking about, like, again, saving the Celtics a bunch of money. And you're talking about dealing with a team like the Clippers that are way up high in salary. So are you able to make a deal without it taking back more contract than is going out?
Yeah.
And the answer is probably not. You're going to have to be the one who eats a little bit of cap space here. Now, they're tied up at the, they can't go above the first apron. They're hard capped, right? But that doesn't mean that they can't use some of that 10 to 12 million bucks in between, or 8 to 10 million bucks in between, to sort of make a deal work. And I just think it's a really interesting thing that for years the Kings have never gone above the luxury tax to build a winner, but they could have to use that luxury tax deal to go above.
I have so many thoughts on that question that I would like to get to, but I want to get to the Elk Grove Kia talk line first at 916-909-1320, 916-909-1320. Our guy TC wants to talk about the trade. TC, you thumbs up or thumbs down on this trade for the Kings?
Hammer, how y'all got me, bro?
Yeah, we got
you.
All right, so hey, that's a thumbs up. Actually, 2 thumbs up. Because why is it 2 thumbs up? You got the money flowing up.
Did we lose him?
You got your starting 4 in John Collins. So not only am I making that trade, I'm signing them to a 3-year, $60 million deal with a team option. With a team option on the 3rd year. So that's $20 million a year. The guarantees, James, we'll work that out. Now he's your starting 4. Keegan's bumped down to starting 3, his original position, and then we'll worry about everything else after that, right? If Domas is moving, he's moving. But if you don't make that trade, I got another one with Portland. Really think about this. I know we don't want to send out first-round picks or anything, James, but listen, I got Domas and a 2032 first-round pick going to Portland for Jeremy Grant, Yang. Am I saying his name right?
Young Hansen.
Young Hansen.
Young Hansen and Chris Murray. The reason you're doing that is, right, why can't you turn Chris Murray into another Keegan Murray? You get your wing help in that guy. Also, you get a backup center that you can make it to something. Next Yao Ming. He might not be him, but he's something, right? I know we all feel about Jeremy Grant, but Jeremy Grant is Jeremy Grant. We got 2 years of him, and he's not just going to come here and become a pumpkin. So you get a bunch of wing help in that deal. I know you don't want to give it up, Ham and Kyle, but you've got to really think about that trade, bro.
Thanks, TC. Appreciate the call. From what I understand, talking to people in Portland, Portland is a thumbs down on Sabonis. They like what they're doing at center, and they don't think he fits. It's my understanding of where Portland lands on Sabonis. I'm also not giving up a pick to get off of Domantas Sabonis' contract.
And actually, I don't think you need to. I do think that you need to switch out Young Hansen for who's their other big
Donovan
Clingan.
Yeah, I don't. The reason Chris Murray can't become Keegan Murray is because he's a worse player.
It's very true.
Although
he's playing much better. He's playing much better this season. But yeah, I mean,
I'm
first of all,
not super moved by that.
I would go out and try to get Chris Murray. That's not a bad deal to go try to get Chris Murray.
Sure.
Just to make Keegan comfortable. And
sure. Yeah.
And to be honest, he's a functional player at 6'8" that can play the 3 and the 4. He's kind of what we've been talking about. But like again, he's gonna have to prove that he's growing as a player and everything else. Right now, he's averaging 5.3 points and 22.8 minutes per night. He is shooting 48.2% from the field, but only 31.6 from 3.
Yeah.
He's not the rebounder that Keegan is. He's a good defensive player. But again, I think that there is a possibility that, in the right weight room, in the right gym, that you can convert Chris Murray into a little bit more of a fluid player.
Mm-hmm.
And I think right now, again, having too many young players is a problem for Portland. So
get back out to the Elk Grove Kia Talk on 916-909-1320, 916-909-1320. Mitch is in New Jersey. Mitch, you thumbs up or thumbs down on this trade?
What's poppin'? How you guys doing? Thumbs up.
Okay. How come?
Wait. Hi, guys. Still trying to get used to this phone. I have to get a new one. I'm thumbs up. Okay, bring more size. Right, James? More size. We see Keon and Carter. Get to see what they have. Plus our rookies. We don't give a first-round pick, especially next year, because the way we're going, we might win maybe just double the amount as our Raiders go.
Yeah.
And that way, let's just get a good player. Let's not pick a bad one, but one day at a time. You make this trade great.
Right.
And one more thing, I agree with TC. I love to have a sibling. I love father and son siblings. It's great. Just like Mendoza has a younger brother in Indiana, quarterback too. We'll take the Murrays, but I don't think it would take much to get.
All right. Thanks, Mitch. Appreciate the call. All right. Likes the TC trade too.
Yeah. All right.
I don't know. I don't think that's like I said, I don't think that's the destination for Domas. Yeah, it's hard for me to poke holes in this trade where the Kings are getting $70 million in expiring contracts and getting off of Zach LaVine's contract and Malik Monk's.
TC's. I'm already ordering my John Collins jersey. Like,
we're
gonna re-sign him for 3 more years afterwards. Anyway,
yeah, with the team option in the third year. No, that's big.
Yeah, I'll do Timu, but I'm gonna order it. Yeah.
I'm not sure. Again, that John Collins is a long-term fix. Just like I don't know that Anthony Simons is a long-term fix.
Sure, but can he be a close enough facsimile to Malik Monk that you're not a complete disaster for the rest of the year?
He probably can be, but the problem, for the rest of the year. Yeah. The problem is that he can't be a long-term fix. You're going to have to, he makes $27 million right now.
Mm-hmm.
He's going to want something close to what Malik Monk makes or more.
I don't to me, kick that can down the road. I'm not acquiring any of these players because I think that they're going to be a foundational piece of my future. If Anthony Simons comes in and lights it up and averages 21 a night off the bench and shoots 40% from three, then cool, let's have a conversation. If John Collins is a viable 4-5 who stretches the floor a little bit, then and plays and protects the rim, then cool. Okay, then we can talk about it. But I'm not bringing them in on day one with the explicit intent to re-sign them. I get what would it, December 15th is when this could happen. So I get half a season to figure it out, a little more than half a season to figure out what they've got. Like, that's what I'm doing. Everything is on the table. You could extend any of these guys, but also they could just be expiring deals. Like, that's the appeal here for me. But I want to get to your question, because you asked, would they go into the luxury tax to make this deal happen? I don't think Vivek Ranadive has done a good job. Salute. He was helped facilitate the Kings staying in Sacramento. Awesome. That's something that people will forever be indebted to him for. I get it. But I would go as far as to say he owes it to people and owes it to Kings fans to go into the luxury tax to make this type of deal happen.
Yeah. I mean, like, look, there's a lot of ways to expedite a rebuild, right? And one of those ways is to give out draft picks in order for someone to take on a contract like a Zach LaVine or a Domantas Sabonis, like to get out from underneath those. There's a possibility that you do have to give up something, right? A deal like this, though, yeah, I'm in. And if the cost is, losing out on the $13 million in luxury tax expenditures that teams under the cap get, which is what they roughly what they got last year.
Sure.
And it also costs you a couple of million to go over the cap and a couple of million in luxury dollars. Like, it could be a $15 or $20 million
I don't care. I don't care.
I don't either, because a $15 or $20 million hit versus giving up draft capital, first round picks to get off of these players. Yeah, I'm in. I don't care.
And they're in this mess because of him. Like, dude, if you're in this place where you can make this deal and what is prohibitive is the luxury tax, sell the basketball team.
Yeah.
You don't get to own the team anymore. If that's not, if cost is going to be prohibitive to tear this thing down and get it going in some direction that isn't into the pits of hell, then what are we doing?
Yep.
Then why do you have a team? If you're not going to go, yeah, hey, you know what amounts to pennies? I know $15, $20 million is an insane amount of money to us, but in this business, in this, like, hey, 15, 20 million, and I get to slam the reset button a year early.
Yeah.
Like, yes, especially when you're the guy who wanted Zach LaVine in the first place.
Yep. Like,
you've done this. This is on you, dog. You don't get to, if you're Vivek, you don't get to go, oh no, hang on, we're penny pinching. No. That's not how this works at all. And if he's not ready to go into the luxury tax to make a deal like this happen, then I don't know what we're doing here. Because that is where, because I typically agree with Kenny on this, when he goes, they'll make the playoffs a couple of years in a row eventually while Vivek owns the team. Like, eventually that'll happen. And I agree with him, typically.
Maybe.
But if they're not willing to go into the luxury tax for this,
yeah, then
I would very much be in the camp with the people who are like, never. As long as Vivek owns the team, never. Because that is just such a direct... It is directly competing with what is best for the team. And if your owner's not willing to do what's best for the team, I don't know what we're doing.
Well, yeah, that, and Kyle, I think, like the old adage, like a broken clock is right twice a day.
Yes.
Right? That sure does feel like what Beam Team 1 was. The original Beam Team
1000%
was just a broken clock was right once.
Yep.
And then after that, you weren't able to build anything because you just wouldn't invest the rest of the way. Like, the first team, they should have gone out at the trade deadline and added. The next summer, when they go out and add Chris Duarte, that wasn't enough. I mean, it was like a super, super budget move that cost you 2 second-round picks and was over and done with by trade deadline, right? The guy's not even in the league. So, like, there are these moves that you make, but, like, at what point are you going to go into a trade deadline and actually go out and do something to push your team over the top? Like, I hate telling Kings fans this, but Pascal Siakam, that deal it could have given the Kings a championship.
Mhm.
I don't know for sure, but I certainly know he's been in the Eastern Conference Finals 2 years in a row. That could have been a deal that made you a full-fledged contender, and you didn't do it because you didn't want to extend him and pay the money.
Yes.
Crazy talk.
That's insane. That's just brutal.
Yep. Reality.
Yeah. All right. You broke a little news on this radio program yesterday during the handoff. We didn't get a ton of time to dig into it, but Keegan Murray's return is imminent for the Kings. What does that mean for them? Can he move the needle? And where does he fit into all of this rebuild stuff? We'll talk about it next on ESPN 1320 Sacramento Sports Center.
My goodness, the news cycle is flat out crazy today. I don't know if you're seeing it. Patrick Beverley was arrested for allegedly choking his sister and punching her in the eye.
My God.
That's according to TMZ. There's a mugshot. He has been accused of choking and punching his sister in the eye.
My God. Jesus.
I haven't heard of a Kuminga Sabonis swap, and again, Leezy, like that would be super complicated. It would take way more than just Kuminga and for Sabonis because of the salary and because of where the Warriors typically are, salary wise. And I kind of feel like there's a possibility you could still build around Sabonis. And I know people can disagree with me on that, but like I don't think everyone has to go. I think a lot has to go.
Mm-hmm.
But I kind of like the idea of Sabonis and seeing what he looks like with John Collins. Because John Collins has always been the three-point shooting, shot blocking, rebounding, floor spacing 4 that's also great at the pick and roll and also great at, finishing above the rim. Like these are types of players that the Kings kind of need desperately. I don't know. I'm not saying the Sabonis is a 1 or 2. That doesn't matter to me realistically. Like functionally, he's an incredible player. He's been a top 20 player in the NBA for the last 3 seasons, maybe 4. John Collins on the Clippers has not been great, I don't think. Per 36. Again, let's go off his last year in Utah where he averaged 19 and 8.2. That's not fair either because that team was horrible. Let me look at his per 36 numbers. 16.9, 6.8. Yeah. Yeah, me too, Kyle. And there's so much more. I mean,
I have so much catching up to do.
Oh yeah, look at the pause the mics for a sec. You know what, Wheezy? That's a bajillion-dollar question. To be honest with you, I don't know the full answer to that. I just know that, the answer when it came to how much is he going to cost on an extension was no. Someone also brought up that he bought the team for, it was $535 million valuation. He didn't get the whole team, and Vivek owns like 15% of the Kings. But that dollar amount has gone from $535 million in 2013 to $5 billion. Like, he's made 10 times his money right now. It's crazy.
Oh, yeah, it's me.
Welcome back to the Insiders with James Ham and Kyle Madsen on ESPN 1320.
Still getting the workflow down. That's James Ham. I'm Kyle Madsen. Shout out to everybody listening on 1320 AM. If you're listening on 98.5 FM HD2, shout out. We are coming in loud and clear on 98.5 FM HD2.
Yeah.
Abe from 98 Rock told me about that, the HD radio, which I knew about. Didn't ever look for it in my car. Figured my car didn't have it. It does.
Oh, whoa.
No, I listen to 98.5 FM HD2 exclusively.
You're going to have to show me how to do
It's
that.
amazing.
Yeah.
It's incredible.
Okay. All right, cool.
If you are listening on the radio and you're like, yeah, I listened for a little bit on the radio, then I have to get out of my car. I have great news for you. Download the Odyssey app. It's free. Download the Odyssey app, search ESPN 1320, and you can listen to us there all day. Listen to me and James and Joe from 10 to noon, and then we've got D'Lo and KC noon to 4. And of course, if maybe you're at work already, and you're not listening on the Odyssey app, you can hop over to YouTube, youtube.com/ESPN1320 or twitch.tv/ESPN1320. We're simulcasting the show over there. Sports Talk on ESPN 1320 is presented by Paramount Plus. You can't count on much these days, but you can always count on Sundays with the NFL and CBS and Paramount Plus. Watch your local NFL game every Sunday on CBS and Paramount Plus all season long. Visit ParamountPlus.com/NFL to get started today. James Ham, the Kings Beat and the KingsBeat.com. You broke the news yesterday that Keegan Murray is headed down to Stockton to get some work in. He's been cleared for 5-on-5. He's been cleared for regular basketball activities, and he is set to return on the Kings' current road trip. They're not even waiting. Usually a team might wait till they get home to bring their player back, but the Kings said, to hell with that. We play in Oklahoma City on Wednesday. That's tomorrow. And then Keegan Murray is set to come back on Thursday.
We're hoping.
That's the projected timeline. Now, again, if he works out and his body doesn't respond right, then it'll get pushed back. They haven't set that date in stone yet, but that's the date the Kings have circled on the calendar as November 20th at the Memphis Grizzlies for Keegan Murray's return.
Yeah, I mean, so basically he's flying out to OKC and will meet up with the team. I don't think he will play against the Thunder, but there's a very good chance he does play on Thursday against Memphis, and that's a good thing. I mean, like, look, we don't know what it means for the Kings. You know, like, we can speculate, but this team, it just looks like something is missing, and that ingredient could be Keegan.
Sure.
But it's also possible he just gets lost in what this team is. And that's a problem. I mean, like, you don't want him to get lost, but this team is broken right now. And I don't think you can look at Keegan as a savior, but I do think you can look at him as like one of the pieces that will hopefully be part of what's next.
Here's where I do want to spin it forward and talk about where he fits long term, but I want to go back to a conversation we were having on the handoff yesterday, and I want to put this out to Kings fans, whether you're in the chat on YouTube at youtube.com/ESPN1320, or if you want to give us a call on the Elk Grove Kia talk line 916-909-1320. That's 916-909-1320. I wonder. Kenny was saying yesterday during the handoff, which is coming up at 11:45 in about an hour, that there's just not a reason to watch the Kings right now. That the youths would rather go watch Mikey Williams at a Sac State game than go to a Kings game. TV's on, football on Sunday, Kings are on during the Niner game. You got Kings on the second screen right now because there's just not a reason to tap in. Nick Clifford playing 11 minutes, not a super exciting player. Is Keegan Murray that guy? Does Keegan Murray up the interest level a little bit? Because it does for me.
Yeah.
As somebody, you're different because it's your job to watch in a different way that it's my job to watch. But for me, I'm more excited to turn the Kings game on if Keegan Murray plays on Thursday. I'm far more excited to turn Thursday's game on than I am Wednesday's game. Because I'm so intrigued by, not necessarily because I think Keegan Murray is going to come out and look like Kawhi Leonard, but because it's just something different. He is such a dramatic outlier from the rest of the Kings roster that I think it's impossible to not be at least a little bit intrigued or a little bit excited by what he brings.
Yeah, I mean, I think that it's the what if, right? Because we very quickly understand what this team is, and what this team is not good enough, right? It's not good enough to compete on a nightly basis. And you always have this, well, what if Keegan would have been healthy? And, again, could they have picked up another 1 or 2 wins? And that's it. That's all it would have been. It would not have been like an extra 5 or 6 wins.
Yeah.
But you're stuck in this idea that there is no way to turn the season around like so quickly. And one of the few ways in which you can is Keegan and his appearance. That the problem is like we don't know how he's going to play with the hand the way that it is. We also, you don't know if injuries are going to pop up again, not just with the hand, but like, look, you're looking at a player who's being dropped into a season out of nowhere. And so I think that there's a lot of positivity here. I think a lot of people should be like excited about the opportunity of Keegan getting back on the floor and what that potentially could mean. But I'm going to warn people that if you're disappointed because he's averaging 11 or 12 points per game and he's shooting 32% from 3, number one, the hand is going to affect what he's doing. Number two, he's still getting dropped onto the same roster that's miscast and put together poorly that he was already going to be on. And so, like, again, you can't really expect him to be the guy if you have all these other players that consider themselves the guy and aren't going to help Keegan take that next step.
I guess I'm out on the hand thing. That's an insane thing to say.
Okay.
I don't, if it's going to affect his play, then don't come back yet. Isn't it his offhand too?
Well, it's his offhand, but not really. So he shoots right-handed, but he's actually left-handed.
Right, understood.
It's his left-handed that's injured.
But he shoots right-handed. If it's going to be so bad that we're going, hey, Keegan that hand is hampering him so bad, then don't put him on the court yet.
Well, yeah, but I think you're going to have to put him on the court to get his rhythm back, to find out, to have him progress early. So what I'm saying is, like, don't expect him to come out and score 30 points in the first game. Like, he's going to need some time to ramp up. And the Kings don't really have that time because the schedule doesn't wait for Keegan Murray, right? So I'm not saying that, but I am saying that, like, look, in order for him to be someone who actually makes an impact on everything, they have to include him. And they haven't the last year. So that's my concern. It's that he's just in a holding pattern until a bunch of these other guys are gone and they've been traded or their contracts expire. That Keegan's being told the same thing everywhere, just wait till 2027. It's like, yeah, well, I'll be 27 at that point. Like, what exactly are we doing here? Right. So I not only want to see Keegan Murray on the court, but I want to see, after a game or two of him getting acclimated, I want to see him be a major functional piece of what this team is doing going forward. And if that means that you need to pull other guys and sit them, then you have to do that. Like, the idea moving forward should be, how do we test what Keegan Murray is, and how do we get to the maximized version of Keegan Murray as soon as possible? Because, again, there are so few paths forward for this team, and he's one of them, and he's your highest end opportunity to move forward.
Yeah, man. My concern is, and it's what you're saying, that we see Keegan's numbers actually dip, just the raw numbers this year. Because somebody posted on Twitter yesterday a video of Keegan lighting up the Utah Jazz from 2023, I think. And it was so jarring. The amount of player movement and the amount of ball movement and watching a defense scramble to guard the Kings, it was like watching a different sport than what we watch them do offensively right now.
Yeah.
It was Sabonis, and he gets it to somebody who touches the paint, and they kick it out to Keon. He attacks a closeout, another pass, extra pass up top, extra pass. Keon wide open above the break, knocks down a three. I just don't know that those shots are going to be there for Keegan in whatever this version of the offense is.
Yep.
It's either going to be create your own shot, which I don't think Keegan is want to do, and it's going to be, oh, hey, here's a grenade. Like, we happen to get it to Keegan in the corner with a few seconds on the shot clock. Like, you gotta hoist it.
We feel better about that than we do Precious.
No doubt. It's a great point.
I mean, not to call out Precious, but
yeah. Okay, here's an interesting thing. Oh, before we, sorry, I don't want to get sidetracked. ADD radio, but I think every Keegan 3 is going to be something of an accident. Not all of them, obviously, but I think a lot of them are going to be something of an accident. And B, if I'm an opposing team, I go, okay, great. We're just going to take a guy and make sure he hangs out with Keegan, and we'll play 4-on-4 with whatever they want to do inside.
Yeah.
Like, I don't know. I am interested to see, though, when Keegan comes back, what if they do a thing where they start Domas at the 5, Precious at the 4, and Keegan at the 3. Like, how eager are they to get him into that role, which I think is what they signed him for. I don't think they gave him $28 million a year to be a 4.
A 12-point per game 3-and-D 4.
Yeah, I don't think that's what they signed him for. So I'm interested to see how they A, decide to integrate him, and B, what impact he can actually make.
Yeah. Every Keegan's 3, an angel gets his wings. Is that what?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Something like that. I think that's what they say.
Yeah.
All right. We'll talk more about Keegan Murray and what the starting lineup and such looks like whenever we get word that he's definitely coming back. It sounds like he's coming back on Thursday, according to our very own James Ham, but we got to see A, how he comes out of a practice, B, once he travels, how he's feeling on Thursday. I would assume he suits up, but that's still TBD. I want to sprinkle in some NFL stuff in the second hour. The Raiders got smoked yesterday, and it brings up a coaching question for the Raiders that I think also applies to the Sacramento Kings. And we'll talk about that next on ESPN 1320 Sacramento Sports Center.
Slow news cycle day, eh?
What?
I said slow news cycle day.
Oh.
It's not a slow news cycle day.
It's not.
It's not.
A lot happening. My least favorite thing that happens in radio. Custom S reached out on Twitter and hopefully he's watching on YouTube still. What's up, bro? Says he's watching us on YouTube through his Roku. How does he communicate through the chat? I think you have to do that on your phone still. I don't think you can chat via the Roku.
Yeah, I don't know.
You got to jump onto YouTube on your phone.
But he's willing to engage, and that is
so,
what
or
really
you can just
sticks
tweet
with
us your takes. You can just tweet
there
at
you
me.
go.
There
you
you
go.
Tweet.
Hey, I'm going to pull up this.
Please.
Does Keegan and Neek's game complement each other? I'm intrigued. I want to see it.
They should.
I don't know. I think they will, but here's the problem. I need to see that for 20 minutes a game moving forward. And I don't know that we're going to get that, but that's the only way forward for this team. Is that those two start to build chemistry and start to be like either 2-3 combo for the future or a 3-4 combo for the future. And like, they're just blocked. Did we hear about the Kings wanting to acquire Sabonis before it happened? Yeah. To be honest with you, it was like 4 months earlier. There was a bunch of talk about potential trade with Sabonis coming to Sacramento, and then it quieted down. And then the Kings were hyper-focused on a different deal, and it was a Ben Simmons contract that they were working on. And then so when it did roll out, the day that it happened and all that stuff, that came out of nowhere. And the reason why I say that too, like my guy Sean Cunningham, like literally did an interview on the practice floor with Davion Mitchell and Tyrese Halliburton, who were about to head to the All-Star game together as a rookie sophomore to compete against each other. And it was like this spectacular interview that Sean got where they're messing with each other and what they're going to do to lock each other up during the game and all that stuff. And then later on that night, Halliburton was traded. Like that came out of nowhere. It did. No, Sean put the video out. He did, because it was a really good interview. But I gotta be honest, I'm not sure where Sean was at that point, so I don't know how to find that.
Yeah, well, what are you gonna do? You know.
Yeah, I really want to see Neat Clifford and Keegan play together for long stretches because, again, I do think that Neat complements Keegan really well and also would help get the most out of Keegan.
Thought I was gonna have to shoot my way out. Always got a little rubber band. I got 6 discs. Hour number 2, that's James Ham. I'm Kyle Madsen. Joe Brazil helping us out on the 1s and 2s. We're hanging out with you until noon, and then we'll hand it off to D'Lo and KC. And those guys will take you up to 4 o'clock here on ESPN 1320. That is Sacramento's sports leader. We've been talking a ton about the Kings, which we typically do. I want to put a pin in Kings stuff briefly. Did you follow the Jalen Ramsey, Jamar Chase thing on Sunday, where Jalen Ramsey was ejected late for punching Jamar Chase, and then after the game said that Jamar Chase spit on him, which is what led to the punch?
Oof.
So that whole thing happens. The reason I bring that up is because Mike Tomlin said today, and this is why Mike Tomlin, I think, continues to be a good football coach, or at least an effective football coach, is he got asked what he said to Jalen Ramsey. Like, what did Mike Tomlin, what message did he have for Jalen Ramsey after Jalen Ramsey punched a player for allegedly spitting on him?
Mm-hmm.
And his response was, if another man spits on you, like there's nothing to say. If another man spits on you, do what you got to do.
Yeah.
Like, hell yeah, dude. That is exactly what I want my coach to say in that spot.
Yeah.
Because that's exactly the right answer. Like, I don't, if he put him in a chokehold and slammed him on the ground and went, hey, he spit on me. I'm like, well, all right, he earned it. Because if you're spitting on somebody, like we've talked about this before with the Jalen Carter spitting on Dak Prescott thing.
Yeah.
I am not a violent person. I am not a fighter. I know that I would get my ass kicked by most people in the world. Someone spits on me, I'm swinging. just out of reaction. Like I'm not that person. I am very much like hey, if someone's got people, like I'm gonna try and make a joke. Like we're gonna try and laugh this off because there's very few things in the world that matter that much to me that I'm going to fight somebody.
Yeah.
You spit on me, I might get my ass kicked, but I'm swinging first.
I'm here for it.
Yeah, like shout out to Mike Tomlin for having the right answer there.
Yeah, I mean, like, look, I think we see this. It's such a violent game, football, but it's violent and there is some decorum.
There's a level of respect.
There is.
Yes.
And you just can't cross that line, which is weird because everything else is so out of control in the NFL. But with that, it's like, okay, well, like, it's just a bad move, bro.
Yeah.
Like, what are you thinking?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Speaking of bad moves.
Good segue.
Thank you. The Las Vegas Raiders got beat by the Cowboys 33-16 last night in a game that wasn't that close. And it makes me think about Pete Carroll. And thinking about Pete Carroll made me think about Doug Christie. And I think they're two coaches who are in now I feel differently about the two coaches because we've seen Pete Carroll be one of 3 coaches ever to win a national championship in college football and win a Super Bowl. Pete Carroll has a sterling resume that will put him in the Pro Football Hall of Fame. Doug Christie does not have that. Doug Christie is the polar opposite. We have no idea what Doug Christie is as a head coach.
Yep.
I have a pretty good idea of who Pete Carroll is as a head coach, but I think they're parallel in this sense. I don't know that Pete Carroll and Doug Christie are the right coaches for their teams at this moment. And it's one of those things where I watch the Raiders play and I watch the Kings play. I don't think either team is very good. Hot take. But I watch and I go, I don't know that, like, what is the coach going to do here? What is the coach change about this? What is, okay, so last night, the Raiders, this is where, have the free kick after the safety late in the game. And they execute the free kick well. They try a little onside where they punt it straight up in the air. And a Raiders player could have just grabbed it and they would have had the ball. But they didn't, and that's a coaching point. Like, that's okay. Coach can do better there. But overall, I don't think there's any coach that was going to step in and make the Raiders a competitive team this year. The same way I don't think that there was any coach who was going to step in and make the Kings a competitive team this year. I wonder with I like I said, I have less questions about Pete Carroll because Pete Carroll might be one and done because he's 76 years old and doesn't have time to hang around. Because I think Pete Carroll could be the right coach for the Raiders eventually. And as I thought about that, I was going, man, that's how I feel about Doug. I don't know that Doug is the right coach for the Kings right now. I also don't think he's the wrong coach. My question is, because I don't think Pete Carroll is going to be around to oversee a Raiders rebuild.
Nope.
Doug Christie's only 55.
Yeah.
He could very much be around to see a Kings rebuild. And that's where I kind of landed. Like, I think if you want to criticize a coach because the team is losing, fine. Like, that's part of the gig.
Mm-hmm.
But I do wonder with Doug, I think he would be an effective coach for this version of the Kings that we've been talking about all day where, all right, they've torn it down a little bit. They've got a couple of first round picks in the door. They've got a couple of second round picks in the door. Oh, hey, there's this undrafted guy they're excited about. And they're going to play a ton of young players with a sprinkling of vets.
Mm-hmm.
That is where I think a coach like Doug and his message could really get across, where you could establish that foundation of what you want, a play style you want, with a group of young, moldable players. I just don't think they have that right now. And I don't know that the Kings are going to have the patience. Like, I worry that the Kings aren't going to have the patience to let him see it through.
I'm with you. I do have that concern. But I'll tell you, like, years ago, the Kings went out and they hired Dave Yeager.
Mm-hmm.
And early in the season, the first year, they had like a fully veteran team. It was like the last hurrah. We're going to try to figure out this. DeMarcus Cousins saying one more time. And, they had Rudy Gay on the roster. They brought in Aaron Aflalo. They had Ty Lawson and Costa Koufis, and they brought in Omri Caspi. They signed Matt Barnes. They had Darren Collison still. They just had like a veteran squad, right?
Mm-hmm.
And Dave Yeager, off the cuff one day, said, and he had a way of doing this where he sort of like foreshadowed things all the time. And if you weren't really paying attention, you were missing things. But one time he said, yeah, just wait till next season when I've got 5 rookies on the roster. And I'm like, what the heck is he talking about?
Mm-hmm.
He said that in like October, November.
Mm-hmm.
Like he knew full well that they were going to blow that team up at the deadline.
Mm-hmm.
That the only way that they weren't blowing that team up is if that team was a complete world beater, and they weren't. They were in the 8th seed when there was no, there was no tournament. Like the 8th seed was it. That was the last team. And then during the All-Star weekend, they traded DeMarcus Cousins. They waived Matt Barnes. They traded Omri Caspi. They broke the whole thing up, right?
Mm-hmm.
And they brought in picks. They brought in other stuff at that point. And sure enough, the next season, they rebuilt the team with De'Aaron Fox, with Harry Giles, with Justin Jackson, with Bogdan Bogdanovic, Frank Mason as 5 rookies.
Mm-hmm.
Again, totally missed it when Dave Yeager said it way earlier. He knew exactly what the plan was. Plus, they had all these the 3 rookies from the previous year.
Mm-hmm.
So you had Malachi, you had Scal, and you had Papagiannis.
Mm-hmm.
And on top of that, in the trade to move DeMarcus Cousins, you brought in Buddy Hield, who was a 6th pick in that draft.
Mm-hmm.
So you had 4 rookies, 4 first-year players, 5 second-year players, and away you go, right? He knew full well that he was stepping in to do a rebuild.
Mm-hmm.
And then a year into the rebuild, he had the team go from, 32 to 27 to 39 wins,
Mm-hmm.
and away we go.
Mm-hmm.
But again, the Kings get in their own way. They shoot their foot, themselves in the foot, and they let Dave Yeager go because he gets in a stupid like back and forth with Brandon Williams, who should have just been fired.
Mm-hmm.
But that's kind of what I look at this season right now is, are you going to give Doug Christie the leeway that you gave Dave Yeager
Right.
to tear this thing down, to let him see what it looks like next season, which it could be a partial teardown by next season. We're talking about a Bill Simmons magical trade that 99.9% probably won't happen, but it's at least food for thought, right? Ways to improve the roster without just trading guys for draft picks. But will the Kings give Doug that opportunity that Dave got to start building and set the standard? So then the next season, that 2027, when you've got cap space and you've got an extra first-round pick and all this stuff, can you be a team that's on the rise? And I don't know the answer to that. Like, again, Doug Christie's under contract for 2 years and then has a 3rd-year team option from Marsan Amick. It doesn't make me feel good about the potential for them to allow that to happen. They should be disappointed right now, not so much in Doug Christie and just the overall product.
Yeah.
And Doug is part of that.
Yeah.
But so is Scott, and so is BJ Armstrong, and so is everyone involved with this team, the players.
So 916-909-1320, 916-909-1320 is the Elk Grove Kia Talk line. Are you still in on Doug Christie as a coach? And I ask that because I think there's a point, and I don't know what it is, where let's say the Kings win 31 games this year. And then next year they win 25. And they're doing kind of this partial teardown thing, and they make a couple of trades, and Nick Clifford's fine, and Keegan Murray just kind of is who he is, and Maxime Reynaud is in and out of the lineup. I think it gets really difficult to sell to a fan base, hey, this guy who has 61 wins in the last 2 years is our guy that's going to oversee this rebuild. And it's what I was worried about from the jump. Like, they're putting him in an impossible spot.
Yeah.
And there's not been I do think that what you said yesterday, there's nobody inside the building that is like, hey, you got to make the play in. I think that's good. I just wonder if like, what do people need to see, or if anything from Doug? Because right now, like I said, I just can't evaluate him at all. Like, I've seen people who are like, he's awful. Like, based on what? And I've seen people go, his substitution patterns.
What?
All right. I guess, man. Like, if that's, I get it. I do. Starting Dennis Schroeder and Russell Westbrook is probably not that good of a call. But this is also a first-time head coach. Like, nobody said he's going to be perfect from the jump.
Well, that and give him other options.
But here's the deal. Here's why I worry, because in a way that I don't, because like this is probably, again, this all started with Pete Carroll. This is probably Pete Carroll's last head coaching gig. He's very old. It's not going well. I don't think another team is gonna try and run it back with Pete Carroll. This might, if this goes sideways, be Doug Christie's only head coaching gig.
Yeah.
And my worry about the Kings and hitting the red button, okay, new coach again in 2 years, is that contract. You knew this was not a 2-year project. Why was this not a 4-year contract? Why are you even putting it out there in the ether? Because if Doug Christie had signed a 4-year contract, my concern about the job he's doing that would be like, all right, man, he's overseeing a sinking ship. They said, hey, you're the captain now. By the way, we've already hit the iceberg. You figure it out. Like, that's just not. But the fact that they went, okay, you get 2 years and then we'll see about year 3. Like, man, the next 2 years aren't going to go well.
Yeah.
And I don't think there's anything Doug can do about it.
There's nothing he can do about it. And I would also point out, like, look, when they signed Doug Christie to be the head coach, they thought they were paying Mike Brown another 2 years at $8.5 million.
Mm-hmm.
There's some offset here because 2 months later, Mike Brown got the Knicks job. So they're not going to be paying nearly as much. And you're also not going to go back to Doug and say, hey, you know what? We decided we're going to give you an extra $2 million a year.
Mm-hmm.
But it is that third year. And that's something that, like, I don't know the answer to why they didn't get more of a long-term deal here. But at the same time, I kind of want to see what Doug Christie would have looked like if you just wouldn't have made the most ridiculous trade of all time and dumped De'Aaron Fox and taken on a gigantic contract.
It was the most ridiculous trade of all time.
It was my problem then, and it's my problem today. You took away the quote-unquote head of the snake. The team had responded under Doug Christie. They were actually playing well. You should have just let it play out. You already knew you were going to replace your front office. You should have just let it play out, and you didn't. You had to make some panic move and really strip down the basis of what the Kings are.
Yeah.
And now you're left with what's left. And that's not good.
Yeah. Really tough. All right. We're going to do something today that we haven't done in like 3 weeks. We're going to do Tuesday tiers on Tuesday.
Oh.
There's been a lot of movement. We've also got a groundbreaking edition of Tuesday tiers. We do the AFC and the NFC and the NFL.
Okay.
We have a groundbreaking edition today. And I'll tell you what it is next on ESPN 1320, Sacramento Sports Center.
I get what you're saying here. I'm going to point out one of the flaws here. First of all, Drew Eubanks is 6'9". He's a backup 5. He's not a starting 5. The other problem is, like, tell me who your shooters are. You got 2 shooters in the starting lineup.
I'm going to have Jesse pop in for tiers.
Okay. And that's not enough. So, like,
What
I don't know how else to fix this, but you have to have more shooters on the court. And it's why Keegan Murray at the 4 today makes a ton of sense. And he will continue to make sense at the 4 until they find somebody else who can play the 4 and shoot the 3.
It would be a really big deal if Domantas Sabonis was a more effective 3-point shooter.
Yeah.
Used to make me very happy to watch him shoot threes. It did.
Yeah, no one's calling for him to shoot more.
Yeah, dude, it's just
got no legs.
Yeah, it's such a they sped up his process by having him just heave the ball at the rim.
Yeah, it's weird.
Very
it's exactly what I like. His shot before, it just looked so flat, and now it's back to being so flat. And you're like, man, that's not going in. Leezy, Vlade didn't hate Dave
2.5
Yeager.
minutes.
Vlade was just like a parent with two fighting kids in the backseat of the car, yelling and screaming, trying to get them to stop fighting. And that wasn't going to happen. When Dave Yeager told me one time his dad had told him that you got a snake in the building. You got a cobra there, and he's trying to take everybody out. You need to be the mongoose. That's like Dave Yeager's dad is awesome. Be the mongoose. That was Dave Yeager's mantra from then on. It's like, yeah. Kick the guy out of the gym. You had to, and you say, Soren, that he hated Brandon Williams. He hated Brandon Williams because Brandon Williams wanted him fired 20 games into the season and had planned on him being fired 20 games into the season. And then when the Kings won, he couldn't. So he went to the media and created a narrative about Marvin Bagley getting screwed over and how Dave Yeager was holding back their star player, who just isn't a basketball player. At this point.
Do you want to hear an insane stat from Brett Usher?
Sure.
The second best net rating of second best 5-man lineup by net rating in the NBA so far this year, out of 150 possessions, minimum 150 possessions. Number one is Jalen Suggs, Desmond Bane, Franz Wagner, Paolo Banchero, and Wendell Carter Jr. plus 18.6. Mm-hmm. Number two is Devin Booker, Royce O'Neal. Why can I not? The kid from Duke.
Oh,
what's his first name?
The guy who looks just like Ted Cruz.
Allen. What the hell is his first name?
Grayson
Allen. Ryan Dunn and Mark Williams. It's plus 18.5. That's nuts, dude.
Hey, Marcus. That's a great question. Yes. Oh.
Michigan, I don't hate your Colts. I just don't think they're going to go to the Super Bowl.
You've called them frauds multiple times.
Yeah, when it comes to being Super Bowl contenders. I think they're
like
a good team.
Welcome back to the Insiders on ESPN 1320.
Hang on, voice guy.
Welcome back to the Insiders with James Ham and Kyle Madsen
There we go.
on ESPN 1320.
Jesse Toppy in the building because it is time for Tuesday Tiers, baby.
Finally.
We haven't done Tuesday Tiers on Tuesday, but we didn't do it at all last week. When the Kings are this big of a disaster, it's really hard to be like, hey, guys, what do you think? Where do you think the Steelers rank in the AFC?
Yeah, it's probably
just,
not. Yeah.
We got a couple days off, and it works here. This is not the document I want. I got to get the Tuesday Tiers up. Is your mic on?
Mine?
Yeah, what's it?
Should be.
Okay, there we go.
Yep, no, we're
Right
all
on.
good.
Oh, he's got his
Okay.
hand on the
All right.
buttons.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Gotcha.
Yeah.
Okay. We're going to start in the NFC because the AFC in this week's Tuesday Tiers has something we've never seen before. An unprecedented Tuesday Tiers. So we'll start in the NFC where it is very much precedented. Tier 1 now contains 2 teams. I have 2 teams that I think are the favorites in the NFC.
Okay.
And I think it's a layup.
Yeah,
I think it's
it's
very
easy.
obvious.
Yeah.
Who are they?
The Eagles and Rams.
The Eagles and Rams. We good with that?
Yep.
Eagles and Rams as the number 1 teams.
I
They, to
got a
me-
question, though.
Yeah, okay.
If the Seattle kicker would have hit that field goal, would it be Seattle and Philly?
No, because Sam Darnold still threw 4 interceptions.
That's it.
But still threw 4 interceptions, and they still had a chance to win.
great for the other guys,
Yeah.
but
Totally.
quarterback can't throw 4 picks.
No,
Just
so
saying.
no, James hit the nail on the head here with what the interesting thing is for me. To me, the Eagles and Rams are in tier 1 because I think they are just a little bit above. I trust that now the Eagles get it done in weird ways.
Yeah, the Eagles' offense has not been great at all this season, but also they've just beat all the good teams in the NFC so
That's
far
it.
this year.
We have that conversation with the 49ers all the time through the Kyle Shanahan era. Like, oh, they don't throw for enough yards. Oh, they don't do this. Oh, they don't do that. And it's like, man, they're just kind of winning a lot.
Yeah.
They just beat everybody.
Yeah, and they okay, and the Eagles specifically, the Eagles won the Super Bowl in dominant fashion last year, and now they're 8-2 this year. That's just a good ass football team.
Yeah.
And the Rams are also very good. The Rams almost beat Philly in Philly.
Yeah, right now I'd pick, if we were just ranking the top 2 teams, I'd put the Rams first right now. I think they're just playing all around better
I
football,
agree.
but the Eagles are right there.
Tier 2, I have the Packers and Buccaneers still in tier 2. I would hear an argument for moving the Packers down.
Let's move them both down.
Packers and Bucks?
Yeah, honestly, we keep tier 2 vacant right now.
Is it? Well, the Seahawks and Lions are in tier 2.
Okay, then
They
good.
both
We're
moved
good.
down.
Okay.
And I moved the Lions down for the same reason I moved the Seahawks down. I trust neither Sam Darnold nor Jared Goff
I think it's
in a big spot.
I think you're a little harsh on Goff, but you probably have more evidence to support you than I do. I mean, I
watched him at home against the Commanders last year choke.
Yeah.
I watched him score.
Like I said,
3
there's probably
points in
more
the
evidence
Super
to back
Bowl.
you up, but like,
If he has to play outside, he's useless. Unless he's playing at Levi Stadium,
Here's
Well,
in which case he's awesome.
but I'll tell you, I don't trust Love at all,
Yeah.
and I also I don't trust Caleb Williams at all. Like you start, and
They're
for
not
that,
true, too.
I don't know that I trust Sam Darnold. You know, like you get to a bunch of quarterbacks that you just don't trust.
I don't trust Sam Darnold at all.
yeah, it's kind of Sam, please.
It's just, and again, this isn't. But
Yeah.
this is just if the Seahawks go on and win the Super Bowl, salute, you did it. Like I didn't think Denver was going to win a title the year they won the title because I'd watched them get into the playoffs and just kind of run into better teams.
Yeah. For what?
Man, it's just so until they do it, I don't trust the Seahawks. And again, they can. The Seahawks can do it. I think the Lions can do it. But
I think that's why we need to move the Packers and Bucks down. I don't think they can.
okay, here's my problem with that. First of all, I trust Baker Mayfield, I think, more than I trust any of the other quarterbacks in tier 2.
Baker Mayfield's great, but they just
But-
have too many injuries right now.
Tier 3 right now features the Bears and 49ers. And I'm sorry, I'm not doing a good job explaining this. Tier 1 is the number 1 contenders. The team I think will win the Super Bowl or can win the Super Bowl. Tier 2 is like they could win it, but I think there's some flaws. I think they would need a few things to go right or to bounce their way for them to win the Super Bowl, but I still think they can do it. Tier 3 are the good teams that probably finishing above 500, but I don't think they're a real threat to win the Super Bowl. I have the Bears and 49ers in tier 3 right now. And I think, to me, the Packers and Buccaneers are very clearly better than those two teams.
They're better, but they're not like this is fine. They're just ranked higher, those teams in that tier. They're like I'd be surprised at this point if the Packers or Bucks won the Super Bowl or got to the Super Bowl. Like you can be better than the Bears and the 49ers, but you still belong in that tier 3, I think. For what its name is.
Do we need a tier 2.5?
No, because you know what? The Niners played well with Brock Purdy back. They got Ricky Pearsall back. Offense looked great, but you look at the defense like, oh yeah, that's where it's not going to happen. So it's just kind of like that's their downfall. Like they're a good team, but there's the clear flaw right there. I think that's kind of no different than the Bucks and Packers right now.
I think if the Bears played the Packers or Buccaneers, they would get mollywopped right now. That's how I feel.
I'm not so sure.
Okay.
I'm buying.
I think we get Packers Bears later this year, at least once. We get it twice. We might get it twice.
Maybe.
I would say like I've been
2
looking
more
at
times.
point differential for
Yeah.
a lot of the season, just as like another
Yeah.
stat to look at.
Point
This
differential.
incredible Seattle being a plus 101 on the season.
Mhm.
Their plus minus is higher than the Rams,
Mhm.
and like the Eagles are a plus 33 point differential on the season, and Seahawks at a plus 101.
I have no beef with the Seahawks. I don't trust Sam Darnold, and I don't think he can
Yeah.
win the Super Bowl.
Yeah, I love 52 players on the Seattle Seahawks. That is
1000%.
one I am shaky on, and that is the most important one.
That's it.
Yep.
That's exactly where I'm at with the Lions. I think the Lions are awesome. I don't think Jared Goff can win the Super Bowl.
Yeah.
Or at least I think he can't. I don't trust him to. the way I inherently trust Matthew Stafford or Jalen Hurts in a big game.
Okay.
Maybe I'm insane.
No, I don't
Maybe
think
that's
so.
wrong. Who are we talking about just now?
We were just on tier 3. We were
And we
talking
were
about
talking
Bears,
about-
49ers.
Oh, I was
Also,
looking at
throwing the
I was
Packers
looking
and
at
Bucks
the
in there.
Bears. The Bears get the Packers. Oh, the Bears still play the Packers twice. Here's the Bears schedule coming up. Home against Pittsburgh, at Philly, at Green Bay, home Browns, home Packers, at Niners, home Lions.
That's tough. I mean,
That's
we're going to know
brutal.
exactly who they are by the end of the regular season.
Yeah, if they make the playoffs, they're going to earn the help. But they're sitting at 7-3 right now. They got to
Yeah.
be in tier 3.
Number 1 in the division, I think.
My friend is a big Bears fan. Shout out to my homie Randy. Hates the Bears. It's
Like, he's
this
a
is
Bears fan that hates the Bears?
Yeah, he's
I
like,
get
this is
it.
the dumbest team in football.
Oh, I get it.
Just tier 4, good bad teams. These are teams I think probably finishing below 500, but you gotta bring your pads and helmet to play them. You can't just throw your jersey on the field and win.
Maybe next Monday night.
I got the Vikings, Cowboys, and Panthers here.
Yep.
Yep.
I got my eye on the Cowboys. I'm not going to lie. I don't know.
You think they're gonna make a run?
I'm not saying that. I just got my eye on them right now.
Okay, explain.
I thought the defense looked all right yesterday. I know.
Hold on.
Hold on. Don't cut me off. Don't do that. Don't do that.
Go
Don't
ahead.
do that. No, you see, that was rude, James. Don't do that. I know it was the Raiders. That's exactly what I was going to say. All right. I know that Chip Kelly is horrible offensively, but the defensive line, I think.
Do you know what the Cowboys' upcoming schedule is?
I know they got the Eagles next week.
Then they get Kansas City. Then they're at Detroit.
I don't love Kansas City right now.
Bye now. Yeah. Well,
I don't
get
love
to that
Kansas
here
City
I
right
think
now.
Kansas City's gonna hang.
You just
40
talked
on them.
about Jared Goff. Like,
You're out on Patrick Mahomes.
I'm not on Patrick Mahomes. I'm not going to be like, oh, they got the Chiefs coming up this week. The Chiefs don't
I
look
think-
great right now.
No, they don't. But I think they're gonna get smacked up by the Chiefs.
All I said was I have my eye on the Cowboys. That's it.
Okay.
It's just an eye.
All right. The dregs. I've moved the Falcons, Commanders, and Cardinals into the dregs.
Falcons, Commanders,
Get all those teams
Cardinals,
out of my face.
Saints as well.
Yeah. Saints and Giants also there.
Yeah.
Sounds good.
Oh, yeah.
But I've moved the Falcons, Commanders, and Cardinals. Do you know the Falcons? They upset the Bills on Monday Night Football, beat them 28-14. That was October 13th. They haven't won since.
Not great.
And now Kirk Cousins is their starting quarterback.
Yeah.
Not great.
gone.
Kirk
right.
was tough when they played
Just-
Miami. It was awful.
And they got a blowout loss to Miami in there too.
Shout
No
out.
disrespect.
Shout out.
All right, let's move to the AFC. I need your guys' help with this.
Okay.
I don't currently have a tier 1 team in the NFC. Or
AFC.
excuse me, the AFC.
Okay, I think.
But I also
Oh.
don't have a tier 2 team. I have created a tier 1.5 called I don't even know, dog. Because I was moving these teams. Because it's just a Google Doc. I just copy and paste. Chiefs, Bills, Patriots, Colts, Ravens, Broncos. Going into week 12, I don't think any of those teams is like slam dunk. That is the favorite. In the way I feel about the Eagles and Rams, where I look at those two teams and I go, those are the two best teams in the NFC. And then every team that's below them is okay. There's a gap. I don't look at the Chiefs, Bills, Patriots, Colts, Ravens, and Broncos based on this year and go, yeah, there's definitely one team that stands out.
the Broncos do.
Okay.
But they don't for me.
Yes, they do. They just beat the Chiefs right now. Beat the team in that tier.
You can't tell me who.
I'm telling you right now. All right, like
can't
that
do
defense
that.
is sick.
Yeah, do
Bo Nix is like playing a little bit better. RJ Harvey's starting to come into his own as a running back. I think Denver. If we're gonna pick one, it's got to be Denver right now.
I disagree.
Denver's one. Oh my god! they
If
won
I'm
8 in a
picking
row.
one team that I think can probably win the Super Bowl in the AFC, it's Buffalo.
No, I don't like it right now. I don't like it.
They're my only
They
tier
just
one.
they just benched Keon Coleman right now. He was a healthy scratch or whatever because he's late to meetings. I think Buffalo's starting to break a little bit. They just beat the Bucks, but I think they're starting to break a little bit.
That's a team for me. And then I have this next tier, and that next tier is New England. It's Indiana, and it's Denver, and it's the tier of like I think they can win, but I have no idea because I haven't been there before.
I'm gonna give the Pats and the Broncos their respect. Say they belong in tier 1, and if I gotta pick a team out of the Chiefs, Bills, and Ravens to like, all right, maybe they can make a run. It's probably gonna be the Ravens for me.
Yeah, because I have a third tier that would be Chiefs, even though they keep losing, and the Ravens, even though they're both sitting at 5-5. Those teams, and I'm going to put them well above a Jacksonville or a Houston, or even the Chargers might be able to be in that range.
Oof.
I don't know.
Chargers are scary.
The tier 3 is Texans, Jags, Steelers, Chargers. I feel the same about every single one of those teams every week. Like they might win, they might lose. I'm not going to be surprised either way.
Yeah.
Tier 4, the good bad teams, that's still the Bengals because their offense is just It's good enough that you got to come to play.
Yeah.
And then Browns, Raiders, Jets, Dolphins, Titans to close it out. Can
we get some tier 4 action from my team?
No.
Why not? They beat the Bills and then they beat the Commanders. They're going to win the next 2 and go into Monday night with a chance to go back to 500. Why not?
If they go into Monday night with a chance to get back to 500, I will move them up.
Fair enough. Fine.
Sorry.
We just beat one of your tier 1.5 teams.
Yeah, you also nearly lost to one of my tier 5 teams.
Any given Sunday, and we won. Who cares?
It's the 6.
We were in Madrid, Kyle. They had jet lag.
The 6 and the 31-6 loss to the Browns. It just stands out. You're like, oh man.
Yeah, that was different.
31-6.
Oh, that was different. That was before we fired our GM.
Before
we're 2-0 since we fired our GM.
Yeah, man. I want to get back to.
I do trust. I don't even know if I trust them. I just right now, if I had to pick, it's like the Broncos are the best team in the AFC.
But I don't. I get it. I totally do. They beat Philly, and they beat Kansas City last week.
Is it just that they're new and we're not ready to buy it yet?
I don't. It's just they beat the Texans by 3. They had that ugly ass Thursday night game against the Raiders that they won by 3. They beat Kansas City by 3. They beat the Jets by 2. They had to come back and beat the Eagles, which is a super impressive win to be totally sure. They beat the Giants by 1. They needed like a miracle comeback to beat the Giants. How would you feel about the Broncos if they just had a fat like 10-point loss to the Giants sitting there in the middle of those?
I mean, it wouldn't be great, but they don't.
No, understood. Like they've gotten to 9-2. So
I feel like
they're a tier 2 team. I just don't trust them. Like I'm not.
I think they're starting to play their best football.
You guys feel the same way. I'm sorry, James. Are you in on the Broncos as well?
No, I'm teetering on the Broncos because I
want to know where to direct my ire here.
I like Bo Nix. I don't love Bo Nix yet.
Yes, that's it. Tier 1 is like, man, I think that is the best. I think that team could go. That is the team that I am picking to go win the Super Bowl. I'm not picking the Broncos to go win the Super Bowl.
Well, I'm not picking them to win the Super Bowl against the Eagles or Rams right now.
Right,
but
so
well, I wouldn't be shocked though. Like I could see it. Like they could happen. That defense can get them through the playoffs, and I think they're playing better like through as the season progresses. And if they keep going the way that they're going, I think Bo Nix will be better, and that offense will be better than what it has been. Defense is already amazing right now.
Here's an argument for the Broncos, as I argue against myself. They're 9-2. They have a bye week this week. Then they play the Commanders. They're going to win that game. That's 10-2. Then they're at the Raiders. They're probably going to win that game. That's 11-2. Then they're home against the Packers. I think they win that game. That's 12-2. Then they're home against the Jags. I think they win that game. That's 13-2. Then they're at the Chiefs. I think they lose that game. That's 13-3. And then they're home against the Chargers. I think they win that game. They're going to go 14-3. They're going to be the number 1 seed in the AFC.
Sounds right.
They're going to get that first round bye. I cannot wrap my brain around Denver winning in the playoffs. I just can't.
That's fine, but then
I don't trust Bo Nix. I don't trust their offense.
But like then at that point, like who do you trust then?
Nobody.
So if that's the case, then if we don't trust anybody, then you got to look at the best team right now playing the best defense and kind of like that's the one right there.
No, I don't. You create a new tier.
Nonsense.
Put them all together. Put them all together.
No.
You just create a new tier.
I'm not putting the Chiefs who aren't even in a playoff spot with the Broncos right now.
Why not?
Because they're not even in a playoff spot. The Broncos just beat them.
Okay.
And they were the better team in that game.
Okay. All right. The Lions aren't in a playoff spot.
I can't believe you have me yelling about the Broncos right now.
You got to move them down?
The Lions?
Yeah.
Yeah, we can move them down. Honestly, I wouldn't even hate it if you left them in with the Rams and Eagles. They're kind of teetering right now.
They're not in a playoff spot.
Yeah, it's different though. It's different. It's different.
I'm telling you, Kansas City missed their window where their defense was unbelievable. First, they had an unbelievable offense and their defense was shaky and they kept winning and, Super Bowls and all that stuff. Then you got to this point where their defense was so good, but their offense went to hell in a handbasket. They didn't spend any money on wide receivers. Patrick Mahomes has to create some wide receivers. Now it feels like their offense is finally back.
Yeah.
But now their defense isn't good enough. And you're like, oh boy. Not a good place to be in.
We can move the Lions down, but yeah, I'm not putting the Chiefs with the Broncos right now.
All right, here's what I'm going to do. I'm moving the Chiefs into tier 2. I'm erasing tier 1.5. We're gonna solve this today.
Abomination of a tier.
It's the Frankenstein's monster of
Yeah.
tiers. The Jacob Elordi tier.
Did you have the Colts in there?
I had the Colts in there.
Okay.
I'm gonna move the Colts down to tier 2. I feel about the Colts or about the Broncos the same way you feel about the Colts.
Really?
We're just anti-horse teams here on this program.
Fair enough. not big farm.
I'm gonna
people
keep the
here.
Ravens in tier 2. They almost lost to the Browns. You don't get to move up yet. I don't.
Pats might have the MVP.
Right now, tier 1 sits as Bills, Pats, Broncos.
Okay. That feels fair.
I can't put the Broncos ahead of Buffalo because I feel about the Bills are the inverse of the Seahawks for me.
Yes.
Where I'm not sure I like anything about the Bills except for Josh Allen's ability
The guy
to
who scored 6 touchdowns.
score
the other day.
6 touchdowns in a game and just take over and be an unbelievable force of nature. I think that matters more than having a quarterback that you don't trust in that. Like, does that one guy in that position
it's
can
more of an
overcome
impact. Yeah,
52 players, then 52 players can overcome a bad player in that spot.
Well, yeah, it's
Or
kind
not a
of
bad
like
player,
we
but
kind of
a-
like remember
player
the
to-
Jags team that went far with
Yeah,
Blake
Bortles.
Bortles, and it's
Mhm.
like, oh wait, Blake Bortles is the quarterback. This
Mhm.
run is over now. It's kind of like that's what happens. It seems like that.
Although that's a bad call on the fumble, the forced fumble.
It was a bad
That's
call,
crazy.
but it doesn't support my narrative. So
Okay, fine. Fine. Here's how we've hashed this out. Are we okay with the Bills, Pats, and Broncos in tier 1?
I can work with
Pats.
that.
Yeah.
And Chiefs, Colts, Ravens in tier 2?
Yep.
Sure. Even though they might not make the playoffs. 2 of them, but that's fine.
Okay.
I still feel that way about the Chiefs, but I'm looking at their schedule. It's going to be tough.
Okay. They're tier 2 for now.
I think we solved something today.
I think we did too. That's well done, everybody.
Tomorrow, world peace here on the Insiders. We got you.
D'Lo and Casey are going to jump in here for the handoff. It's Sacramento's favorite radio segment coming up next on ESPN 1320, Sacramento Sports Leader. Good work, everyone. We did it.
Just D'Lo, by the way. Casey's out today.
Oh, yeah. Well, whatever. I knew that.
I did not know that.
Chatty House, I had a great time today. Great to be back. I will see you guys soon.
We don't have mics on. There we go.
Hi, friends.
Nah, this can't be true. Broncos the worst 9-2 team. No, that's not
No.
right.
There was
Their
a
defense
Steelers
is
team that
too
went
good.
11-0 like
Yeah,
7 years ago. It was bad.
that was so funny.
The Eagles team that went 10-1 was worse than this Broncos team too.
Yeah, the Vikings last year,
Oh yeah, were they 16-1, 15-2?
14-3 they finished because they had
That
to
what
go
it
on the road in the playoffs.
About 14.
But the whole time they were doing it, people were like, "Eh,
But what about the
Are they good?
year or two before where Kirk Cousins went 15-1? And you're like, oh no, that
Oh,
team
yeah.
really isn't that good.
Yeah.
Is that when they got blown up by the Eagles?
Let's see what that was. Maybe I'm wrong.
no, that was the Minnesota Miracle year or Minneapolis Miracle.
Okay, they didn't go 15-1.
Was that 2018?
Like my brain's not working.
It's Damon Barling, everybody.
What's up, man?
Vibing. Hey, you know to start the second hour recording there, right?
Yeah, we're all good.
I'm just making sure. No, that's a Joe thing. That's a Joe thing. I was
Yeah,
making
Joe
sure Joe's
Brazil.
on you.
Joe Brazil, let me know.
All right, I'm just making sure. I know he's got a lot going on. God. Hey,
He's like, you don't think I know how to do my job?
he's with
bro?
you.
Yeah, that's my man. That's my man's in them.
Y'all gonna make me lose my mind up in here. Can't wait to do that song in karaoke at the Christmas party.
Oh, it's gonna be up. Man, it's gonna be up.
Yeah.
Do we think Jesse will do karaoke?
No chance.
Welcome back to the Insiders with James Ham and Kyle Madsen on ESPN 1320.
And Damien Barling, because it's the handoff.
Do we think Jesse will actually come to the Christmas party?
Yes.
Yeah, I'll be there.
Jesse
okay.
will make an appearance at the Christmas party.
I've been better about that stuff the last couple of years, I feel.
Will you? Well, in
Like,
fairness,
I'll show up.
the last one was here.
I
Like-
went to the one though,
Yeah.
in Folsom. What was that?
The
That's
last one was
right,
not here.
that's right.
Yeah, the last one was at Dave & Buster's last year.
Oh, that's
and then
right.
we went to that
what was
wild
here?
ass bar.
Yes, we did.
Oh yeah, that was.
Yeah, I was at
Yes,
Dave & Buster's
we
too. I
did.
won an award, remember?
Yeah.
Oh, yes, most likely to take over the world.
Yeah.
Exactly, yeah. Shout out.
Or to leave early.
That was
Yeah,
Complex.
that was complex.
Yeah,
Oh.
no, Complex is legendary for just where's Complex? Left like 35 minutes ago.
And then you check
What do you
Instagram-
mean? It's his house. Like, yeah, he's gone.
And then you check Instagram and he's DJing in LA. You're like, how
Oh.
did he? I was talking to
No,
him 10
that's-
minutes ago.
That's a shoot. Like that actually happens. That absolutely happens. Yeah, I forgot about the Dave & Buster's thing. And I believe that was the first year of the Odysseys, the awards.
Oh, yeah, sure.
I would
thought-
know because I won 2 of them.
I thought you meant
I'm the only one who won 2 of them.
I thought you meant courage, community, creativity.
No.
And
I mean the awards. I don't care what you're about to say.
Community,
Acknowledge the
courage,
fact that I won
creativity.
2 of them.
no, you did. That was amazing. Here, let me.
No, that felt
congratulations.
sarcastic. That felt,
Yeah, that was very sarcastic.
that felt
right there.
sarcastic, dude.
That was better.
No one else won multiple Odysseys but me.
I mean, I'm fine.
All right, man.
But I don't do karaoke.
Wait, hang on. I got you.
I'm a winner.
Thank you.
Yeah.
You are a screen setter.
To win games, you have to win the game, not lose the game.
That's right, Mike. Tell him. All right, winners of 3 of the last 4. Hottest team in football right now.
You know what I can't wait for? I laugh because Jesse and I have had a lot of conversations about just fandom. And like if the 49ers were having the exact season the Dolphins were having,
Mhm.
I'd be like, this team sucks. Every win is a loss.
Mm.
Like, what a disaster.
Mhm.
None of this matters. They beat the Commanders in overtime on Sunday in Madrid, and Jesse's like, all right, we're back. And then I'm like, no, you're not. And he's like, just let me have this.
Yeah, dude. What are you gonna
Yeah,
take my
let 'em
joy away
live.
for?
All right, man. Yeah,
What's wrong
you got
with
it.
you?
I haven't seen
I
these guys.
can't
I've
wait.
never seen. Look it. I've never seen them win a playoff game, Kyle. All I
That's
get is
so
these
crazy.
17 to
Oh, man.
18
That's
games.
so crazy.
So if I can just stretch this out to about a few more weeks, we're good.
I can't wait for the Kings to win 3 out of 4 this year. So we can be like, are they back?
Who I am for
I
the
think-
Dolphins,
They're
that'll be
playing
Kenny.
well.
That'll be Kenny.
They're
I-
playing well.
I think the question is, do the Kings actually win 3 out of 4
yes,
this
they
year?
do. Yes. At
Really?
some point, yes.
Really?
Let me find. Hang on. I will find the pocket of schedule that features 3 wins in 4 games.
You can do whatever you want to. There is no telling whether they're actually
Mm-hmm.
going to win 3 of those 4 games.
Now,
I
hang on.
agree.
Okay.
I
got
said
it.
this to
It's right
James
here.
yesterday. I think I might have said it to both of you. I will be shocked the next time this team wins a basketball game.
the Kings from.
Wow, you're working really hard over there, pal.
No, hang on. Okay,
Yep.
from
Okay.
on December 8th,
Okay.
they play at the Indiana Pacers.
Okay. Believe they're 1-12, 1-13, excuse me.
No, can you let me finish?
Okay.
I'm doing a thing.
Okay.
Let me cook. So this is December 8th. So that's the 10th. Then they're not scheduled again to play again until December 18th because that's where the play-in tournament is, or the
In-season tournament.
In-season tournament. Thank you.
But there will be a game.
There'll be a game in there, right? But they're not
We just don't
scheduled
know against who.
to leave the Western time zone until January 23rd. So they have a road game at Portland, a bunch of home games at Lakers, at Clippers, home game at Phoenix, couple home games at Golden State, and then a bunch of home games before going to Cleveland. At the end of that stretch, where they have been at home or in Golden State or in Portland or Phoenix, where they're not doing a ton of travel, they are home against the Wizards on Friday, January 16th. Then they get Portland January 18th. They get the Heat January 20th. They get the Raptors January 21st. I think they can win 3 out of those 4.
Great.
I found it.
Great.
Thank you, everybody.
Put it on the board right there.
I will.
I think coming
amongst
up,
yourselves.
they've got Phoenix at Utah
Well, coming up, when does this
and
start?
Memphis.
When-
This is like on November 26th through the 30th,
Okay.
surrounding Thanksgiving.
Okay.
They've got the Suns, the Jazz, the Grizzlies. They can win 3 out of 4. Well, they can win 3 there.
Suns, Jazz, Grizzlies. Okay.
And then you got the at the
Well, they
Rockets
lost to
coming
the
out of that.
Suns. They beat the Jazz by 1.
Yep.
Of course, they got the Grizzlies coming up Thursday.
We'll get a test of the Grizzlies, and I'm not sure the Jaw will be back for either one of those games.
Yeah, but this could be they could very well be an Atlanta situation where they might play better without him.
No, that's true.
I mean, I don't know. Like it's a starkly different basketball team than it was last year. Hey, how long is this going to take you?
Several minutes.
How long? How
Is
bad
this
is
only-
it hurting Trey's trade value?
It's going to take longer if I keep getting interrupted.
Oh.
Sir.
Just to be clear, you interrupted him.
No, I didn't.
Boy, you've changed.
Yes,
This new- hey, no, that's a shoot.
Hey,
This
I
new
run
little
place.
title has
I run
changed
this
you.
place.
He got himself a big job, and now
You know what?
Yeah.
You know what? I'm so sick of this. Anyways, so here's my question. Here's my question.
you shut your mouth when you talk to
The
me.
take is that they're going to win 3 out of those 4. That doesn't have to be the first time they win 3 out of 4 for me to be correct.
Sure, that's fine.
Okay,
That's fair.
okay.
That's fair.
Oh.
Okay. Goodness. Can you go ahead? What did you say? You just asked
One more thing. I'm joking.
you just asked what is this doing to Trey's trade value?
Yeah.
Oh, it's a good question. I'm not sure. Like I can't like the Atlanta looks different. The ball is moving different. Like if you've watched them
Yeah.
since Trey's been out, like not to you use this line. The ball has zip. Like it's moving around. The offense is moving around. Atlanta's moving around. Like they look like a slightly different basketball team. So I don't know if that's Trey's a ball stopper. I mean, he led the league or certainly was close to it last year in assists. He's obviously a high-end scorer. I'm not sure, man. He's that score first point guard. He's not that different than Jalen Brunson. Jalen Brunson has just proved to be an assassin in the postseason. I don't know. I still like Trey as a player. So
Me too.
I don't know.
Here's a crazy stat. Without Trae Young, who led the league in assists last year, the Hawks currently lead the NBA at 30.4 assists per game.
Yeah, so
Look
if
at
you
Quinn Snyder go.
so that but if you've watched them, that actually makes sense to me. They look different.
Mhm.
And I don't know if it's a survival thing. I don't know if it's we're going to change the way that we play and Trey's going to have to adapt when we get here. I don't know if this is like the plan to begin with because they didn't offer Trey an extension this offseason.
Yeah.
And it might just be like, hey, this team and this franchise, we're going in a different direction.
Mhm.
Trey can be a part of this or he cannot be. But either way, this is the direction we're going. And it'll be it'll be a really fascinating thing to watch unfold between now and February because that extension does kind of loom over him, or I guess lack thereof, that lack thereof extension kind of looms over him and that franchise.
He's not getting the $60+ million deal that he thought he was getting. I don't think. You know, and
I think he will.
like realistically, it's why the Kings
From Atlanta?
Yeah, I don't
You think
so.
you think he'll get it from Atlanta?
I think you could probably do like a 4-year 160 for him, but I don't think he's getting more than
that.
I
Wow.
don't.
There's
think
a team.
he's not getting Fox money.
There's a team that. Well, you think he's going to make less annually than Demonis Sabonis?
That's crazy.
Yeah,
that's so disrespectful. He's going to get way more than
Fox money.
He's going to get more than that.
I don't think. Like, who's going to pay him?
Yeah, I don't know. I don't know, but it would be hard for me to believe that his value has dropped nearly in half.
Yeah.
Well, I mean,
and maybe it's the state of the league. I just don't feel like Trey's that guy.
I can get with it that he won't get Fox money. I think I kind of agree with that, but I don't think it's a 4-1.
It's a 25 point per game score
and 11 or 12 assists. Like he's not a bad player.
No, I'm not saying he's a bad player.
Trey.
They've also
built going to feel like, hey, Trey is a lot better than De'Aaron Fox.
Is he?
Okay.
Yes, he absolutely is. He's not a better defender. He's a significantly better and more consistent scorer than Trey. Excuse me, than De'Aaron is. He is a
better playmaker.
He is a man. He is let me say this. Let me rephrase it. He has proven himself to be a better playmaker. I feel like De'Aaron can do all of the things Trey can, and maybe upwards of what Trey can. He just doesn't. And I'll always the day after the Detroit game, I'll always say the same thing and believe this is true. De'Aaron has no clue how good he is, and he acts like it. De'Aaron can turn and go, I'm effing nice, but if he approached every single game the way that guy who hit that shot, I think that was the Chicago one, and turned around and said, I'm effing nice, if he approached every game that way, we would be talking about a consistent top 10 player in the league. But he doesn't. I think Trey does. And that's probably the biggest difference between those two.
Yeah.
Trey absolutely approaches every single game as I'm the one. I am effing nice. And you can see it. I don't feel like you see that with De'Aaron. And I don't know that we ever will, given the situation that he's in now. But if he ever does, that boy is bad. He is bad.
It's just the consistency of it.
That's it.
Yeah.
Well,
that's all it is.
I mean, Trey isn't just a bad defender. He's like a horrific defender.
And that's the other thing. De'Aaron, when you talk about these other guards in the league, is so, whether it's Jalen or it's Trey, he's so much better of a defender.
Yeah.
So much. Like it's not close.
That's what's so interesting is they built this roster like they're going to pay Trey Young. They built this roster that we always talk about on this show. Like, hey, this is the right group of players to have around him.
Defenders.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Like this is a roster.
Shooters.
If he was going to fit and be a player that was going to make or be worth upwards of $50-60 million annually, this is the roster you'd want to plug him into. Which is where I have a hard time being like, oh yeah, they're just going to pull the plug because, oh yeah, no, look, they're playing well. Like to me, their ceiling gets so much higher when you drop Trey Young into whatever these rotations are. I don't watch enough Hawks to know what their rotations
without
are.
any question, he was available this summer. Without any question at all, he was available. And to be honest, the Kings were one of the teams that were called and said no because they weren't interested in. Wasn't just the money he makes now. They weren't interested in the next contract with him, which is, you know, he's going to want upwards of $300 million. And you're like, oh no, I'm not doing that. And like,
well, I don't think he's getting that. I think it's 240 or 250. I don't think. Well, I mean, unless he makes All NBA this year, and he's
not going to.
It already seems clear he's not going to. I don't think he's eligible for the 300.
Well, he's already
because he's not a supermax player.
No, he would be eligible for. I mean, because you're just basing it off of like his raises for where he's at right now. He would make. I mean,
I thought it was 4 and 2. I thought it was literally the De'Aaron Fox contract.
No, I don't think
Well,
so.
you know this
because
stuff better than I do.
It's going to be based off of his current salary. Like he can have an 8% raise off his current salary, and if you start doing the math on 49 million, and then 8%, an extra 4 million, another 8%. I mean, he's going to be making, 65 in the last year of the deal or something. I don't know. I can't do the quick math in my head right now, but it certainly would be close.
So Karen says Fox signed 4 for 229. Trey isn't getting that. Wow, that's crazy to me.
I mean, maybe he
He
is.
isn't getting 229 million.
But I also wonder if, to James's point, if the Hawks aren't giving it to him, who is?
I don't know.
Like
Yeah.
I don't know.
Yeah, that's crazy.
Like they're the perfect team for him. Like they're just Minnesota can't.
Sure.
Unless they're trading other pieces that don't make him as good of a fit.
Right.
So I don't. Would he be a better player if he went by Rayford, which is his real first name?
No.
Rayford Young's not a better player?
No.
Okay.
He's a solid. Rayford Young is a solid, like defensive minded, role player who plays, maybe 13, 14 minutes a game. But he gets a stop like in a big moment, to clinch the 1 seed or something like that, or like that's who that is. Trey
Rayford Young is Draymond Green that doesn't kick people in the
right. Yeah,
jump.
yeah. Trey drops 36.5.
Sure.
Rayford doesn't. Rayford doesn't do that.
Trey goes into Madison Square Garden, hits a game winner, and does the celebration.
Yeah,
right?
it does the DX. Yep.
Were you? It doesn't matter. I'm going to say it anyways. Bill Simmons threw out a trade on Twitter. Who says no trade? And James Ham very astutely looked at it and went, "This is probably not going to work. So let's do a trade that does work." And lo and behold, when you plug it into the correct trade machine, it doesn't work. But we have one that works thanks to James Ham. So the Kings get in this deal the chance to listen to KIFM West Sacramento, KRXQHG2 Sacramento, ESPN 1320 Sacramento Sports Leader, always free on the Odyssey app. They also get Anthony Simons, John Collins, Bogdan Bogdanovic, and we're saying Chris Dunn. That is $70 million in expiring money, 70-ish million. The Clippers get Zach LaVine and Dario Saric.
Nope, Clippers get Doug McDermott and Zach LaVine. But go ahead.
Okay.
Saric goes with Monk.
Okay, I'm gonna fix that here then because it's not. Clippers get Zach LaVine and Doug McDermott. Celtics get Malik Monk and Dario Saric. So the Celtics, the short of it is, Kings get $70 million in expiring money. The Clippers get a scorer to help James Harden, who is shouldering all of the offensive burden right now for the Clippers.
Yeah.
And the Celtics save a bunch of money getting Malik Monk and Dario Saric.
Okay.
Who says no? Because to me, it's a hard yes for the Kings.
So, okay, question pertaining to the Celtics.
Yep.
Why do they need to shed more money? Like Anthony Simons, doesn't his deal expire at the end of the year?
Yeah.
It does.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
It does, but also if he walks away, then you don't have, like, at least Malik Monk is.
Yeah, but you have Tatum in uniform next year.
Yeah, but I mean, you're getting Malik Monk at $9 million less basically than what Simons is making right now. And what
for one more season or two?
Two. Simmons says Clips get desperately needed scoring. Boston gets under the tax for 2 extra Monk years.
I see. Okay.
And then Sack gets $70+ million in expirings.
I hate this bit. I'm not a fan of Bill Simmons, and I hate this whole who says no thing.
Right.
I don't know that anyone does.
Says
But
no.
That's why we're talking about it.
I don't know that anyone does. That's the first time I've ever heard this idea that clearly didn't have his head up his butt. Like this,
dude.
This actually makes sense.
I got this in a text today because I was gallivanting about Target. And I got this text and I just saw
you were what?
Gallivanting about Target.
Why do you do that, man?
Yeah, seriously, dude. Like, why?
I'm okay with that.
What was the reason for that?
Okay, hang on. So I got this text today while I was walking around in Target.
Thank you.
And in fact, you know what? I'll do it even better. I got a text today, and I looked and I just saw first thing was the trade machine and Bill Simmons. I was like, oh, And then I looked at it, I'm like,
I
didn't hate any of it.
I think the strongest component of that, the strongest component of that idea is the Celtics have shown since the second the offseason started.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, no, we recognize this probably isn't our year to win a championship. And Brad Stevens can say all of the right things as he normally does.
Sure.
But we're also going to be mindful of what we have ahead of us. And there probably is a certain level of flexibility they want to create moving forward. The Clippers' early season struggles really helped this conversation. James Harden continues to play as well as he can by himself. You lost Brad for the year, which is it's a small disaster. You're constantly living in this world of will he or won't he with Kawhi Leonard. And if you have a clock, and there would be many NBA fans who would say you don't actually have one. But if you did, that bitch is ticking, and it's ticking fast. So, yeah, go get you a scorer and see what you could do. You had a 50-win basketball team in this conference last year. Go get you a scorer and see what you could do. See if the likes of James Harden, Kawhi Leonard, see if Los Angeles and Ty Lue, see if they could get the absolute most out of Zach LaVine. Like that, it makes a lot of sense if the Clippers were willing to hold that contract next season, because that's a big component. I feel like a lot of these discussions about Zach LaVine are far, far more likely to happen this offseason or next season, because then he's that scorer who could help a team like Los Angeles.
Mm-hmm.
And if they fail, well, he just leaves.
Yeah.
And that money's gone.
Yeah.
So if you're willing, the gamble is the 48, 50, whatever it is, million next season. That's the gamble.
Yeah, right.
Otherwise, you're fine. I don't hate it. I don't hate it at all. It makes a lot of sense for all three teams.
I also think it might make the Kings better, like this year. And I know that doesn't really matter. I know that's not like we're trying to get expiring dollars without giving up cap space, getting out from under Zach LaVine's contract and moving the Malik Monk
It'll bring a
contract.
sense of relief for fans, because they'll be like, he's gone.
Well, and I just like
because they just don't like him. This fan base just does not like him.
Yeah, I think people are out, which makes sense.
Well, even when he was scoring 31, no one's like, I don't care. I do not like this guy.
Yeah.
You would think yeah.
I mean, what? But what's the incentive to? And it's not personal. It's a sports like or dislike. What's the incentive to like him from a sports standpoint? Because he scores a lot of points sometimes.
Yeah,
he's the face of the De'Aaron Fox trade. Like, yikes.
Unfortunate. Yeah, he is, but that's not his fault.
No, it's nothing he did.
Vivek is the face of the De'Aaron Fox trade.
He also, I think he represents all that the Vivek wants.
Sure.
Yeah.
And everyone now realizes that what Vivek typically wants as a player is just like a 2K roster. It's just like, hey man, like that's not the way the basketball works. And if you don't understand that, there's nothing we can do to help you.
Mm-hmm.
It's just not the way it works. You can't just throw a big collection of scores and a bunch of guys who want the ball in their hands and expect it to work.
This might be a dumb question, but I'm going to ask it. What's your favorite Zach LaVine moment in a Kings uniform?
Oh, I don't have one.
That's why I think people don't like De'Aaron Fox.
I mean, to be
fair,
fair, he's played 30 games as a King,
right? But not once has he been the guy like, oh man, he took over and won him that game, or oh, he hit that huge shot, or he just kind of. It feels like the most notable things that he does is, oh, he was on the bench in the final 5 minutes against the Spurs, or oh, he had 7 points against the Nuggets.
I think he was on the bench the final 12 minutes against the Spurs.
Oof. They just didn't bring him in for is what I meant, but I just don't. Like, he doesn't do anything. He doesn't, as a fan, he does nothing that his game is extremely aesthetically pleasing, and being an efficient scoring guard is terrific. But I've not ever been like, man, I gotta turn on the game to watch Zach LaVine tonight.
No, I get it.
He's just a guy. He's really good.
I've also like
He's
I
just a
was one of the
dude.
main detractors when they traded for him, and it was about the defensive liability. I think he's been better
I
defensively.
agree.
It was about the injuries. He's been totally healthy. It's about the contract, which is by like most NBA standards unmovable, but unmovable contracts still get moved. So like,
Well,
those
it's
were my
immovable
issues.
until it's not, and the closer it gets to an end, is
Yeah.
the more it becomes movable. I just don't know that we're there yet. But the situation with the Clippers, it's like, do you the Clippers thing really needs to boil down to is, do you think you could do this or not? Because if you do, yeah, you need to get someone else who can help James Harden, which is a wild sentence to say in 2025, while Kawhi Leonard is playing, 41 games in the season.
Mm-hmm.
And if you think that combination of players does it, make a move.
Mm-hmm.
And then you could, it's like the thing we were talking about with Golden State and Domas.
Mm-hmm.
If you can get this year and next year with Domas and Steph.
Yep.
And it's like, we believe this works.
Yeah.
And then if it doesn't, all right, we had to try.
Yeah, you had to do something.
We had to do something. It didn't work. We'll die on this 48 or 50 or whatever it is in the last year. But that's fine because we had to try. If the Clippers are in that same category or in that same mindset, perfect. Perfect. Do it.
Yep.
If they're not, though, you just have to, if you're the Clippers, you just have to wait. You can't take the risk on that 48 next year.
Yeah, but I'm looking at the Clippers. Kawhi Leonard he's owed $50 million next year, and that's it.
So that contract's voided by the league.
Is Zach LaVine too young for the Clippers timeline?
That's right. But James Harden, $42 million next year, and then that's it. You got Zubats for one more year after that. No one else is under contract.
Oh, so in that case, yeah, go for it. Yeah, go for it. Yeah, go for it this year, next year, and then
Call this trade in.
Just let it all go.
Yeah.
The Clippers are the first team in NBA history with a blank salary sheet.
Yeah.
They have nothing but their draft picks on their books.
$21 million of Ivica Zubats.
But
that's the only thing that would be left.
But do you still do it if you think it gets you nowhere?
You do, because you're looking at like the next 2 years, like, hey, we might be able to do something in a brand new arena. Like this year and next year. And then you get to the next year and you are completely clear and you can go sign 3 megastars in one offseason together because you're the Clippers.
But
you're in LA, you got a brand new stadium.
Do you think they'd rather have Zach or DeMar?
Oh, wow.
Yeah.
We know that they liked DeMar 2 years ago, or whatever year DeMar was here. Last year. I guess that was last year. We know they liked him then.
Probably DeMar.
I feel like it's DeMar too, but
now let's expand the trade.
We love a fake trade on this program.
That's right.
Yeah, man. That's one of those deals where I was trying to, we were trying to poke holes in it for the Kings.
Oh, from the Kings standpoint, there aren't any.
I don't know. Yeah, like we just
the thing I would just caution people to, temper their expectations a little bit is like, yeah, it's great if you have $70 million in cap space. You're still the Sacramento Kings. Now, maybe Scott Perry is an absolute difference maker when it comes to these meetings and when it comes to convincing agents. No. He's not in charge. No.
Mm-hmm.
They're not in charge.
Mm-hmm.
I am building this team in my vision, and I want your player to be a part of it. Otherwise, you just have $70 million.
Yeah, but
good.
That's where you pull in OKC and you start taking in bad contracts with first round picks, and you start building the team a different way. You start amassing a war chest of draft picks and young talent, and you use your cap space to collect more of that.
I just hate the OKC example because you're talking about a general manager who basically doesn't miss. I'm sure he's not 100% in his draft selections, but it sure as hell feels like it.
But I think, but what else? But OKC did that out of. They're in the same spot. OKC with $70 million in cap space is like, ugh. But if you're Sacramento, that's the like.
But what contract did they take back? It was just the Chris Paul one, wasn't it?
No, they took back contracts for years and took on second-round picks and first-round picks. And sometimes they take on a bad contract, give out a second-round pick in order to get a first-round pick. They amassed, like, what was it? At one point, it was 14 over a 5-year period or something.
But the root of success for the Oklahoma City Thunder is the acquisition of Shai Gilgeous-Alexander. It's not.
Sure.
It's not taking in a, like a disgruntled star or something like
Understood.
that. Like it was the hostage crisis in LA.
It's a means, but it's a means of acquiring picks. You like following the OKC blueprint is impossible.
Thank you.
Like that's it.
Yeah,
it is absolutely not realistic for any franchise in the league.
Totally. But it's about finding ways to accumulate more draft picks that you can then either use to pick players. You either
so what other team is doing that?
To try and
right now the Nets.
Isn't Utah doing that?
In theory, they're doing it, but not really. Because they keep getting players that are too good for what they want to do.
Yeah.
And then it's like,
Really
oh no, you're
looking like
winning.
an
No,
All-NBA
John
guy's
Collins,
tough.
go sit down.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But I just that's what okay, cool. You're clearing the books a year early because 2027 is when it's like the books are clear. Well, now you're getting them clear this offseason. And great, you have maybe it's to sign somebody, maybe it's to bring in bad contracts, maybe it's to grab a couple of your picks, and maybe there's somebody that comes available that you can fit into your cap space. Like it just gives you more options than, well, what do you need the cap space for? Like it's better to have it than not.
Yeah.
In the scenario the Kings are in right now.
I understand it's better to have it than not. I just think you also need that can be tested because you can, there's the center. I think a better, and it requires luck, but a better example to use than Oklahoma City, which is just in no way, shape, or form realistic, is Detroit. Detroit, they were the team who last summer signed, I think it was Tobias Harris. They signed a bunch of they used their cap space in a situation that Malik Monk didn't want to be part of. No coach wanted to be a part of. It didn't seem like a ton of people in the league wanted to be a part of. So they overpaid for the likes of Tobias Harris. They overpaid for a couple of veteran free agents, and they centered it all on one thing. And it was the fact they landed the number 1 overall pick, and they landed the guy.
That's it.
That's a far more realistic route for Sacramento than anything Oklahoma City is doing.
Sure.
You just need luck. You still need that. You need to land. And even if it's not the number 1 overall pick in the draft, you need to land the guy and know in the first couple of years that you have him, oh, we got one.
Yeah.
We got Cade. We got Paolo. We got one of the young stars. We got one. And go with it. Yeah. And not deviate from it like some people would argue you did with Tyrese Halliburton.
Sure.
There were a lot of people who were singing Tyrese Halliburton's praise that first year, but they decided, no. We've got De'Aaron. We need to make a move right now that balances out our court a little bit, and decided to go with Domantas Sabonis to pair with De'Aaron Fox, which is going great.
I also don't think there's a linear way to build a team.
Sure.
I think you can have this idea where, cool, we're going to have $70 million in cap space. And if you have cap space in 2027, and I know this won't happen, I'm not saying it will, but again, it's just an example. If Nikola Jokic goes, God, you know what? I've always wanted to live in Sacramento. I'm going to go there. Like, obviously that changes your team build, right? If a trade comes up where you can get off a couple of picks, but man, you're bringing back a couple of really exciting young players that you like. Cool. Yeah. You're going to go do that.
Sure.
So I don't think it's this linear process of like, you have to follow the Detroit model. You have to follow the OKC model. You have to follow the Golden State model. Like there's no there.
But in sports, we're so accustomed to comps.
Yeah.
Right. Whether it's a player or a team. And it's like you can say Oklahoma City as much as you want to. 1, Oklahoma City didn't tank. 2, they have the most unrealistic route to getting to where they are than you could Like
Mhm.
there is not a Clippers, Kawhi, Paul George situation that exists.
Mhm.
Detroit makes more sense.
I'm
And
with
that's what-
you, but
yeah.
I would say that it's
Memphis will be fascinating to follow. Sorry, James.
It's-
Memphis will be fascinating to follow with all of these picks that they acquired from Orlando. Sorry, go ahead.
It's not just that they were able to swing the Shea trade, right? Where they got a bunch of picks.
Mhm.
On top of that, they've made so many other picks, and we say it all the oh, they haven't missed. No, they've missed a ton. The difference is that they did the laws of averages. Like they brought in so many picks that you couldn't miss on all of them, and they have missed on a bunch of guys. But they don't have any problems waiving them after 2 years or trading them after 2 years. They just move on.
Well, they haven't missed the ones that counted. Like Chet, like what was Chet, 2?
He was number
2 or 3?
Yeah,
think
no, he was 2. He was 2 after Melo.
Mhm.
But Jalen Williams was like number 11.
Yeah, but
Jason
what
Williams is number 9.
But what I mean is like when I think about Oklahoma City not missing, like Philadelphia
Jason
missed a
Wills.
ton. Like Philadelphia's process,
Yeah.
they missed all
Yeah.
over the place. And I'm not even counting Ben Simmons.
Mhm.
Ben Simmons was a very good player for them for
Yeah.
a good number of years.
Mhm.
But there are plenty of other picks along the way at the top of the draft that they just completely botched.
Yeah.
OKC didn't do that.
Yeah. And that's where
And I
back to-
disagree
that's-
a little bit with James in that I do think we could talk about the Chris Paul trade. We could talk about
Mhm.
all the different things that they did that were brilliant.
Mhm.
They are here now today with a chance to win 70 games and titles for the next handful of years because of the acquisition of Shai Gilgeous-Alexander.
Yes, right.
Mhm. But they also missed on Josh Giddey as the number 6 pick in the draft. Did he get you something on the way out the door? Sure.
Well,
But,
yeah,
like,
give
they-
him a major piece.
But they missed on a ton of other picks.
But I also think, but
I
forget,
wouldn't
but
even
forget the
quantify that as a miss.
but forget the missing on picks for a second. Going back to the being able to bring in picks to fill, you're bringing in bad contracts and you're getting picks to do so. If the path you're following is you need to get lucky, is having as many picks as humanly possible
Sure.
not the thing?
Yeah.
Like Oklahoma City getting lucky, like they're getting lucky right now because
Well,
the Clippers are going to be a top 5 pick.
Well, I don't
Or
consider
looks like it.
I don't consider drafting well getting lucky. I consider landing the number 1 overall
That's what I
pick
mean.
in the draft
Yeah,
getting lucky.
having the well, sure, you have to be correct in your evaluation.
Sure,
You have to
right.
draft good players, but then having the maximum amount of picks that you can acquire maximizes your window to A, hit those picks, and B, get lucky and
Sure.
move up in the draft to get the Cade Cunningham.
Yeah, I'm not arguing against the idea of acquiring more picks.
No,
Yeah.
you hate draft picks.
No,
That's what I hear.
it's more just like, oh, we're gonna have 70. It was more the cap space thing.
Mhm.
It's like, okay, you have to manage that very intricately.
Sure.
And it's like you're gonna want players who are gonna have zero interest in coming here.
Yep.
And you're going to have to divert your attention and do what the Warriors have always been frustratingly brilliant at.
Mhm.
It was the whole conversation during Kuminga Watch.
Mhm.
They're going to get what they want. They're going to get that $20 million trade chip. You forgot you faded it down, didn't
Yeah.
you?
No,
Yeah.
no, I faded it down too far.
Okay.
Trade chip.
They're going to get that trade chip.
Mhm.
Like, and they had it with Chris Paul.
Mhm.
That worked in favor of Oklahoma City. Like they've had, they always have that piece in which they can move to acquire something else. Clay gets hurt and they get D'Angelo Russell. They immediately turn D'Angelo Russell into something like they just do not miss with that type of contract management.
Yeah.
And that's something that if you're Scott Perry, if you're BJ Armstrong, if you're anyone on that front office staff, you're going to have to be savvy with, because those are the routes you have to go. The Sam Presti route of oh, sure, we'll bring in this bad contract, but you're going to give us A, B, C, and D in return.
Mhm.
And Kings and you just, if you're a Kings fan, you just got to write it out,
Mhm.
because it's not going to be that process, part of the use of that term, isn't going to be a quick fix.
I hate that we can't say the word process anymore, by the way.
Well, yeah, because
To hell with Sam
Philadelphia
Presti for that.
bastardized.
I
We have a
hate it.
scheme, though. We
Oh,
have
yeah,
a
we do have
beam
the
scheme.
Well, I don't think
we're
Sam
calling it.
Presti did that.
Yeah,
did
we're
he?
calling
Sam
this a
Presti did
beam
it. It's
scheme.
Sam Presti's fault. Yeah, it's the beam scheme.
Is he really? Is it really? I thought it was Hinkie.
No, it's Hinkie.
Hinkie. I'm
Sam
sorry.
Hinkie.
I did. It's
It's a process.
Yeah.
Okay.
Sam Hinkie, not Sam Presti. But yeah,
So-
the beam scheme.
Sam
Shout
Presti's
out
the
to
guy who
Toby.
just drafts MVPs.
Right.
He's got
Or
3 of them in the
All-NBA
last
guys.
like 11 years.
Ridiculous.
Yeah.
Ridiculous.
He is incredible, but also he's had a ton of picks to work with. And he's had a ton of
to be clear,
picks by taking in bad contracts.
he should get credit for SGA. I understand he didn't draft him.
Yeah.
But he's like, look, if you I'm not doing this deal. You could attach as many picks as you want to. I'm not doing this deal unless Shai Gilgeous-Alexander, who was coming off of his rookie year, is coming to Oklahoma City. If he's not, then I'm just going to start the season with Paul George next year.
Yep.
And Kawhi Leonard can be a Los Angeles Laker.
Mhm.
So get out of my face. And then just hang up on him, and then them call back and going, okay, no, we don't want that. Okay, here's Shai Gilgeous-Alexander. That was after his rookie year. He absolutely, in my book, he gets credit for 4 MVPs.
Okay. I don't hate that. The Kings should acquire Paul George and then trade him for SGA.
Too late.
Who says no?
Yeah, it's too late.
Who says no?
That's the key right now. You have to acquire Paul George.
Yeah, Paul George isn't worth the corpse of JFK, much less SGA.
He's the pathway to all greatness.
Oh, God.
Like every team ever
Yeah.
has gotten better.
Yeah.
Yeah. It's interesting to go back and look at the draft picks.
How did Paul
by
George
OKC.
feel watching that finals this past June?
Ooh. I feel like
That
he
had
probably,
to sting.
Yeah,
like
because
that
I think he's
had to
self-aware.
hurt.
So Paul George is self-aware enough to several years ago, 3 or 4 years ago now, was like, I'm not a number one guy.
Mm.
Like I'm not that. Like I'm not that. Like I got to be a number 2 or number 3 if I want to win a title. And I think he's self-aware enough to know, like watching last year, like damn.
Yeah.
Oh
Yeah.
How was Sky River last night, by the way?
Oh, it was fun.
Yeah.
It's always fun. There were significantly more Cowboy fans there than Raider fans, which was funny.
Yeah.
Well, and they had a great time.
I bet.
Cowboys fans had a great time
I'm
last
sure.
night. But big thanks to Stanley. Stanley had a great time. Stanley's like, they scored one more time, I'm gonna beat the traffic. They scored. They scored. And shout out to Stanley. He didn't leave, but Stanley, Zebra PT. Big thanks to everybody
yeah.
who brought food in for us to donate as part of our Thanksgiving food drive and our big food distribution that's going on Saturday at the Elk Grove Food Bank. So no, it was a good time as always. Like you can't have a bad time at 32 Brew Street unless of course you're a Raider fan. But there were a lot of very self-aware Raider fans last night.
That's the best.
They knew their team stunk.
It was what was it? Was it 6-3? The Raiders were up?
Oh, were they up 6-3?
I think they went up 6-3, and then the Cowboys made it.
Well, I remember the interception,
10-6.
and it was like they're not going to score, or maybe it was a fumble. I don't remember. It was
Yeah.
like they're not going to score here, are they?
I gotta know.
And they sure didn't. Well, they did. They kicked a field goal, but they didn't score a touchdown.
I can't tell if Geno stinks or the Raiders stink.
They, yeah,
Okay. Like I can't because he was an effective player last year.
he
The
was
last couple of years.
But like, it's also like
And man,
it's like
just
the Seahawks are a good football team,
mm,
and by all appearances, a very stable organization. Sam Darnold's doing great there. Now we can question what he's going to do in the postseason and all of that, but right now, Sam Darnold, Seattle Seahawks, they look very good.
mhm.
Geno's, it was like we had a conversation, I think, about what if Sam Darnold signed with the Raiders.
Mhm.
And it was like, I think that would be horrible for Sam Darnold. He needs a more stable organization. I didn't realize Geno Smith is in the same exact category.
Mhm.
You pair him with the right coordinator, which is a huge problem for the Las Vegas Raiders.
Yep.
And maybe it's just time for Pete to be done. Like I don't
I can see it.
like just because Pete Carroll's been a very, very good football coach.
For a long time.
Yeah, like maybe this is just this feels a little, this is like a happier version of George Karl coaching the Kings. It's like George Karl, as surly of a human being as he was,
Mhm.
that was a good basketball coach.
Mhm.
By the time he got here, there are a lot of people who covered this league who was like, I don't think this is going to work.
Yeah.
I don't even know if George wants to do this anymore. I think Pete does want to coach.
1000%.
I just don't know that Like there's a reason like his contemporaries are his son's age or younger. Like they're 30 years old. You know what I mean? Like, I was watching Red Zone with Katie a couple of weeks ago. She was like, so is the thing just to hire really young guys to coach football teams?
Yes.
And it was like, yes, that actually is exactly what it is. Like it started with this guy in Los Angeles and seems to have just become a thing.
Wait till you find out how old the Jaguars GM is.
Oh my gosh.
It's like 31,
that's
FYI.
That's just kind of the template. And it doesn't mean Pete can't coach anymore. It probably more means Pete shouldn't coach this football team.
That's exactly where I like
and
it.
I don't know where the spot is for him, but I kind of feel like they just gotta my bad and scratch everything and see what they could do this offseason. Because it's not gonna get better.
It's not.
And you can't do this to Ashton Genty. Like that was
tough.
God, that was so bad last
time.
night. That was so bad last night. And you have two playmakers.
Mm-hmm.
You have two guys on your offense.
Yes.
And you have a guy on your defense.
Mm-hmm.
And we have to go. So
we do. More of that. Damian Barling, D'Lo, no KC today. For James Ham, I'm Kyle Madsen. Shout out to Joe Brazil helping us out. Shout out to Jesse Tapia helping us out. We'll be back tomorrow at 10 a.m. Until then, drink water and be nice people. Woo! Hit it again. See you, everybody. Appreciate you guys.
What's up, Herb? Oh, are you plugged in? Check one. Oh yeah, I forgot Kyle. Kyle listens with the volume nearly all the way down. Oh, appreciate you, Michigan. Thanks, man. Appreciate you. Everybody good? I grabbed a Young Sad. What up, boy? Russ, what up? Mar, yeah, for sure, man. Appreciate you pulling up, man. Always appreciate you guys. D'Lo, you think the Kings are the worst to watch in the NBA? Probably a little too close to the situation, but I don't know, man. I haven't watched the Wizards, so I don't know. Oh man, I forgot that. Oh yeah, we need to get rid of this. Get this thing out of here. Hang on. I forgot that was back there. Thing gotta go. No Zell, no little toy beam behind us. It's over. Oh, filthy Raiders. Yeah, it's tough being a Raiders fan and a Kings fan. We were talking about that at Sky River last night. Oh, Zabo, you know that's the old school look right there, boy. That's with the heavy starch, man. Woo, boy. LeBron James going to debut tonight. I don't take this for granted, man. I'm looking forward to seeing LeBron tonight. I'll watch that. I got so much stuff to do tomorrow evening. I'm going to have to watch the Kings and Thunder on delay. I'll have to treat it like it's a 7 o'clock game tomorrow.
Yeah. We got them screaming D-Lo, KC, D-Lo, KC, D-Lo, KC, D-Lo. We got them screaming D-Lo, KC, D-Lo, KC, D-Lo, D-Lo. We your number one spot. We your number one spot for some sports, huh? Got the city going crazy when we work, huh? We top 2, but we ain't 2, we in first, huh? And when you need the real, we is who you search, huh? D-Lo, KC, D-Lo, KC, D-Lo, KC, D-Lo. We your number one spot.
Hey, yo, what's good, baby? What's good? We welcome you in here. It is Tuesday, November 18th. It's D-Lo and KC. I'm Damian Barling.
The ultimate needle mover in God mode himself.
KC's out today.
Acknowledge me.
And we are live. Alongside my executive producer.
What are you doing with him?
Man, we are up and rolling. It's Tuesday, man. So, Trysta Krick will be with us coming up in the 2 o'clock hour. She's going to spend some time with us talking hoop today since I'm riding solo. And, of course, our man, Jason Jones, will be with us in the final hour of the show. It'll be nice to talk to Jason for a bit with no bickering. It'll be fun. A fun conversation there with the insiders talking about it. I hate that. When you're a bad basketball team, and it's not even being a bad basketball team, really, it's being a bad franchise. And it doesn't matter if it is a basketball franchise or a football franchise. Like, Raiders fans are living through this too. Shout out to our man, Filthy McNasty. He's a Raiders fan and a Kings fan. Shout out to all the Raider fans who were at Sky River Casino last night. Even though they were outnumbered by Cowboys fans, a lot of them were saying the same thing, man. It is tough to be a fan of the Las Vegas Raiders and the Sacramento Kings. And you're constantly finding ways, you're constantly trying to find ways to improve your basketball team, to improve your football team, to improve your favorite sports franchise, right? You're trying to find different ways to make everything better. Is it through the draft? Is it creating cap space, free agency, trades? And cap space, this was kind of the crux of a conversation we were having with the insiders as James and Kyle presented this Bill Simmons who says no deal that involved like Anthony Simons, the Celtics, the Clippers getting Zach LaVine. Ultimately, what it was is the Kings acquiring $70 million in expiring contracts. And there's tremendous value in that because it opens up the possibility of what you can do with it. The problem is, for the better part of 40 years, this has been a horribly run organization, with the exception of what we'll stretch it past the playoff years and say a 10-year stretch. So 10 of the 40 years in existence, the Sacramento Kings have been run with competence. 10 out of 40 years. Now, I don't know how that equates to, say, Chicago. I don't know how that number equates to the Clippers. I don't know how that number equates to other franchises in the NBA. But I know the lean years here have been really, really lean. And the question of, how do you fix them? how does it get better, are constantly raised. And proponents of, tanking, organizational tanking, selling off contracts, losing, acquiring draft picks, cap space, all of that stuff will say, well, that's never been done here. And sometimes the most attractive option is the option you don't know. And that's perfectly fair because we've tried these other options. We've tried the quick fix options. We've tried acquiring veterans. We've got this just mixed matched roster that doesn't really equate to anything here now. And those tank proponents are like, this doesn't work. And they're right. It doesn't. But man, when you go that route of selling off contracts, when you go that route of organizational tanking, when you go that route of not putting forth perhaps your best effort for that season or seasons, things can get dicey, and you better execute it perfectly. And the most frustrating part about this is you can approach this like here's what's best for the franchise. We go with this the trade that the insiders had from Bill Simmons, where you get these $70 million worth of contracts coming off your books next season. All right, in theory, okay, you have the ability to maneuver. Now, doesn't mean you can. Doesn't mean there's a move out there for you to make. It doesn't mean there's a disgruntled star that you can acquire. It doesn't mean there's a bad contract that you could take back and get draft picks with it. It just means you have the ability to do so. But as we all know, you have a really impatient owner. So the thing that often strikes me about people who want this basketball team to tank are the same people who hate the owner of this basketball team. And to tank, you have to put a full amount of trust that the owner will allow this process to play out. And there is no point in 14 years that should make anybody believe Vivek Ranadive would allow a plan to play out. And that's the tough part. That's truly one of the most difficult parts for Scott Perry, is he has to convince free agents. He has to convince agents across the league, hey, this is our plan. I'm in charge. No one else is in charge. Not him, not her, not them, no one but me and this team you see in front of you. And that helps from the free agent standpoint. From the trade standpoint, that doesn't matter. As long as everybody is getting what they want in the proposal, you're good. It's just, it is such a fine line to walk. And the fact that we are discussing this 14 games into the season is the most difficult part about all of this stuff. I figured at some point there was going to be a conversation, even if I thought, even as I did think the Sacramento Kings would probably be competing for a play-in spot, which if you look at the Western Conference, that conversation is far from over, because it's just the bottom portion of the Western Conference is bad. In fact, it's a stark contract to the East. We'll get to that a little bit later. And I figured at some point, even if the Kings were competing for a play-in spot, we'd be having this conversation, because it feels like we're headed towards, barring some extreme movement. And this was the conversation before the season started. We're probably headed towards, and James talked about this a lot, we're headed towards 2 years of nothing. We're headed probably for a full year here that we're living in right now, in which a very limited amount can be done. Now, I'm of the belief a lot more can be done this offseason, namely because Zach LaVine's contract becomes an expiring contract next season. And even if you don't like Domantas Sabonis, it becomes a little bit more easy to digest when you only have 2 years of that contract. And again, Domas is a good basketball player. I think Domas is a really good basketball player. It's just there seems to be this prevailing thought that, well, you got to have all of the perfect pieces around him. You got to have this, and you got to have that, and you got to have that. And once you have all that, voila, it'll be perfect. Well, I don't know who can operate like that. I don't know what franchise can afford that. We bring up the Golden State Warriors a lot because that's a franchise that probably can. You have one of the greatest players to ever exist on that team. You have inarguably the greatest shooter of all time on that team. You have Jimmy Butler. It remains to be seen what exactly Jimmy Butler is going to be this season, but we know that Jimmy Butler went on as a great basketball player. You have a stable organization. You've got Steve Kerr, even though he's in the final year of a contract. You have pieces in place where you can go, if Domas needs something perfect, we have it here. But it becomes a lot more easy to see fits for him when he has 2 years left on his deal versus 3, meaning this year and then 2 more after it. Because if it fails this year, if you're a team that acquires him and it fails this year, you're looking ahead like, well, what do we got to do this offseason to make it better? Whereas if you acquire him this offseason, it's like, all right, we're going to give this a shot. Oh, it failed. Well, it's all right because we only have 1 year left of his contract. And even then, it's going to be an expiring contract. So it's going to be really, really sexy for somebody. So we'll be able to make this work one way or another. But how do the Kings maximize all of this? And having this conversation when you have your 15th game of the season taking place tomorrow night against the world champion Oklahoma City Thunder, that sucks, man. Then you have you have a moment that we think, certainly not official. James Ham did report on this yesterday, and he spoke in great detail about it, not only with the insiders this morning, but with D'Lo and Casey yesterday afternoon, that it appears Keegan Murray will be on the road in Oklahoma City tomorrow. But in all likelihood, he's going to make his debut on Thursday, the second night of a back-to-back, when they take on a Memphis Grizzlies team who isn't very good either right now. They've lost 4 straight. They're 4-10. They're looking to get whatever their season is on track. And that might not be something that's headed their way. They've got this Ja Morant situation looming over them. And, man, there are mouthpieces out there talking that Memphis is willing to work this out with Ja. There's mouthpieces out there saying that Ja doesn't want to be a part of what Memphis is doing anymore. But you have a team that is in a bit of a cluster right now. And it's like, okay, well, it's not quite the irresistible force meets the immovable object, but one of these teams has to win. And you have Keegan Murray's debut looming over that game. And you talk about a high-pressure situation. You think back to last year, Devin Carter is as admittedly unfair as I've been to Devin Carter in his short time as a professional basketball player. We were furious that Monty McNair drafted a player that wasn't going to be available for this basketball team. Not even, the conversation at the beginning of last year wasn't even about drafting at the wrong position, doing all this. It was like you drafted a player who can't even play for you, and you desperately need guys to play for you. Then you have a point where Devin Carter finally goes to debut, and he's not even playing for the coach who drafted him. And it put this pressure like, Devin Carter, you're gonna have to get out there and show us something. Devin Carter is yet to really show us anything. And that's obviously a much different case than what Keegan Murray is potentially walking into on Thursday night. But there's going to be pressure on Keegan Murray. This constant rotation of changing starting lineups has largely been because of Keegan Murray's lack of being available. The fact that Keegan Murray has been hurt since, near the end of training camp. And so all eyes are locked on, okay, what's this going to mean? Less on Keegan Murray, though I'm anxious to see what we believe will be his debut on Thursday. I'm anxious to see the follow-up. Is my assessment correct that the reason that the starting lineup keeps changing is because of Keegan Murray being out? Or does Keegan Murray return and Doug just continues to change the lineup? Because 12 different starting lineups in 14 games is not a recipe for success. Though I did make the argument, and I do think it's valid, that the only shakeup he's made to the lineup is Russell Westbrook for Dennis Schroeder. That has benefited Dennis Schroeder immensely over the last 2 games. The rest of them have been Zach LaVine is out, Domantas Sabonis is out, Zach LaVine and Domantas Sabonis is out. We're starting Precious, we're starting Russ at the 4, we're starting DeMar at the 4. We're just constantly like trying something different. And with Keegan back, I feel like that settles down. Unless Doug decides he needs to make an example out of somebody. And how that works will be quite interesting because there's a lot of ways to break down the final minutes of the San Antonio Spurs game. Zach LaVine did not play in the fourth quarter. The group that was on the floor cut the lead down to 6. And we talked yesterday about the fine line you have to walk when you're a head coach and you've got a team that has cut a deficit and has made a run and has put you back in a game that you weren't in. And how long do you ride with those guys before going back to your starters or before making a substitution or before trying to bring someone in who could potentially, take that 5-point deficit, 4-point deficit, whatever it is, to a 2-point lead. It is a difficult line to walk. And if you pull the trigger too late, that 5-point deficit is suddenly a 10-point deficit, and it's all for naught anyways. And you could make the argument that that's what happened against the San Antonio Spurs. That 5-point deficit became a 10-point deficit really, really quick. And Doug felt like, well, maybe there's no point in doing this now. Let's continue to ride these guys out and see if they can cut the lead down, which obviously didn't, and the game went the way that it went. But when you see a 0-0-0-0 next to the in the minutes column next to Zach LaVine's name, it's going to get attention. And as Kyle pointed out a few minutes ago, I don't know that Zach LaVine has a memorable moment as a Sacramento King. I know DeMar does. DeMar has a couple. I don't think that Zach does. Now, admittedly, Zach's time as a Sacramento King is it's relatively short. We're probably talking 30-something games for Zach LaVine. But he isn't the best player in the fourth quarter, and that's been a rap that's followed him for a really long time. But 14 games into the season, we're trying to figure out how to fix all of this. And we've got all of this pressure on Keegan Murray for his return. And I think one thing that'll be interesting to watch is I feel like with a hand injury, this isn't a foot, this isn't a knee, this isn't a lower body injury, rehab, anything like that. I don't really feel like, and I certainly could be wrong, I don't really feel like you've got to ease into the game. I don't feel like there has to be like minutes restrictions and all of these different things because, again, like it's his hand. So he's been able to do, and I understand that it's not the same, he's been able to do various forms of cardio while being injured. This shouldn't be an issue. So Keegan Murray should have a full-on return. What limits his minutes or maybe causes his minutes to adjust a little bit could be the flow of the game. And do the Sacramento Kings, is this a game like their first one where it is pretty competitive meaning the first one against Oklahoma City? Is it pretty competitive, until the final 4 minutes or so? Or is it a game like the second one where it's just not competitive? And even in that case, do you want Keegan Murray out there just to get run? I'm not. The pressure on Keegan Murray is probably pretty great, and I think once he returns, we'll realize, man, it's good to have Keegan back. It's not going to make a big difference, and we even acknowledged it'd be pretty amazing if it did. If it really was just the fact that you didn't have a 4 who could, shoot the ball a little bit and rebound. at a good clip. That was the difference in this whole thing. That's what caused what appeared to be lackluster efforts and poor shooting nights and all of these different things. Suddenly, the floor is going to spread better all because Keegan Murray's back, and I just don't believe that to be true. I hope it is. I certainly hope this basketball team is better with Keegan Murray's return. I just don't know how much better. And as we mentioned a minute ago, we were talking about the Memphis Grizzlies. That's their opponent coming up on Thursday. Of course, they got Oklahoma City tomorrow, who's 14-1 right now. They've won 6 in a row, and that prediction for 70-plus wins sure looks really good right now. And that wasn't unique to me. I think there were a lot of people who saw that, but it looks like this team is just laser focused, even without J-Dub out there. Like they are locked in and playing basketball at just an incredible level right now. But Memphis is the 11th seed. They're 4-10. This Western Conference right now, the early part of this Western Conference looks a lot like last year, where 1 through 8 was, a distinctive number. But once you got to 9 and 10, it was like, yeah, in reality, Sacramento and Dallas, those were 2 bad basketball teams. The 9 and 10 play-in spot were 2 bad basketball teams. And it sucks that Sacramento got blown out by a bad basketball team, only to watch that bad basketball team get blown out a couple of days later. But Memphis at 4-10, the Clippers at 4-10, Dallas at 4-11, and Sacramento at 3-11. You then have Utah at 5-8, which is probably them winning at a clip that they're not comfortable with. And then a wild card in Portland, who is 6-7. In Portland, I'm not really sure what to make of them. You have Phoenix at 8-6. Now, maybe Phoenix isn't a plus 500 team all year, but they might be able to hover around that 500 mark for a bulk of the season. What they look like if they lose Devin Carter for a couple of games, for a couple of weeks, man, who knows? It seems like everybody, it feels like there is a disproportionate amount of injuries going on in the league right now. We've got Giannis getting an MRI today after the what appeared to be I guess a groin injury yesterday. We know that Wemby is out. I think he'll be reevaluated. I think it's in 7 to 10 days. Maybe it was 10 to 14 days for Wemby. You've got hamstring strains. You got calf strains. You've got the situation going on with Anthony Davis, and Dallas was being heavily scrutinized ever since the Nico Harrison firing. You got all of these things going on in the league. Meanwhile, you've got the Detroit Pistons who've won 10 in a row. You got Cleveland, who's kind of right back to hovering around the top of the Eastern Conference. You got Denver, who accidentally lost the game last night. Denver wasn't even competitive last night until the fourth quarter. And they've got Christian Brown out for I think Christian Brown was 4 to 6 weeks, if I remember, which that is a big piece of like connective tissue between the starters and the reserves that's missing. And you actually saw that a lot last night in Denver's loss. And of course, again, they turned it on. The Nuggets turned it on late and made that game something. Against Chicago. And Chicago, another team, they're just kind of all over the place. Chicago, very, very reminiscent of that first Indiana team, the year after the Beam team and the Kings made the playoffs and had that, it was a historic offense here in Sacramento. And then the next year, like every team in the league blew that offense out of the water, including Indiana, which had the fastest pace in the league. That's what Chicago's teams look like. But if you remember that Indiana team, they were up and down. They weren't winning games because the defense was so bad. That's Chicago last night. That's Chicago, period. Chicago won that game last night, 130 to 127. We'll talk a lot more about the Sacramento Kings. We'll talk a lot more basketball as the day progresses. Of course, there was no Kings game last night. No Kings game tonight. So we'll have the opportunity to look ahead and talk a lot. We'll have the opportunity to talk a lot of basketball. And it's always good to talk basketball while you're sipping a glass of Baker family wines, whether rosé is your bag or that cab that honors Hammer and Hank Aaron, the 755. All of these wines are available. I mean, the whole line of wines are available over at Baker Family Wines, which is right here in West Sacramento. It's on Industrial Boulevard in West Sacramento. You can go by anytime, grab you some bottles. Tasting room is absolutely incredible. You could try the wines before you buy them if you already know what you like, or you just want to gamble a little bit. Head over to the Nugget in Elk Grove, Granite Bay. They've got them at locations in Roseville as well, even select Rayleigh's and Bel Air locations. Just look for the bottle with the baseball stitch on it and the Baker Family Wines logo.
Hello, this is Dusty Baker. Welcome to the family.
And we'll come back with more. It's D'Lo and Casey on Sacramento Sports Leader, ESPN 1320. Oh. Yeah, Zebra, that is your language, huh? Yes, indeed. Yeah, we got that Dusty drop in there now. I have always loved this idea. I don't know that I love this idea. I'm just not sure they're ready to put Max in that position, or if Max is ready to be in that position. But I love what you're thinking, and it's always been from the second we watched Max in Summer League. It's always been one of the ideas that I love the most. TC was good. Actually, I'm gonna start at man and bring that to the show. Where'd you go? I'm gonna start at. We'll bring that back up. Can Max with playing time be a heavier Chet? Man, Chet's pretty good, man. I don't know that he can be that good. Hopefully this is a wild thing to say about a 7-foot forward. I feel like Chet's not the best rebounder sometimes. I hope Max can be a better rebounder, but I get what you're talking about, man. You're talking about him shooting the ball, and man, if you're able to get that, boy, you're in great shape if you're able to get that. I'll take even a lighter version of that. That's fine. Yeah, I hear you, Steven, and that's I actually agree with you, and I actually think that's something some Kings fans are looking for. Like, if we're gonna be bad, let's just let the young guys get minutes and be bad with them versus. Yeah, Cole, I was being kind by calling him not the best rebounder. This is weird. Did they rule CJ out for Thursday, but then say he's going to play the following week? I don't think I've ever seen that before.
I saw he's out Thursday. I didn't see anything about the next week.
Yeah, Schefter just tweeted, yeah, CJ Stroud is expected to play week 13 versus the Colts. But like earlier he tweeted he won't be available for Thursday's game. Ooh, Jalen, that's a good one. Y'all keep coming up with these ideas, man, because this is gonna help with the flow of the show. You know, when I'm alone, man, I'm never alone. You guys are the co-host. Now, Zebra, we all want what you're smoking. We all want that magic potion you put in your drinks. Hey, did you see the clip of, or not the clip, like you might have seen it during the game, of Austin Reeves and Doc?
Austin Rivers and Doc?
Austin Rivers, yeah, sorry.
Yeah,
Austin,
I saw that.
Was that, can you pull that up? Like,
Yeah.
I'm trying to decide on whether that was charming or forced. And I'm not sure. Part of it is because I haven't heard a lot of people say in the past, like particularly like players, say glowing things about Austin Rivers. And watching the clip last night, I was like, oh, like, this is cool. And then I'm like watching, I was like, well, wait, is this, I kind of feel like this is, I can't figure out if this is forced or it's just charming or what it is. But here's Austin and Doc as part of NBC Sports coverage of the game last night.
Doc, you guys are 8-6 on the year.
Doc, that's my name?
Tonight.
Oh, okay.
All right. Tonight.
All right, I'll give you that.
5-5 over your last 10.
Yeah.
What are some ways that you guys can clean up or maybe improve on tonight to get a win versus the Cavs?
We got to rebound better. We got to foul less, and we got to get to the paint more.
Have you watched on the bench, and are you excited about me tonight, kind of hovering around your huddles?
You've hovered around me my whole life, so this part will be easy, right? I'm hoping. Don't say anything that you shouldn't say.
And last but not least, most importantly, why couldn't you have gotten me a mid-level contract this summer? And before you finish, I want you to think about the possibilities here. Summer houses in the Hamptons.
Oh, wow.
Ski lodges in Aspen.
No ski.
This could have been ours. Yeah. Actually, I don't even want you to answer. How dare you? Back to you, Maria. Doc.
So, I had just seen the first clip initially. I didn't see the full video until now.
Okay.
Yeah, that seems a little like, let's go through our lines.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. It did. It kind of felt forced. It didn't really feel real.
The first part, I thought that was like natural. It's like, oh, Doc's doing a dad joke thing or whatever.
Yeah.
It's just like, oh, now it's just, they're not even talking about the game. They're just doing little jokes.
Also, like the house in the Hamptons and the ski trips to please find something more unrelatable for like 99.9% of your audience.
Not like you can do that now or anything.
Yeah, that was yeah, right, exactly. I saw that and I feel I don't want to be too hard on Austin Rivers, but it was like I don't know how likable he is. But salute. It was fine. He did absolutely nothing wrong in the video. I haven't watched on the bench, to be honest with you. I've only seen him do a couple of media things, but it just sounded so like forced. I don't know. Just me. Got a couple of interesting messages here over on youtube.com/ESPN1320, twitch.tv/ESPN1320. Shout out to everybody listening on the radio app, smart speakers, all of that stuff. If you're not familiar, you can watch the show on those platforms I just mentioned and jump in the chatty house, send your thoughts. And especially when I'm solo, you could get immediate time responses. As I was saying during the commercial break, when KC's out, you're the co-host, and you could do that multiple ways. One, in the chatty house that I just mentioned. Two, you can hit us on the Elk Grove Kia talk line at 916-909-1320. You don't even have to have a crazy trade proposal like TC always does. You could just call, hang out, share your thoughts on the Kings or whatever we're talking about at that moment. Again, it's 916-909-1320. A couple of quick notes. This just from the last commercial break that I actually think are worth bringing here into the conversation. Man Fastlane asks, Max at the 4 helps Keegan being at the 3, and it opens up the middle for Domantas Sabonis. I actually love that idea. If you recall some of our conversations during Summer League, this was one of the situations that I thought could really, really be helpful for the Sacramento Kings if you're able to play Max next to Domantas Sabonis. James Ham was the one who really poured some cold water on that. Like, hey, not sure that Max is really going to be ready for that. I know we're excited about what we saw in Summer League. I know some of the film that we saw coming out of Stanford. I know it's all positive, but it's still NBA basketball. He's still a second-round pick, and while that option might be there in the future, it may not necessarily be there this year. We've seen Max several times this year, and yeah, James was probably right on that one. And this is one of those situations where if you're kind of if you're not interested in whether the Kings win or lose, like you don't really care about that. You just want the young guys to be able to get out there and work and develop and maybe see what they have or maybe turn into something. This is one of the ideal situations in my book. Like seeing Max playing with those two guys in the front court, I think could be absolutely incredible. Puts Keegan at the 3, stretches the floor a lot for Domantas Sabonis. I think it's going to be something really, really interesting to watch. I don't know that Max has shown yet this season. Of course, again, I know the season feels like it's been an eternity. It hasn't, but I don't know that Max has shown yet this season that he could play in big bunches like that, that he could play a long stretch of time, especially with, guys of that caliber. And I imagine in a lineup like that, you're probably going to have, the other two guys on the floor are probably going to be Zach LaVine and Russell Westbrook, Zach LaVine and Dennis Schroeder. Maybe it's DeMar DeRozan at the 2 with Russell Westbrook or something like that. So there's some scenarios out there. Again, Max, I thought Max was a little bit more pro ready. That's a lie. I thought Max was a lot more pro ready than he actually is. Not down on Maxime Reynaud at all. Still very excited to see how that young man develops in the league over the course of the next handful of years. But this combination of Domas, Max, and Keegan at 5, 4, and 3 is something I would really be excited to see. Jalen asked here on youtube.com/ESPN1320, what jersey is Keon wearing next year? I don't know. I actually just think it's the Kings. I mean, I don't know. There was something because the Kings are getting destroyed left and right. Like, and it's funny. It's funny seeing the Kings getting destroyed when so many Zach Lowe's and Bill Simmons and all of these different people, they predicted that Sacramento would be bad. And it's kind of, I guess it's just part of the game. It's just part of what we do. Like, if I said, hey, this basketball team, if I covered the entire league, if I covered the NBA, and I spent the whole offseason saying, yeah, we're doing our season previews, man, and Team 8, they're going to be a disaster. Their roster doesn't work. They got a first-year head coach. They got a meddling owner. Hey, Scott Perry's pretty good at what he does. He's just not going to be able to turn this thing around, very quick. This basketball team ain't it. I'm telling you right now, in July, this basketball team ain't it. I don't know how much time I'm spending talking about that basketball team when they've shown what I said in July to be accurate. But they stay talking about the Sacramento Kings, and it's because they're a punchline. And that's that is the most frustrating thing for me about covering this franchise. It's not just that they're bad. It's not just that they're not talented or can't win games. It's like they're a legit punchline. They're a circus, and they're looked at as such. And they're talking about them this year. And part of it is because, the clock is ticking. We're now within a month of the unofficial start of NBA trade season, that December 15th date. And a lot of teams are talking about, or excuse me, not a lot of teams, a lot of media members are talking about, what this roster looks like and who may be available. And you're hearing terms like fire sale and moving off of the likes of Zach LaVine and DeMar DeRozan and potentially Domantas Sabonis and you hear, I don't think there's a very good market for Zach LaVine, and I don't think there's this for DeMar DeRozan, and Domantas Sabonis is owed A, B, C, and D. But there's always one more mention, and that one more mention is Keon Ellis. And the phrasing that other media members love to use, and this is less pertaining to next year in this upcoming offseason and more pertaining to like the trade deadline. is he's a versatile defender on a bargain contract. And I think we'll know the Sacramento Kings' full intentions with Keon Ellis as we start to linger around the trade deadline. Obviously, if they trade him, that tells you the story. Like, he's not a King anymore. That's easy to figure out. They didn't believe in him. But if they don't, I have to believe my original assessment on Keon Ellis and the Sacramento Kings was accurate. And that's both understood where they were this offseason, and the Sacramento Kings have full intention of signing Keon Ellis to a contract that keeps him a King. The thing that's throwing a wrench into that thinking is the way he's played so far this year and the way that Doug has sparingly used him this year. So we'll talk more about that. Again, the phone lines are open for you as always, 916-909-1320. We'll get into the Raiders and Cowboys a little bit last night, look around the rest of the NFL. Trysta Krick's going to join us at the top of the 2 o'clock hour. We've got some overreactions coming up. Appreciate you so much for being with us. It's Dealing with KC, brought to you by Sky River Casino on Sacramento Sports Leader, ESPN 1320. Forgot to number the episodes this week. 1313. Today is episode number 1315. I don't think there's any special celebration for that episode number. I don't know what the next celebration we do is.
2000, I guess.
Is it 2000? Yeah.
I mean, damn, in this business every day. Any day we're still on the radio is pretty good.
That's a good point. That's a good point. Oh, shit. That's a good point, Tom, too. I didn't even think of that. Episode 1320 is coming up. Yeah, sure enough. If the Kings fan don't pay Keon, someone else will. You're right. You're 100% right. What do I think of Michael Porter as a potential buy? As long as the buy is low, man. Not a fan. Not a fan at all. Screw waiting 700 more days for a party. Yeah, I hear you. 700 more days, that would be 2 years. So that would be probably just shy of 5, 6. I guess it probably right around, because the 1000th episode was in August, right? So it'd be right around the 7-year mark. Man, this show being on the air 7 years, that'd be incredible. I always think, man, can you imagine if we make it to 10 years? Lolo, D-Lo, and Casey, and Jesse. 7 years. $2027, just in time for the Kings to start. Terrific. Oh, that long-awaited 2027 season. Oh, man, can't have that. Can't have that. I actually saw that match. I still don't think I haven't seen the Undertaker-Brock Lesnar match that Jesse's tried to force me to watch for 5 years, but I've seen this one.
You've seen you saw the highlights. I saw.
Oh,
right?
yeah,
that's it. That's all you need to see. That's what the match was.
That. Yeah, that was. I remember the day I saw it. I think I texted you this. I was like, "Oh my God. They were just slamming each other on there. That was crazy. And the funny thing is, the match that Bryce just referenced was equally as bad. Well, welcome back, Will. It's all good. Yeah, it's just me, Barrett. Just me today, dog. Would attach Keon to a Zach or Domas trade as a sweetener. Yeah, man, I'm assuming you're getting draft picks in return. Sure. Yeah. I mean, I guess I don't know what Sacramento thinks of I do not know what Scott Perry nor Doug Christie think of Keon Ellis. A good point from our man Zabo last night. Cam Scatterbull was on Raw, on WWE Raw last night, and he played the role well. I thought he shoved Dominic Mysterio, but he shoved the other guy. I don't remember the guy's
There
name.
was a few clips from yesterday's episode that made their way towards my feed, I guess.
Oh, did they?
Yeah, my dad was texting me about yesterday's show, too.
Okay.
I think Roman Reigns came back.
He was gone? He came back again?
Wait, I think he was gone.
Was he?
I'm pretty sure he was. I haven't been watching. I'm pretty sure he was
clue.
gone. Either way, Brock Lesnar was there. He came back, I guess, and then Roman Reigns showed up. So I assume Roman Reigns returned, but maybe he's been around.
I had no idea any of this stuff happened. All I saw was a billion Cena clips hit my Instagram feed. Cena in Madison Square Garden, and then I saw Cam Scatterbull and his interaction with Dom, and that's is that still Judgment Day?
Yeah, I thought they broke up too, but I guess not.
Yeah, I don't know. I know I saw Finn, and I think the other guy's name is JD something. And then
oh yeah, Dolph Ziggler made his return yesterday for the John Cena tournament.
Dolph Ziggler did?
Yeah. Yeah, Zabel's got it right here.
Really? What is Dolph Ziggler in like is he in TNA?
Yeah, I think he's
or Impact or whatever it's called.
He's Nick something, I think is his new name.
Oh man. Well, good for Ziggler.
I might tune in for Survivor
It's pretty
Series,
smart, man. It was smart of them to say, oh yeah, people from other companies, because they've clearly had this working relationship with Impact for a while. And it's like they've built it up because I think were rumors out about Edge or Cope or whatever.
Oh, yeah, I don't think it's Cope anymore.
Or there was one more. Jericho.
Oh.
Chris Jericho was the other one.
Yeah, I hope that doesn't happen. You seen the workout pictures of Chris Jericho and what he looks like now?
Workout pictures? No.
It was like, yeah, he used to be bigger and now he's not. It's just like, just hang it up, pal.
Oh, Chris.
I don't think those are real abs.
Yeah. Oh no, it's one of those.
They're not fake, but they just don't. All right.
No,
you're about 60 years old now. Just
no,
hang it up.
Now I gotta look. I mean, let's see. Let's see if I can find it like quickly. Yeah, I don't know that I can find it quickly. I'm gonna type in Chris Jericho. Wish I workout. Yeah, I'm not gonna be able to find it quick enough. Oh, there it is.
Yeah,
there it is.
So you look like Ric Flair now.
Well, I'll give him this. He's lost a lot of weight. He looked like a full-on rock star the last time I saw him. Like he was a little, and I say rock star because he looked bloated. Like I don't mean that like he drinks too much. Like you know, some people
he's got a beer belly.
Yeah, well, not just that, but like his face was really, really round. He looks like he's in great shape.
He's just old now.
Yeah, the Ric Flair comp. That's
what I'm saying. Like, yeah, you look great, but like for Ric Flair's age.
Yeah, the Ric Flair comp it's on point. I mean, I think this picture says he's 55. All right, like yeah, I'm gonna try to look a little bit better than that at 55, but he looks good. He looks good. Shout out to Chris Jericho. I guess I don't know. Shout out to John Cena. It appears their things are starting to fall into place for that. Like last night felt like a big deal. Like I got a lot on my feed as someone who doesn't watch anymore. There was a lot on my feed about his last match on Raw, which I think they brilliantly placed at Madison Square Garden. I thought that was terrific. I had no idea any of the other stuff happened. So there you have it.
Yeah, I guess Roman Reigns has been filming Street Fighter. That's what Mr. Tapia said. So yeah, he's been gone again.
Okay. All right. Well,
be gone for another 5 months after
I guess.
Survivor Series.
Yeah, I guess. I think some people wish the Raiders would just be gone.
That was horrible. They need to fire Chip Kelly. Should not have a job right now. I know that's harsh, but whatever that first half was just insane. Like, I get your offensive line is horrible, but you can't throw the ball 30 times with Geno Smith and run the ball 2 times with your 6th pick.
There are so many different elements to what the Las Vegas Raiders are doing right now that is awful. And Chip Kelly and that offense is at the forefront. And it'll be interesting to see how the Raiders approach this offseason. It'll be interesting how I always forget his first name, but Spytek and Tom Brady and how they choose.
John Spytek?
Is it John? How they choose to approach this. Geno Smith had 4 rushes yesterday. Ashton Genty had 6. He had 6 for 7 yards. That's would you say the 6th overall pick in the draft?
Yeah, I believe it's the 6th overall pick.
That is inexcusable. And we knew going into that game, or we should have known, that that Cowboys offense, they could light it up. That Cowboys offense could really light it up against a bad defense. And the Las Vegas Raiders, they have a bad defense. And they had moments, or at least a moment with Max Crosby yesterday where you're like, oh, okay, there's a little something there. I think that's where the strip and the fumble was. One for Max Crosby, kind of near the beginning of the game. Raiders wind up, and you're in great. I think you're damn near in the red zone at the point that turnover takes place. And I'm not sure that the Raiders gained a yard. And they wound up kicking that in for 3. And it's like, all right.
Well, it's like Chip Kelly.
You kind of just showed us something right there.
Game plan and yesterday was, all right, we're just going to quit running the ball because we can't. And the best we'll do is just have GT run these swing routes and try to check it down to him and get him in open space. But that's all they really did getting him involved.
Yeah, they
got to a point yesterday too. It was like, damn, maybe they need to fire Pete Carroll at the end of the season. You don't do that because that's what
for sure
bad franchises do. I mean, you just signed him here. I don't think that's what Tom Brady and Spytek want in their first year after their first year, but it's really bad.
Yeah, I hear you, but I don't think it's. I hear you. I just don't think it's crazy to go. We can't do this again. We can't run this back with Geno Smith out there. And now you're putting yourself in a position to where you are one of the worst football teams in the NFL, and there's no lottery here. Like you've got the Raiders, you've got the Jets, you've got the Browns, you've got New Orleans and New York. They're all sitting at 2 wins. I think Cam and the Titans are still sitting at 1 win.
Oh yeah, that's a bad thing.
That's a lot of 2 win football teams. Whereas if I'm the Raiders and I've got my eye on this draft and I'm looking ahead, it's like, how many of these games do we want to win? Like you went from 1 to like 8 last year.
You have an avenue to bench Geno Smith. Not like he's been good this year. And starting AOC.
Oh,
we want to see what he's got. Sure, but in reality, you're not going to win games with that guy. So, like, your draft position is going to be just fine if you go to that move.
Yeah, that's a good point. Yeah, that's a good point. I don't know what.
Well, they got Kenny Pickett there too, I think.
That's right.
Yeah, Kenny Pickett. Never mind.
Yeah, it's your boy. Let me look at Geno Smith's money here real quick because he did sign a deal with the Las Vegas Raiders. It was a short deal. I think it was only 2 years. But what's the impact of next year?
You could always bench him this year, draft a quarterback next, and start out the year with Geno until he stinks up again and you're ready to play the rookie. Unless you're able to just cut him.
It's $18 million in dead cap next season. After next season, you can cut him with no consequence. His contract was as much of a restructure as anything else. It landed him a bunch of front money, and they could move on from it next year if they wanted to. The dead cap is 18.5 if they wanted to get off of that contract, but or if they wanted to get off of him as their quarterback. But what a mess. Cowboys just ran circles around them. It was pretty embarrassing.
I told Kyle and James earlier that I have my eye on the Cowboys right now. I don't even know what that means, but I'm kind of just watching.
Yeah, what does that mean?
It means maybe they can be in the hunt towards the end of the season. Maybe. Don't do that. They're like, what? No, don't do that. It's not a crazy take. It's not a crazy take.
Is it 4-5-1 now?
4-5-1 or 4-4? Yeah, but it's got to be 4-5-1, I think.
No, it's hold on. Let me get it. Yeah, it's 4-5-1. They're 4-5-1 right now.
Maybe I'm doing too much, and maybe it was it's just the offense. And
no,
I love Quinnen Williams.
You could have ended the sentence there. Yeah. I think I'm doing too much.
I'm doing too much, probably. That offense is just, like I said, the offense is sick. If their defense is a lot better. What are you going to talk me back into it after I just said I was doing too much?
No, I'm not going to talk you back into it. One, let's not forget, this defense is horrible.
Yeah.
This defense is absolutely horrible. The offense has the ability to be electric at times. That is for sure.
I'd say more than at times.
Yeah, and that's perfectly fair. They'd have to jump Carolina as it stands right now. They'd have to jump Carolina.
I'd assume 49ers fans have Carolina losing next Monday.
They'd have to jump Detroit. And then
all I said was in the hunt, by the way, the graphic. That's all I said.
Okay, you're getting a little defensive.
Well, yeah, like I got jumped earlier as well.
Well, okay. This is all for nothing. Maybe they could be in the hunt. But okay, here's what we can do. Let's take the
fact that you're still entertaining this makes me feel like I'm right.
Well, it's not because you know what we said this what throws everything off is the tie. But okay. Let me see if this changes your mind. They've got Philadelphia. This is the next 17 days for the Dallas Cowboys. Philadelphia, Kansas City, the two teams that were in the Super Bowl, and Detroit. Those are the next 17 days. If they go 3-0, you're 100% right.
I don't expect them to, but I'll also ask, do you feel confident about any of those teams coming up? Philly's offense is, and again, I'm not saying the Cowboys are going to go 3-0 or anything like that. Just more so looking at those teams now. But Philly's offense just can't get out of their own way for some reason.
So Chiefs, here's the Philly's defense is so the team I feel the best about in those three teams is Philadelphia.
Same.
Their defense will I think their defense can shut down Dallas's offense. Dallas's offense will struggle against that Philadelphia Eagles defense. Kansas City, I have no clue what to think about Kansas City.
Kansas City feels like as the weeks go on, it's like Kenny's take earlier in the season is right, where they just don't have it this year, and they might just miss the playoffs.
Is it an overreaction to say, okay, so you just said it right there. So we'll play overreaction Tuesday. If I said the Chiefs will miss the playoffs, is that an overreaction?
No, that's not an overreaction. Like at Indianapolis this week, that's damn near a must-win for the Chiefs, I think.
Like
you can't just keep going week to week, losing these games. Like, oh yeah, they're still like it's going to be mathematically tough at some point.
Yeah, I don't think there's any. Essentially, I think that is a must-win for them coming up this week. Looking at the conference right now, Kansas City.
It's just the team, I think, in that last spot, in that wildcard spot, is Jacksonville. It might be. And
it is.
You're just not confident in that team at all.
Not at all. That division feels like it's a one team. That's a one-team division in Jacksonville. Oh. Well, the Jaguars have the Cardinals coming up. They have the Titans coming up. Then they have the Colts. Then they have the Jets. Then they have the Broncos and the Colts. Those three games against the Colts and the Broncos will tell the story of their season because they have 2 left against Indianapolis and they have 2 left against Tennessee. That like the Tennessee ones, that's a 1-win team. But those 3 games, the 2 against Indianapolis and the 1 against Denver, that'll tell the story of the that'll tell the story of the Jacksonville Jaguars season, because will 7 losses, will 10-7 get them in to the playoffs? At some point, Kansas City is going to have to start winning more games than they lose. They've got the Colts coming up, as you mentioned. That's damn near a must win. They've got the Cowboys, as we just mentioned a few minutes ago. Then they've got the Texans, who they are kind of competing for here.
They're right behind on the tiebreaker.
That's right. And then they've got Tennessee, Denver, the second to last week of the season, and they'll end with the Raiders.
This team's not making playoffs.
I don't know if they
I don't think they are. That's tough right there.
If they lost against the 2 best teams that they played, which in my book is Indianapolis and Denver, if Kenny was here, he might fight for the Chargers. That puts them and Jacksonville, if Jacksonville loses 2 of those 3, at 7 losses. Or, I'm sorry, Jacksonville would have to lose all 3 of those games. That would put both of those teams at 10-7.
Yeah, then you got Houston, who's kind of found themselves back at 5-5.
Yeah, Kansas City would have to beat Houston.
We're expecting Baltimore to overtake the Steelers.
And there's the other one. Yeah, there's the other one, Baltimore. Because that feels like a 1-team division too. But
it'll be a 1-team division. But if Baltimore does overtake Pittsburgh's still going to be right around there with Kansas City as far as record goes.
And it really will come down. Like the Steelers and Ravens haven't played yet.
Yeah, it'll be those 2 games right there. I mean, Ravens got to handle business elsewhere, but
Ravens still got 2 against Cincinnati. Joe Burrow's got to be coming back at some point, right?
I think Thanksgiving is whatever, not on Thanksgiving or that weekend, I think, or whenever they got the game.
No, that's prime time versus.
They do play on Thanksgiving.
Yeah, that's prime time versus Baltimore.
Yeah, so then I think you not expect him yet, but it's kind of the whispers that he'll be right back at that game.
Hmm. Okay. Yeah, there's still a lot of races to.
What's that? Is that the Miami Dolphins in force? That leave it alone.
Well, they're there.
I'll check back in a couple weeks.
I mean, if they go undefeated the rest of the way, they're
being
right
a sports
there.
fan sucks.
Oh, it's not fun.
It's not. I know how this is going to end, but
it's not fun.
We're going to enjoy it.
Is it an overreaction to say that Josh Allen is back at the front of the MVP conversation?
I think so. I don't know why. Like, Josh has been great, but I don't know why you would take it off of Drake May right now or Matt Stafford.
I think I like Stafford a little bit more than Drake May.
I like Jonathan Taylor too, but running backs aren't popular, so
yeah, he'll get the consolation.
I think it is an overreaction to say that he'd be the front runner though. Josh Allen, I'd still go Matt Stafford or Drake May right now.
His numbers don't lend itself towards the MVP, but he did just put up 6 touchdowns. It's a 7-3 team. They could find themselves, as the 1 seed here in a handful of weeks. It'll be interesting. You mentioned Jonathan Taylor. It'll be interesting if Indianapolis finishes with the 1 seed in the AFC, beating out New England, beating out Denver, beating out Buffalo. Do they consider Jonathan Taylor a little bit more than they have in the past? Is this the year to do it? Or
he's got 15 touchdowns. He
might break the record.
That's what I'm saying. Is that like total touchdowns or was that rushing that LaDainian Tomlinson had? It was total, right?
No,
as far as just receiving.
No, I think that was rushing touchdowns.
Okay, yeah. Either way,
the LT record is LaDainian Tomlinson record is rushing touchdowns.
He's on his way right now. If he gets close to that, I mean, it'd be pretty tough not to give him MVP. And yeah, the Colts being number 1 seed.
I wonder if LaDainian Tomlinson won did he win the MVP that year?
Almost positive he did.
What if the Rams?
Maybe he didn't, because I feel like Sean Alexander is a trivia question for last running back to win it.
No, Adrian Peterson is the last.
Oh yeah, he won. Never mind.
But
yeah, he did win in 2006.
When was Sean Alexander? 2003, 4,
I think.
Okay. And Adrian Peterson was after both of them.
Yeah. So yeah, LT in 06 and then Peterson, whatever, he went crazy again.
Colts finished the 1 seed in the AFC. Rams finished with the 1 seed in the NFC. We'll say they're both at 3 losses. Is this a Jonathan Taylor, Matt Stafford conversation?
Yeah, I think so. If he continues the pace that he's at.
And you know what might do it? And not that he's not deserving, because he would absolutely be deserving. There could be a certain, by the way, 27-2 right now is his touchdown to interception ratio. 27-2. there could be some level of a lifetime achievement award for Matt Stafford here.
Remember,
too.
we thought he was going to break down because of his back.
Yeah.
He had epidural before the season.
Absolutely. Yeah, absolutely. I thought he was done. The way that they were talking, I
Well, Sean McVay's like, yeah, guys, he can't move right now.
Yeah. 37 years old. 37 years old right now. 27-2 is his touchdown to interception ratio. For context, the Rams were 10-6 last year. He finished the season at 20-8. More context, the year prior, they were 9-6 in the games that he started. Sorry. In the games that Matt Stafford started, they were 9-6. He was 24-11. He is eclipsed. He hasn't thrown 27 touchdowns since 2021, his first year with the Rams, when he threw 41. He has thrown for 27 or more touchdowns. Again, there's 7 games left in the season. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 times. He's thrown for 27 or more touchdowns 5 times. One of those numbers is 29. 2 of those numbers, are 29. One's 32. He's going to blow past both of those. His highest number is 41, and he did that twice, once in 2011 and then once in the 2021 season that we just mentioned right there.
If he didn't spend the first 12 years of his career in Detroit, we'd probably be having a lot different conversations about Matt Stafford and the quarterback he is all time. Not saying he'd be top 3 or 5 or anything like that, but I think he'd just be a lot more respected as an all-time great.
The weird thing about that is, one, he was really good in Detroit. 2,
he's 9th all-time in touchdowns.
It's not as bad as we think it was in Detroit. Like he had a season, his 3rd season, he finished 10-6. He had a season where he finished 11-5, couple of 9-7 seasons. It just at the end, it was really bad. He was 6-10 as a these are all numbers as a starter. 6-10, 3-4-1, and 5-11. That was the year he got out of there. He's on his way to Los Angeles. 12-5 that first year, and they go off and win the Super Bowl and do what they do. Matt Stafford really has had a solid career, and that's why I wonder if we're talking a top seed here, at worst a 2 seed. I wonder if we're talking about what sways voters. Obviously, his numbers are incredible, but hey man, he's had a hell of a career. Again, I feel like I'm minimizing his season by calling it a lifetime achievement award, but I do feel like, man, 37 years old, he wins his first MVP. It's not unusual to see a 37-year-old quarterback win the MVP, but we've seen Aaron Rodgers do it. But it was like his 3rd or 4th MVP. We saw Peyton Manning do it, Tom Brady do it, all these other guys do it, but it was like they've already won multiple MVPs. To win your first MVP at the age of 37 would be a pretty incredible accomplishment for Matt Stafford, should that choose to happen. And I absolutely believe that will be a storyline focus going into the final weeks of the season, when you start getting the Athletics' big write-up on MVP candidates or ESPN's big write-up on MVP candidates, because you've got Drake May. This is a great little turnaround for him. And again, I feel like I'm minimizing it, calling it a great little turnaround. I don't think there's a conversation. We can break down MVPs. I'm taking a quick look. I feel like Sean McVay might be in the Kyle Shanahan category. Mike Vrabel's coach of the year.
Yeah, I think that's right.
I don't think. I mean,
that or the Colts coach.
Yeah,
Shane
Steichen. I feel like Vrabel will get that nod. Sean Payton can't have it because he's a jerk. But
that's
yeah,
fair.
I guess
we'll just
I
make
guess
another Kevin James movie about that one.
That's a good idea. The MVP that was not. That's what we'll call it. But yeah, Mike Vrabel. I guess Shane Steichen is very firmly in that conversation. But no one's going to say Nick Sirianni is Coach of the Year, and I don't even think Sean McVay is going to get the nod for Coach of the Year, even if his team winds up finishing with the 1 seed in the NFC. We're going to come back, man. One more real quick overreaction. And I'm talking playoff wise. Is it an overreaction if I said the Ravens win the AFC?
Yeah, it's an overreaction after the win that Denver had on Sunday.
Okay. All right. Just
But
asking.
they're there though, I think.
Broadcast journalist. That's all I'm doing. Trysta Krick's going to join us at the top of the hour. Lots of basketball. Trysta got into it with Draymond Green. That's the shoot. We'll explain. D'Lo and Casey returning on Sacramento Sports Leader, ESPN 1320. It's so funny that a guy who regularly refers to everyone on the floor as a bitch is upset that this man called him Angel Reese, which is a very specific type of dig. And then uses the defense. I got 4 kids and one on the way. I ain't no woman. All right, bro. Fucking idiot. I will never respect that. That's facts, Cass. That is an insult to Angel Reese. That's facts. Let's take a look, see what's going on over here on KSFM real quick. Oh, I didn't even do all that. My bad. Complex, help your boy out. Wonder if Complex is watching. On a good note, Stephen A. Smith has been removed from NBA Countdown. Really? I don't even watch that stuff anymore. I didn't know. I feel like I miss a lot of the pregame shows because I'm still, excuse me, lingering around here. Oh yeah, there it is. You know who I have seen on TV that I kind of like is Michael Malone. Kenny and I joked one day. Michael, he looks healthy. He looks happy. He looks like he's having fun. Like, buddy, you should be the new Jeff Van Gundy, man. Do TV forever. It suits you well. You ain't yell at nobody. Russ, it's funny you asked that, Russ, about watch parties. I just looked. I was just looking at the calendar like 2 minutes ago when we started the commercial break, and it doesn't look like doesn't look like we have anything scheduled. I don't think we have any. Everything that's scheduled in terms of us, it's mostly charity stuff. We don't have concerts. We don't have anything that I'm aware of. We just have some charity stuff in the next month or so. All right, let's get the Elk Grove Kia talk line. Our man TC here. TC, what's going on, baby?
Man, what's up with my two brothers, Jesse? You in the back, bro. I see Casey ain't in, man. What's up with my boys, though?
Oh, we good, baby. We good. What's going on?
Hey, listen. So check it out, bro. I'm at what I mean by is I'm at peace of mind, man. What's going on? I see Perry and them cooking. You know, we trying to find these trade ideas and stuff for different players, bro. And I get it. Everybody want their 2 cents in it, including me though. But everybody gonna fan how they gonna fan, D-Lo. And am I wrong for that, bro? Kind of, being at a peace and seeing a vision. I don't want to have to, that's just truly how I feel, bro. You get what I'm saying? And I came with a trade idea earlier.
Mm-hmm.
You probably heard it though. The one I shot, I don't know if I shot that to you and Kenny though, but
What is
I'll run it again. It's the Portland one with Domas going to Portland for Jeremy. Domas and Carter going to Portland for Jeremy Grant, Chris Murray, and the I can't pronounce his name. The Asian guy, my boy Yang.
I feel like you. Oh yeah, they ain't doing that one, man. They like that dude out there. Trysta will tell you in a few minutes that they love that dude out there. They ain't gonna do that one. I don't have I don't have no problem with any Kings fan who is pessimistic or optimistic. Like you are absolutely entitled to feel however you want to about this basketball team. Like I know the kind of vocal way of being is like one of the main reasons I stopped using Twitter was because I felt like I had fallen into that trap where I would just tweet negative things. Like if I saw something stupid or if I saw someone, make a bad play or if I saw something like silly, like I would tweet it. Like I didn't feel like I was tweeting positives enough or I don't want to say tweeting like joy or happiness. Like it was just, I felt like it was perpetually negative, which is the trap in social media. I was just like, man, I'm good. I'm out. Like, I don't need any of this. Like, this is dumb. I have to be better than that. And I think that's just the nature of the different worlds that we live in. I'm sure there are maybe I don't know if there are a lot of optimistic Kings fans. I don't know that that's the right term, but there might be a lot of Kings fans who are just like, but it's whatever. We'll see what they do. Yeah, I wish they were better, but like they're not. Like, but yeah, we'll see. I'm willing to give Scott Perry a chance. And then there are other people who are a little bit more demonstrative, like, yo, get this guy out of here, get this guy out of here, get this guy out of here. Like, yeah, that's perfectly fine too. I tried to find the balance between the two because I certainly understand, everyone's line of thinking. I think it's the it's kind of the area we live in where, Scott Perry hasn't been on the job very long. And we, as Kings fans, we've been around this forever. Like, this is what we know. So we just, like, it's cool, Scott, that you've been on the job for a minute and a half. I've been on the job as a Kings fan for 20 years, 30 years, 5 years, 10 years, 40 years, whatever. I've been at this job for a long time. And I keep waiting for someone to come along and to do your job correctly. And they told me it was going to be Pete D'Alessandro. They told me it was going to be Vlade. They told me it was going to be Monty McNair. And now they're telling me it's going to be you. So I'm going to give you an opportunity. I'm going to give you an opportunity to fail. And that's how I am trying to look at this thing with Scott Perry. I'm going to give you an opportunity to fail. I'm not going to take the presumption of failure. I'm going to give you an opportunity to fail. And I'm going to give Vivek an opportunity to stay out of things. Not for a year, not for 2 years, but I'm going to give Vivek an opportunity to just stay out of business for a long time. And now don't get this twisted, because I'll be the first to tell you, I don't think Vivek is nearly as involved as it's made out to be. Not even remotely close. Especially when you start talking about like draft picks and you start talking about these different little nuanced things. I don't think Vivek is even remotely involved in that stuff. However, I know who was a fan of Zach LaVine. However, I know who was a fan of DeMar DeRozan. And both of those guys are Sacramento Kings. And it falls into that line that a lot of people who cover this basketball team will share. And it's like, yeah, Vivek will cede control until he doesn't. And what I really think happened last offseason when the Sacramento Kings signed DeMar DeRozan was the offseason was going nowhere. The front office, I believe, was attempting to acquire Lauri Markkanen. Somebody, whether it was the front office or ownership, put and I think rightfully so, by the way, they put a deadline on this conversation with Utah because we know how Danny Ainge is. Like, everyone in the league knows how that dude is. Everyone who covers the league knows how that dude is. They put a timeline on it. And when their timeline came and went and they got left on red by Utah, they turned their attentions to DeMar DeRozan. And I believe that was at the behest of one individual. And it was, I gave you an opportunity to land the player that you want. I gave you an opportunity to conduct this free agency the way that you wanted. You weren't able to do it. Now you're going to do it my way, and I want you to go get this player. And that wound up being what happened. And it seemed to have started. I mean, when you kind of run the timeline backwards, it matches up. Like, it felt like this is when things started to change for this franchise, right? DeMar comes in. Things go the way that they go to start the season. 5-game losing streak. Disastrous game versus Detroit. Mike Brown fired. De'Aaron Fox, no press conference called. Again, who was in charge of this? Your guess is as good as mine. Zach LaVine comes in, and now you're in the situation that you're in. And now all of a sudden, I'm supposed to believe this is the part. This is the part where the presumption. I don't want to have the presumption of failure. This is where that part gets really difficult, because it's like, now I'm supposed to believe that there aren't going to be people who interject themselves into what they think the roster construction should look like. And it's not just Vivek, it's the people around Vivek. It might be more so the people around Vivek than Vivek himself. Let's see what Daniel talking about here. 916-909-1320 is the Elk Grove Kia Talk line. Daniel, what's up, baby?
How's it going, man?
All good. All good. How are you?
Good, man. Good to hear. Hey, I understand that Domas's contract is probably one of the most unmovable contracts in the league right now, just because of how big it is. And I don't, just Domas being who he is. And Keon, right? I know you guys don't think too highly of him, but he plays good defense. I think he's gonna be somebody a team is gonna want around the league. Why not package him in with Domas and get both of them out of here? I don't think Keon's going to stay. I wouldn't stay if I were Keon.
Mm-hmm.
He's not being used right. He's not getting his playing time. Why kind of wait until he leaves all for nothing? Why not get him out of here now in the trade? Package him in with Domas.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, Daniel, I hear you. I do think so here's the one issue with that. If I'm the team, like, if you're looking at Keon Ellis as like the sweetener, right? Instead of using a draft pick, you're using Keon Ellis. One, it very much depends on what this organization thinks of Keon Ellis, which I honestly believe is an absolute mystery. I don't know. I felt like this franchise felt a certain way about Keon Ellis when the season started, but the way these first 14 games have gone, I have no clue. And much like I said last year after Summer League, I don't know what Keon has done to reward their confidence. Now, we could make an argument that he needs more playing time. We can make the argument that he needs this and he needs that. Like, I don't know. And it's not that I don't think highly of Keon Ellis. I just don't think I feel the way some other Kings fans do about Keon Ellis. Like, there are times, man, you have got to find minutes for Keon Ellis. Great, man. Why? Tell me why. Oh, he's the team's best perimeter defender. Cool. Can he not commit 4 stupid-ass fouls per game? Can we do that? We have this thing where, oh, man, when he hits the shots at a three-point clip, man, he hits that shot, boy, at a great clip. All right, man. Yeah, he was 0 for 2 in the last game. Like, what happens when that shot's not falling? What is Keon's value to this basketball team? Like, because we've taken this mindset that, like, defense, best perimeter defender, this and that. The low-key, brutal fact about this basketball team is their offense sucks. You've got DeMar going for 20, 25, 6, 7, whatever. Zach LaVine is all over the place. You know, Russell Westbrook's strength isn't like necessarily scoring anymore. It's the variety of things that he can do on the basketball floor. Neek isn't a major scorer yet. Malik scoring 16 off of 17 isn't the best, but you need that 16 from him. You need that 15 plus from him on a night-to-night basis, but you often need more from him because you might not be getting enough from Domantas Sabonis that night. Like, this team offensively is terrible. So if Keon's shot's not falling, what value does his defense have? In fact, what value does Keon Ellis's defense have if he's the only good defender on the floor? Having a good defender is not going to get your basketball team anywhere. That's not Keon's fault at all. But the problem is, if his shot's not falling, he doesn't have a ton of value. Worse, if he's not taking the shot, he doesn't have a lot of value because his defense by himself isn't going to work. One of the 50 frustrating components to what's going on with this basketball team is trying to figure out what Keon Ellis is for this basketball team. Everyone's push notifications are going off because there's another injury. This one's Steph Castle, left hip flexor. He'll be reevaluated in 1 to 2 weeks. This according to Shams Charania. And Steph Castle having a really, really good second season here, but he is the latest player out 1 to 2 weeks. Now you have a situation where the San Antonio Spurs are without Steph Castle, they're without Victor Wembanyama, and of course they've been out without Dylan Harper for the entire season. De'Aaron Fox just made his return not that long ago. So it's the Fox franchise here for the San Antonio Spurs right now, at least for the next 1 to 2 weeks. They're sitting at 9-4. I'm not sure who. I got to imagine San Antonio is out there tonight. Yeah, they host Memphis tonight on NBC. Oh, what a tough break for NBC. Memphis at San Antonio. No Ja, no Wemby, no Castle. Meanwhile, of course, you couldn't have predicted this. Their second game is Phoenix in Portland. Again, you couldn't have predicted this. Meanwhile, you have LeBron James making his debut against the Utah Jazz tonight at the crypto.com. Tough break for NBC. Tough break for Hoop fans as well. Not a great slate of games. Let me go back to that. What do we got? Golden State at Orlando tonight. Boston at Brooklyn. Detroit at Atlanta. There's a good League Pass game for you tonight. Detroit's won 10 in a row. Atlanta 9-5. They've won 5 straight. Those are the 2 longest win streaks in the NBA right now. Oh, let me make sure that that's right. Yeah, no, I take that back. Oklahoma City, they've won 6 in a row. Denver had won, I think, 7 in a row. They lost last night to Chicago. But the 2 longest streaks in the Eastern Conference. Detroit 10 in a row, man. Good for them. And the Atlanta Hawks, who are sitting at 9-5 without Trae Young, they've won 5 in a row. But that's another one of tonight's games. Memphis to Seattle, as we mentioned. Utah at the Lakers. LeBron James making his debut. And then Phoenix at Portland as an NBC game tonight. 916-909-1320. I feel like TK been forgetting about us recently. And I even texted her this morning. I have to hit her up and see if she's still going to join us. Trysta got into it with Draymond Green over the weekend.
I didn't even see that. What happened?
So I think this was on because, you know, TK is like the queen of threads. Like she's like threads for those who remember.
It's when Twitter was going extinct that one weekend.
One of the many times that Twitter was dying. She posted the video of Wemby dunking on Draymond, a dunk that didn't even count, but they're kind of battling. They're battling. You know, Draymond is pretty physical with him. He's guarding him. Lob goes up. Wemby gets it, dunks, and Wemby just looks down at Draymond. Draymond looks up. Legends got this. Shout out to our people, Legends. They got this. And Draymond's calling him trash and all of these different things. And Trysta posted the video. And what did your boy say? Is Trysta joins us from, I guess, the creation of basketball. I don't know where you are right now.
Yo, do you like it or no?
No, this is kind of fire. Is this the Portland home setup?
Yes, baby.
Okay, this is fire. Hold on, let me go widescreen view so we could see this. Oh yeah, that's a good look right there, TK.
Thank you. We
Good
got
luck.
some women's stuff coming in. We got the Bad Girls, the Detroit Shock poster that just came in yesterday.
Yeah.
And what else we got? We got the WNBA Portland Fire ball rack, which is in the back. You know how we do it. I'm trying to we got some lights that I'm getting a little glare from, so I'm going to turn it down just a tad.
Which you're adjusting from your phone, which is spectacular.
Thank you. You were the one who really inspired me.
Oh. I don't know why. I do not have this set up. I have a plain white foam background.
Oh, you know I got to level up, but I like the camera.
Sure.
I like the camera. The white background wasn't going to help me sort of set the scene, but we got some vintage posters here. It's like somewhat of a, I don't know, like a 1990s rose garden cigarette smoke vibe. You know what I mean?
Yeah, it's fire. I like it. I feel like because my background is used primarily for like news, that maybe it's not the best look to put, you know, because I've definitely thought like, how can I spice this up? And then I realized like most of the time I use it, it's for CBS 13 at 11:30. I don't know that their audience is clamoring to see like my Michael Jackson posters behind me.
No, but if you ever want me to set you up with a bunch of vintage King stuff, we can make it happen.
I don't think so.
No.
I don't think I'll be interested in it. Like we're talking Lionel Simmons posters. Like I'm not sure that I want to do the L Train or Dwayne Coswell or maybe a women.
You don't want a little Bibby?
Oh yeah, no, we could do that. We could.
You don't want a little white chocolate?
No, we could do that too. Yeah, we could do that. I was trying to set the scene for your interaction.
Oh yeah.
With your boy down in the Bay Area. One, it is absolutely hilarious that of all people, he responded to you because that video was everywhere and we were all taking a bit of joy in it. But he seemed to take exception with your posting of that video.
You know, I was surprised, honestly. I got a text message and was like, have you clapped back on Draymond? And I said, what? I don't even know what you're talking about, honestly. And I got on Threads. I was like, clearly, this is a Threads thing. So I got on Threads and I was like, oh, we're name calling, are we? Miss Miserable. And then I looked and saw that he's calling a lot of people miserable. So anytime
Miserable.
Miss Miserable, okay, Miss Miserable, laughing face emoji. The question has to be asked: is Draymond Green obsessed with me?
Oh, that's a fair question. That's a fair question. That's a
Because-
perfectly fair question.
Because he's done this now 4 or 5 times.
Really?
Yeah.
Oh, wow. I did not know this.
There was one when Amin Thompson sprained his ankle at the end of a blowout game, and he was out for like 4 weeks. And I said, I love Ime Udoka, but why would you ever keep Amin Thompson in a game like this? Oh, because he was trying to get a triple-double, and he was like pushing for the triple-double. And I was like, listen, I love accolades as much as anyone, but you can't now be out. You can't be a Hall of Famer if you're out 6 weeks in the first 3 years of your career for you're missing 50, if you're only playing 50 games. Something to that a degree. And he was like, you don't know basketball. This is what makes a Hall of Famer. These accolades are important. Da-da-da-da-da-da. You're out of and I was like, yo, it's just my opinion. It's just my opinion. This is not a direct affront to you. And why are you even involved in this, basically? You know what I'm saying? And so this is
the fact
now.
that you were tweeting about something that didn't pertain to him and he still felt the need to respond does lend some credence to the obsession thought.
Yeah, I just think, after, I don't know if it's subconscious, because remember, I was viral back in 2019 when I asked Draymond about the scuffle between him and Drake. And
that's right.
and then he was like, yeah, he's like, you got a question about basketball? And then I just stood there frozen. Don't say anything.
I forgot about that.
Anything. And then he was like, he didn't hit me and I didn't hit him. I didn't touch me. He didn't touch me. I didn't touch him. So wouldn't really call it a scuffle. Da 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 da. And then there was like, I'm in Toronto, and it's like TMZ's put it on, and Stephen A. Smith is saying this journalist is just why it always got to be a scuffle between two brothers, you know what I mean? And it's like, oh my God, I was getting cooked. I was at a bar watching NBA people come in being like, hey, it's her. Hey, that's her. And not in a good way. So I think maybe that my face or something has my takes have become an irritant to Draymond, where whatever I say, the name calling's wild, to be honest.
Well, for someone who seems to be so against name calling, it's fascinating that the name that triggered him was Angel Reese. He seems to be really in his feelings about what appeared to be a 6'9" fan telling him he's Angel Reese, and he's sitting here in the postgame.
Great chirp.
That's it. It is. It's a good line.
Yeah, it's if you're
it's
missing
a very nuanced line.
Yeah, it's like very deep cut. If you're missing your own shots and getting me bounds, it's a great chirp. It's a great, and I think he had like 5 or 6 me bounds in that game. So,
and he tries to, he was calling me a woman. I ain't no woman. I got 4 kids and 1 on the way. I ain't no woman. And it's like, bro, you have spent 95% of your life referring to someone as a bitch.
Yeah.
Someone. And you have, you seem to have taken exception to a very, very specific, very nuanced insult that was thrown your way by an unusually large courtside fan.
And for me, in my thread, I read it back and I was like, what was triggering about that? I said, Wemby is taking none of Draymond's bleep, and I love it. And I just couldn't sort out how that was derogatory in any way, because he's known as an antagonist. That's what he's made his living and maybe his Hall of Fame bid on. is getting under other people's skin, giving other players bleep. Okay? So if I'm saying the young pup is jawing back and dunking on him, he really, if you look back at his threads, he doesn't like that people are saying that Wemby dunked on him. He's like, that one didn't count. That dunk. I mean, there's probably 6 or 7 threads all off all the same videos that he's triggered by of Wemby dunking on him. He didn't call any of them like Miss Miserable. That one was special to me, which I appreciate.
Well, congratulations.
Thank you. You know, maybe I should send him some pepper jam.
Yo, Mama Krick sent 5 jars of pepper jam to the house. And did I have some this morning? Yes.
What'd you put it on?
I actually, because I was short on time, I just put it on toast. I was so hungry. I just was like, I got to have some pepper jam before I go. I just put it on a piece of sourdough bread and bolted for the door. And it was perfect. It goes with everything. It's literally perfect. I think we could be millionaires. I think.
You
if
think
we
so?
plan this right, I think we could be millionaires because it's one of my favorite things ever. And when Katie told me, you won't believe this, Mama Krick sent 5 jars of pepper jam. Oh my God. Oh
We
my
could
God.
start it. It could be a Sacramento local brand. Start at farmers markets around town. We'll deploy the folks to start selling them. Big Mama Peeps pepper jam. Big Mama Peeper jam.
It's flawless. Like I've put it on like turkey shredded chicken before. Does not.
You know what
miss.
it's really good with is like Ritz cracker, cream cheese, salami with pepper jam.
All right, that's weekend vibes right there. We
Yeah,
on
it is. It's like
In fact,
charcuterie kind
well,
of
I was gonna say we might make that for like a Thanksgiving Day appetizer type
Yes.
deal thing. Yeah, that's on point.
Yeah, that's fire.
Shout out to you and Mama Krick for that. We kind of. Sorry, go ahead.
Just her. I have no
no.
part in it. I just took it to the
We
post office, which she, yelled at me incessantly to do, but everything else was her.
Yeah, it works for me.
Yeah.
It works. You get credit. Your
right,
name on the
cool.
test.
I just wanted to make sure everybody knew that I wasn't trying to be a credit hoe.
You don't make pepper jam?
She's been trying to get me to do it, but your girl's a little busy.
Yes,
I
you
would
are.
love to learn.
The fact that you're home right now is actually low key shocking.
I leave tomorrow for San Jose.
That makes sense. Well, okay, what's in San Jose?
NWSL championships start Thursday. All of the events and stuff. Trinity Rodman, the Star, all the Gotham U.S. Women's National Team. It's Gotham versus the Washington Spirit for the final. For everything, all the marbles.
Okay. You can follow all of that on Let Her Shoot in the Daily W, and even got a Heat Check podcast popped up on my feed this morning. I was like, hey now.
Good.
Okay.
We've been doing 2 times a week, one interview a week, which has been really nice. I got to have you on soon.
It feels like all you're talking about is injuries. Like we've got Wemby out. We got, and I don't even know that we've gotten the results of this. We got a Giannis MRI coming today. We just learned Steph Castle's out for a week or two. He's dealing with something.
That's bad.
The Anthony Davis situation happening. Like it feels like there is a disproportion. I mean, Trae Young is already out and the Hawks are rolling. That's got people speculating. Ja Morant is out. Like it feels like there is a disproportionate amount of injuries to start this season.
I was talking to someone about Giannis because it does feel like Giannis.
Oh, just minutes ago. Thanks to Will for alerting us to this. 1 to 2 weeks. Giannis is out, sustained a low grade left groin strain, and he's going to miss 1 to 2 weeks.
So how he proposed it to me is I said, why does Giannis keep getting all these soft tissue injuries? We've had knee hyperextension. We've had knee sprains. We've had, a bunch of obviously ankle sprains. We've had groin issues. We've had hamstring issues. And he said, think of it like a Ferrari. Hyper athletic, hyper explosive athletes have much higher risk of these types of injuries. There's more load and more tension issues that happen extremely fast. And you have to be taking care of your body more than normal, which is, but he said he also doesn't know his treatment regimen. But that actually, two things. One, makes a lot of sense. And that's probably one of the reasons that Greg Oden could never stay healthy. He's so big, so explosive. He was one of the most explosive bigs I've ever seen in my life.
Yeah.
And you just like ripped the knee right off the bone, just boom. But also that I guess I don't mean to hold water for LeBron James, but think about how explosive and strong and big LeBron has been his whole career, and how infrequently he's had these soft tissue injuries until he was like 38, 39. I mean, that ankle sprain in 2021 was like the first major injury I remember LeBron ever having. So kudos to him. That's why he's spending $1 million a year or whatever it is on his body.
He said that number was fake.
Yeah, I'm sure it's not nothing.
I was gonna say, I'm guessing it's more.
Yeah, yeah.
But he was like, yeah, I don't know where that number came from. He makes his debut tonight, by the way. LeBron will. I said this a second ago. Obviously, NBC had no idea. Like, they've got Memphis and San Antonio on, and that really sucks for them, given, you've got no Ja and no Wemby.
What's wrong with Ja? Besides just like insolence?
No, Ja's out. I think he's out 7 to 10 days with.
He's got a calf strain right now.
He's
Calf
one of the calf guys. I think there's a long list of calf strain guys, and he's one of them.
Huh? I'm looking right now. Yeah, calf strain, 2 weeks at least.
And LeBron, meanwhile, is making his historic 23rd season debut against the Utah Jazz tonight.
That's like a good slump buster team. You know what I mean?
Well, no, I wouldn't, because normally that's Sacramento. I'm watching the Memphis game pretty closely on Thursday night because I expect whatever funk Memphis is in to snap out of it on Thursday.
So we haven't talked about this, and it is your show. And
Okay.
I don't know if you were ever directing it to this place, but I did see all of this coming, all of it. I did say it publicly in terms of the Sacramento Kings.
Mm-hmm.
I told folks I'm skeptical of DeMar as a fit on this team. I definitely said on many occasions, pre-trade, post-trade, 10 toes down, Zach LaVine will not work on this team. I was critical of the Devin Carter draft selection post-Summer League.
Yeah.
All of these things, and I'm not like a X's and O's Zach Lowe-like savant at all. But I could tell you this thing was headed for disaster land. And after how exciting things were in the Beam Team days, I'm old enough to remember the Beam Team days, when we were making Drake songs and all that. Before Drake lost all prestige.
Yeah.
But like the peak to the fall, now you have to get rid of these guys, and they're all on the trade block. And we don't know whether Doug Christie's any good, but I'm skeptical that he is. And like, you've got this collection of players that will not work together, did not work together in Chicago, in DeMar and Zach. And I'm just like, I don't know, Vivek, I told you so. So there were a lot of people who were mad at me for all of this skepticism and naysaying, this poo-pooing that I was doing.
Okay. I don't think there were.
Kenny was upset about it specifically. He said that trade, the De'Aaron Fox trade for Zach LaVine, was a good one. Do we really think it was a good one now?
Okay. Well,
Sorry.
So, okay, here's a unpopular take. I don't think it matters. I don't know this basketball team is in much of a different place if De'Aaron Fox is here versus if Zach LaVine is here.
No, you're right about that.
And you also have the looming fact that De'Aaron's now owed $250 million or $230 million or something like that. Like, are you in the direction it felt like things were going? Were you willing to sign De'Aaron Fox to that contract? Did you still believe De'Aaron Fox was the centerpiece of your organization? That's why I said De'Aaron's in a great position, because he is no longer the centerpiece of any organization. And as long as he is in San Antonio, he never will be. There will never be a question about it. He will never have to answer questions as the team leader. He will never have to answer questions as the guy. You can make a very fair and a very compelling argument that as it stands right now, he's number 3.
Yes.
And that's without the debut of their rookie. So, like, you know, nothing you said a minute ago is wrong. I'll just make the unpopular opinion that I don't think anything is going to matter if De'Aaron Fox is here.
No, I agree with that, but it's just harder to unwind these guys than it is.
Oh,
him.
for sure. Yeah, for sure.
Like, think about if you had
regardless-
De'Aaron right now on your team. Sorry to cut you off. With all of the issues that Dallas has at point guard, with issues that Houston had when they lost, Fred VanVleet, and they didn't want to pay Tari Eason, and I don't know what pieces, if you're Sacramento, Scott Perry, you want in Houston, or wherever, but Milwaukee, whatever. Post all of the dominoes falling this summer. Were there better moves to be made that put you in a more flexible position as a organization right now than you are with Zach LaVine, who's like, I think under contract if he picks up the player option for 3 more years?
Oh, no. Zach LaVine is under contract for 1 more year.
2. No, but 2. It's 1 + 1, right?
No, it's this year and next year.
Okay.
So yes, it's this season.
This season and next season. Yes.
Yes. I don't have an answer to that, TK. I think it depends on how you look at the situation. My belief is no, I don't feel like there were a ton of options out there for Sacramento. I think that's for a multitude of reasons. De'Aaron wanted to go somewhere. I have long believed that if the Sacramento Kings did not make that deal in February with San Antonio, the way that the offseason shook out, that deal was not going to be there for them come this offseason. When they landed the number 2 overall pick, they no longer needed to make that trade. Now, granted, they essentially traded nothing to land.
Yeah, there was that you didn't get anything back of value. So,
but if that same deal, if that same exact deal had been there, yeah, they might have done it. If the parameters of that deal might have changed because it was the offseason and more teams were involved. My feeling with the Kings was always it doesn't really boil down to what the Kings wants. It boils down to what the team that they're talking to wants. Because would you be willing to make a trade if you're some team that's not San Antonio and say, no, Rich, I understand your client's not going to sign here. We're making this trade and we believe we got a really, really good basketball team. And if you guys decide you want to walk away from the money that we are more than willing to offer you to sign for less in some other city, because I don't think you're going to be able to do it in San Antonio, then so be it. But as it stands right now, we're making this trade. That's not really a Sacramento thing. That's a rest of the league thing. It's just Sacramento wasn't patient. And this is what we've talked about this plenty of times. People's frustration with the roster, people's frustration with everything that goes on. This has Vivek's fingerprints all over it. He's loved Zach LaVine. He's loved DeMar DeRozan. He has for years. The people around Vivek Ranadive, and this might be just as important as to what Vivek wants, have loved Zach LaVine and DeMar DeRozan for years. That's why both of them are on this franchise. If you could do things over again, I don't know how different they would be. It would really just depend on how the rest of the league felt about De'Aaron Fox. The fact is they didn't. They wanted the quick fix, which was Zach LaVine. And I'd argue last season would have ended the same exact way as it did, whether De'Aaron Fox was here or not. The question is, where would they be now? And you can say, and a lot of people will do the I told you so rant.
I'm sorry. That was me. Yes.
I did not think they would be 3-11. There is an whether DeMar and Zach or Russ or Dennis or Domas or Keegan, whoever, whether they gel together, that's a conversation about 45, 6, 7, 50. A 3-11 basketball team with 2 Hall of Famers on it. A 3-11 basketball team with a guy who has made All NBA 2 of the last 3 seasons or whatever it is. A 3-11 basketball team to me is a team that is look at the Pelicans. They just fired their head coach. They fired their head coach 2.5 weeks ago, but just told him over the weekend. That's a 2-11 basketball team. You look at Washington, you look at Charlotte, all of that. I got you. No argument. There is no reason whatsoever, in my estimation, that the Sacramento Kings should be this bad. Like, you could say they weren't going to be good. You could say that it was going to fail. I'm perfectly fine with that. But 3-11, and I genuinely, and this has been the conversation the last 2 days, TK, I do not know when this team is going to win another basketball game. And the next time they do, even if it's Thursday against the 4-10 Memphis Grizzlies, I'll be shocked. I will be surprised the next time I see this team win.
So, okay, I agree with that. If that's the case, then what is the direction of the team then? Is the direction to embrace the suck? Pause. Pause.
Elaborate.
Pause.
It's major. Normally you do embrace
that. Was
that,
a major pause.
No, it's fine.
Usually it doesn't require any more explanation, but in this particular case, it does. So what
do you mean by embrace it? Like
not worry so much about it, not yell and scream and be dismayed and just say, okay, we've got Darren Peterson, we've got AJ DeBanza, we've got Cam Boozer, you don't have any. I think it is very much of a red herring to say this team has made recently really bad draft decisions when you got De'Aaron Fox and Tyrese Halliburton. I think I would say this is a capable enough franchise to choose a good player when there's a lot of really good players in this draft. And if you're talking about, I don't know the next time we win another game, you're talking about Detroit Pistons level suck. And the only solace you take
the old
from
Detroit
that,
Pistons.
the one that lost 29 games in a row. The one that had to fire Monty Williams, and the one where it was just.
You know what's so crazy? That wasn't that long ago.
No, it wasn't. That's what I'm trying to say. Sometimes, and people were giving me a hard time on Instagram about this, but sometimes 0-82 is better than 50-22. Because even though they were losing, you're like, they've got pieces. Like, they've got Cade, they've got Jaden Ivey, they've got Jalen Duren, we just need to fill in the blanks here. We need to find the connective tissue for them. Same thing with the Atlanta Hawks. Like, yeah, we have Trey, but it's like De'Aaron Fox-esque. We really don't need him. We probably don't want to pay him. He's like, that kind of guard is going to the wayside. But we got Jalen Johnson. And then you luck into a Zachary Richache. And then you're like, okay, well, we'll see if we can build. You can rebuild really fast in this league if you're not idiots.
There's the problem. There's no history that proves.
But you can't be worse than Detroit. You cannot add, Detroit's been in the bottom. Detroit has been in the bottom since 2004.
Trysta, the Sacramento Kings have been at the bottom since 1984.
No, you just took the Warriors to 7 games. Okay?
That was at least a decade ago, and you can't convince me of otherwise.
Just 2 years ago.
You can't convince me that wasn't a decade
2 years ago. This is the same team that drafted Tyrese Halliburton, the same team that drafted De'Aaron Fox. Maybe not all the pieces.
Neither of those players play here.
But that's okay. But that's not a draft selection issue. That's what happens after they get.
What
drafted.
about Devin Carter or Davion Mitchell?
That was a mistake. I think there needs to be some sort of, like these brands, they've got brand books, right? Like, or you go and there's a movie getting made or a TV show getting made, and it's like, this character is this, right? And like everything is the ethos of the show. Anytime you want to add a new character or some new scene, it's like it all has to fall into this ethos. So like small undersized guards are out. That's the ethos. Like that gets added to the Sacramento Kings brand book. Guys that live in the mid-range, they don't exist here. Not in the ethos. Centers who space the floor but cannot defend or they're out of here. We cannot have them. Like there needs to be some sort of governing body and principle here that clearly doesn't exist, but maybe Scott, who knows what that was? Maybe spam. Scott
It was Draymond Green.
It was Draymond Green.
He does not like your take on small guards.
No. Steph Curry is an aberration, like and he's an okay at his peak defender, but he's like one of a bajillion. You're not getting anybody else but him. No, and they still had to protect him.
It feels like when you talk about Steph, like you don't even talk about, it's like, no, there's guards, forwards, centers, and Steph.
Yes. He's positionless. He's his own category. And you're not going to, if you're going to use your ethos for building a team on maybe we'll find the next Steph, congratulations, you're the Atlanta Hawks of 2018 or whatever it was, 17.
What do you do with it? What do you do if you're Atlanta right now? They've won
Trade
5
him.
in a row.
Get him out of there. Get out of there, Cricket. You got to go. See ya.
There was a full-on conversation about Trey and his contract extension, and does he wind up even getting what De'Aaron got? Yeah, I see the chats talking about this. Jason Anderson of the Sacramento Bee just reported that the Sacramento Kings have ruled Domantas Sabonis out for Wednesday's game against the Oklahoma City Thunder due to left knee soreness.
Oh, that's not good. When do we get that Domantas Sabonis is unhappy in Sacramento? Is that 1 month away? Is it less than 1 month away? Less. Yeah, it's like this is the beginning. The knee soreness is the beginning.
Let me tell you something, sweetie. We're not happy either.
Yeah.
Yeah. So, Domas, this goes back to you seeking clarity. Sweetie, no. We know. We're seeking
clear
clarity
too. We are also clear.
Yes.
I don't like players who who have glaring holes that make it impossible to build another roster, like a roster around them. Yeah. Undersized guards are one. Like, again, Steph and Draymond are aberrations. A guy Draymond's size, that's why I didn't like Colin Murray Boyles. His upside is Draymond Green. Congratulations. That type of style of basketball peaked when the Warriors peaked. That we've now gone past that. Huge bigs are now, we got double big lineups running the floor. So no, I don't like Domantas doesn't fit almost any system unless he's a 4. And he doesn't space the floor, so that 5 will have to shoot threes.
Mm-hmm.
How many guys are shooting threes? Where do you put them? Almost nowhere.
No. Yeah, it's it's okay. If Domas is unhappy, that's perfectly fine.
What do you get back from him?
I don't know that you get. See, this is the funny part. So many people like you focus on Zach LaVine. The contract you can't move is the Domantas Sabonis contract for every reason that you just laid out in the last 25 seconds.
There are no valuable contracts on this team except for Keegan Murray. And even that in 12 months may not be valuable. That may be not a contract that gets you anything great back. The soil is toxic. We need to burn it all down.
Not wrong. Does Trey see a $230 million extension?
No. Wow. No. Atlanta won't pay him that. They're too smart.
Wow.
They're way too smart. I think that they were like, now that I think about it, and I should probably like find out if this is true, but this is what my spidey sense tells me. When they built this team this offseason, they were like, we're going to build the best team to protect Trey. And so it felt in the moment like they were really committed to Trey. Because, like, why would they have all of these wings, switchability, like try to figure out a way to like really accentuate what he does well? But then you're like, no, maybe they were creating an exit strategy. It's either we're going to create a scenario where it's door one, door two, and both scenarios we'll find out really fast. This is the only situation that could possibly work with Trey. If it still doesn't work with Trey, we can have Dyson Daniels play the one. We can have Nikhil Alexander play the one. We don't even need to worry about what we get back for Trey, because the best thing is not adding to our books in a second apron environment like the Clippers did with Paul George. Like, maybe we don't want any salary back for Trey, and we just let his little contract run out and see what he can get on the open market, which is probably not a lot. What do you think? Yes or no?
It's just stunning to me that a 25 point per game player, a guy who led the league in assists last year, plays in a way that the league just doesn't see valuable anymore.
Do you think it's valuable?
Man, the 11 assists certainly have me feeling a certain type of way.
But what about
Like, he's not a
play-in tournament?
Is that so? Are we of the belief that Atlanta has built a good structure around him of players, and he has shortchanged them? Is Trey the reason why Atlanta has failed, other than that 1 year to advance and to be a true contender, but a true force in the Eastern Conference? Because my opinion is no. I don't even know if Trey has ever played with another all-star. Now, what I'm trying to get to the bottom of is that Trey's fault, or is that the organization's fault?
So what I would say about that is we have a very small sample size, because they did all that this offseason and they were still losing games. They looked a hot mess. And since Trey got hurt, they have a 9-5 record, and they have the best net rating in all of basketball in that time frame, and the fourth best defense. So yeah, I would say in the small amount of sample size that we have, maybe not in past years, but as of now, we're starting to see some data that suggests that Trey Young, even with a bunch of guys who are defensive monsters, who can handle the ball, who can do a bunch of different things, just is too much of a defensive sieve where every other part of the rotation puts you in a bad spot probability-wise to win games.
Trey is really bad defensively.
So bad. And he averages 2 steals per game, and he's still bad defensively.
But Luka's really bad defensively too.
But he's big.
Well.
And I don't know. And what do you need? You need another, like one of the greatest players of all time next to him, or they probably shouldn't have beaten the Thunder. There was some real suspicious stuff going on with that game 6 with the refs against. I think there was like a corner 3 that was like called back. I forget. I was on a plane. It's all blurry now, but I know it was sus because I was outraged. Like the Western Conference Finals appearance with Jalen Brunson, we're now seeing what Jalen Brunson is. and he was still that guy then and really was the connective tissue to the team culture-wise. And Luka has completely changed his entire philosophy in terms of training and taking care of his body since leaving Dallas. So, maybe, and then he had Kyrie with him. So, like, you really need to do a lot of stuff in order for a player of that size and that defensive liability. And I've had those comments about Dame, which I will not state again because we're locked in.
Yep.
And he's mourning the death of Coach Beam. And so cannot stomp on anybody's, and he's nursing the Achilles injury. But like anybody who's, I think if you're 6'3" and below and you're not like Drew Holiday level defense, that team can't win a championship. That team can't truly contend.
Great stuff, TK. Thanks for spending some extra time with me, man. We appreciate you. Love the new setup. Love the pepper jam.
Love y'all.
As always. All right.
All right.
TK.
Talk to you soon.
That's Trysta Krick right there from the new home studio. We'll come back. Jason Jones is going to join us in the 3:00 hour. And as we just mentioned, Jason Anderson in the Sacramento Bee reported this just moments ago. Domantas Sabonis, he is out for tomorrow's game against the Oklahoma City Thunder. We'll talk about the potential impact of that when D'Lo and Casey return here on Sacramento Sports Leader, ESPN 1320. This does not look right.
Soren has been whooping the Kings' ass this year.
Who has?
Soreness.
Oh, yeah. Yeah. Soreness, huh? All right, man. Well, salute, brother. Let's see. Is that what you want me to do? Yeah, it's fine. Whatever. It's fine. We can go to 13. As long as it all works out. Jill Adge tweeted a few minutes ago, who isn't injured at this point in the NBA? Sheesh. It's a great question. Great question. I'm a little suspect of what's going on in the in our little old government today. I feel like all of this is out there because they're going to start like World War III or something, and they're trying to throw a bone everyone's way. Like, here, talk about this, but don't pay attention to what's going on over here. What y'all talking about? Shador or Bronny? Who gets more criticism? Man,
Shador.
It absolutely
not even
feels
close, I don't think.
it absolutely feels like it's Shador Sanders. It absolutely feels like it's Shador. Lotus Prime. D'Lo, the Kings are 3-11, but 6 of those games are against the best 3 teams in the West. Yeah, and we'll add we'll add the game tomorrow to that too, as that's Oklahoma City. It's fair. It's fair to call into question. It's fair to it's fair to bring that into the conversation for sure. Oh, we got you 3-D. Did I see what Bomani said about Shador? No. Bomani lost me a while ago, man. I salute, but he lost me a while ago.
If you play the schedule card, that's fine. But also, what team do you think they are? And if they are that team, do they get blown out the way they did against the Hawks and the Timberwolves?
Yeah. Yeah, that's worth
Like, you can lose and all that, that's fine, but you're not even competing in some of these games. Or Doug Christie's gonna let you up post game.
yeah, right. Right. My bad, y'all. I gotta text the 17-year-old, and I feel like having crumble cookies tonight, so I gotta see what she says. The Kings feel like the Browns after they got rid of Baker Mayfield. I don't know why. That's a funny analogy. I don't even know that it's wrong, but it's funny. Oh, well, hi, RP. Welcome to the chat. Let's go. Let's bring Lotus Prime. Yeah, you're right. Where's Lotus? Lotus. Must start this one. Where's your original message? There we go. All right, Lotus, I got you. We're gonna use those tweets. I mean those messages. What else do we have?
You were in Tennessee for Lane Kiffin?
Yeah. Yep, I sure was. If you're gonna ask something, ask that on the air, because he is a fascinating figure. All right, you want to get in on the phone lines? You can. 916-909-1320. We'll get back to the Kings conversation here in just a second, as Domantas Sabonis is going to be out tomorrow night versus the Oklahoma City Thunder. As a matter of fact, it's worth pointing out Domantas Sabonis and Keegan Murray are out tomorrow versus Oklahoma City. It's worth pointing that out because we know that Keegan is with the team in Oklahoma City, and there has been speculation that they hope he will make his season debut on Thursday, second night of a back-to-back, when the Sacramento Kings take on the Memphis Grizzlies. Jesse just asked if I was in Tennessee when the Lane Kiffin stuff was going on. Lane Kiffin,
he real quick, because I threw it in the rundown last night. You're gonna have to explain it to me, or someone in the chat house can. Lane Kiffin just is polarizing. He's provocative. He gets the people going.
Yeah,
I don't fully understand it, but every time that guy is about to leave, get fired, or do something, it is a massive story.
Yeah, like he was obviously he was young, but he has the Raiders thing. He took that job at Tennessee, and the funny thing about the Tennessee job is he wasn't there very long, but everyone said the same exact thing. And this was years ago, right? So this is relatively early in Lane Kiffin's time as a coach, and everyone around Tennessee said the same exact thing. Yeah, Lane is fine, but it was his dad that they loved, and I'm forgetting his dad's name. The
Monty
legendary
Kiffin?
Monty, yeah, legendary defensive coordinator. He was the defensive coordinator there at the University of Tennessee. They absolutely loved his dad, and there were signs there that University of Tennessee defense was like. There were signs that program was starting to turn itself around with Lane Kiffin, with Monty Kiffin. The defense has started to look really good. And I'll never forget the day the USC report came out, there was an earthquake in Haiti, a devastating earthquake in Haiti, and didn't even make the news in Knoxville. It was front story. Lane Kiffin's leaving for USC. He gives this really bizarre press conference where he doesn't sit down. He basically just says, I don't even I enjoyed my time here in Knoxville. And like the reporters are shouting questions at him. They're not asking. Someone like threw a couch into the middle of the street and lit it on fire. Like Knoxville was furious that he was leaving. And that has been the case. He gets fired from USC. It's a massive story. He winds up in Ole Miss. Now they've got the LSU Florida conversations going on. And I don't know what it is. He's a good football coach, but there is something about Lane Kiffin that I guess it gets clicks, it gets engagement. I don't know what it is, man, but Lane Kiffin makes news.
Yeah, like I'm looking at his
and Florida, US, those are huge jobs. Florida and LSU, those are massive, massive jobs.
I'm looking at his record, like with the Raiders, he didn't do well at all. Even when he got fired, that was a story too. Tennessee went 7-6. Then he gets to USC, didn't really do great there.
Nope.
Either. They had a 10-2 season, but that's it. Otherwise, it was above 500 twice. And then FAU 11-3 twice, 5-7, and then now he's at Ole Miss for the last however many years. But he's never really been like, oh wow, with Nick Saban type or anything like that. We're just winning.
Nope. But he has managed to keep himself a fascinating figure. And he's from we mentioned Monty a second ago. He's from a coaching family. Like that helps. And his name and I guess the story right now is Ole Miss is giving him a deadline. They're like, look, if you're going to coach LSU, if you're going to go coach Florida, you don't get 4 months to decide what you're going to do. Like you need to figure this out and you need to figure it out quick.
Shout out Lane too. I believe he was on Pat McAfee's show today and he said, yeah, they didn't give me an ultimatum. So, I mean, who knows? Lane Kiffin loves this stuff. That's all I know. He loves this stuff. All I can gather from this is that he loves all this.
Absolutely. And if they didn't give him an ultimatum, somebody in that Ole Miss program put that story out there.
Someone with money, I bet.
Oh, somebody with a lot of money. Somebody always use the term, hey, I'm paying your salary. The person who put that story out there very likely is paying a large chunk.
Wasn't the AD that told Lane Kiffin, but someone who owns something.
That's right. That is absolutely right. Ole Miss, Lane Kiffin. Goodness gracious. For those just tuning in who don't have their push notifications on, for our man Jason Anderson, JA just reported that Domantas Sabonis will be out with left knee soreness. You don't hear that very often. You don't hear soreness as a reason that Domantas Sabonis is out very often. Of course, he's been dealing with the injury around his ribs for the last handful of games. I do believe he's been gutting a couple of those out. Domas is a guy whose toughness we don't often question. In fact, I'll go a step further. Domas' toughness is something we never question here during his time in Sacramento, but he will miss tomorrow night's game due to left knee soreness. And if memory serves me correctly, didn't Domas also miss the last game against Oklahoma City? I'll pull that up. The 132-101 loss. Yes, in fact, he did. He missed that game as well. That starting lineup was Dennis Schroeder, Zach LaVine, Drew Eubanks, Russell Westbrook, and DeMar DeRozan. Russell Westbrook was starting at the 4. Drew Eubanks was starting at the 5. It'll be interesting to see what they do here. If Drew Eubanks starts at the 5, Russell Westbrook starts at the 1, and Precious starts at the 4. We saw the Keon Ellis experiment over the weekend. That didn't necessarily go very great. Looking at the 107-101 loss from earlier in the season, Domantas Sabonis was 5 for 15 in that game against the Oklahoma City Thunder. So Domas will miss his second game versus the Thunder this year, and I think his third game of the season. That I'm not going to start nothing, but I feel like that's going to get people talking. Because, again, Domas doesn't miss games very often. And I think because it's not his ribs, too, it's like, oh, man, injuries are all over the league right now. Injuries have kind of beaten up this Sacramento Kings team, too. Now, I don't know how different things would be if everybody had been healthy for the first 14, 15 games of the season. I have to believe they'd be a little bit different. You did have games where Domas and Zach LaVine didn't play. You did, obviously, Keegan Murray has yet to make his season debut for Sacramento. Man, this is tough. Maybe also, maybe the idea is we got a tough one no matter what coming up against Oklahoma City. They're hitting on all cylinders, and I'm not saying in any way, shape, or form that maybe the Kings are conceding this first night of a back-to-back. But if the idea is, hey, Domas is a little sore, let's hold him out for this first one with hopes that he's available for the second game versus Memphis, and you have Keegan Murray available for that game on Thursday night, maybe you go that route. Maybe you go that route with the hopes of let's put the most complete lineup we can out against Memphis and not risk something happening to Domas against Oklahoma City in a game that is going to be extremely difficult to begin with. Again, I'm not suggesting that the Sacramento Kings are conceding this game, as they can't afford to do that. And we could talk about tanking, and we could talk about Scott Perry's approach and all of that. Doug Christie's approach is always going to be to win basketball games. 10 times out of 10, his approach is always going to be to win basketball games. And Domas helps the Sacramento Kings win basketball games, no matter how many shortcomings he has. The Sacramento Kings are better when Domantas Sabonis is on the floor. So I wonder if the hope that is, if he's a little bit banged up, maybe if he takes the first night of the back-to-back off versus the second night, or risks something happening against Oklahoma City, if they could put a more complete lineup out there with the hope that Keegan Murray does in fact debut against the Memphis Grizzlies on Thursday night. The conversation continues here. You can get us on the Elk Grove Kia Talk line, 916-909-1320. Of course, you could tap in across our video streaming platforms as well on youtube.com/ESPN1320 and twitch.tv/ESPN1320. You're listening to D-Lo and KC on KIFM West Sacramento, KRXQ HD2 Sacramento, ESPN 1320, always live on the free Odyssey app, live on the iHeart app, live across your smart speakers as well, wherever you are. We appreciate you so much for listening. Jason Jones is going to be with us coming up in about 20 minutes. So we'll talk to J.A. No bickering about Giants, Dodgers, nothing like that. Today, we'll just talk a little bit. In fact, J.A. wrote a really, Jason Jones wrote a really interesting column about Steph Curry. And man, did it get our attention when that Steph Curry sneaker free agent story came out. And that night, he's rocking those Mambasitas. He's rocking those Nike Kobe's, man. This will be a fascinating story to watch. We just saw Cade Cunningham sign, I think, a 6-year deal with Nike that includes a signature shoe. This is one of the most interesting sneaker free agents maybe ever, because it's Steph. We're talking GOAT levels, but we're talking the end of his career. So you're long playing this thing with Steph Curry. So I'm anxious to talk to Jason Jones about that, and of course about the Kings and the NBA and the rest of that as well. Want to get back to some of these comments though on youtube.com/ESPN1320, twitch.tv/ESPN1320. Our guy Lotus Prime says, as we were talking about the schedule earlier, or we were talking about the record earlier, the Sacramento Kings are at 3-11. Lotus Prime says, I will say, D-Lo, the Kings are 3-11, but 6 of those games are against the best 3 teams in the West. And of course, that will add another one to that when they take on the Oklahoma City Thunder tomorrow. Lotus follows up, the Kings have played 1 sub-500 team so far this season. If you wanted to pose the question, I don't think anyone's hanging their hat on, well, the schedule has been difficult, that's why the Sacramento Kings are in the position that they're in. I don't think anyone's doing that. But if you wanted to say, hey, maybe the Sacramento Kings are 3-11, maybe they would be marginally better had they not had one of the most difficult schedules to start the season. Like, I'd hear you. I think that's perfectly fair. All I would ask you, and Lotus, I don't know if this is directed at you or anyone who might raise the schedule question, I would ask you to explain some of the games where I think it has been perfectly fair on our part to question their effort in some of them. You have the Hawks game at home, which to me was just the absolute breaking point. That was the absolute, we called it rock bottom. I even though they've lost twice since then, I absolutely believe that was rock bottom for this team. The Timberwolves loss a couple of games earlier that followed the blowout, the 31-point loss versus the Thunder. Remember the Thunder game? Remember that 31-point loss? That was the first, okay, that kind of sucks. But they hadn't had a game like that all year. Up until that point, they hadn't had a game like that all year. And I remember Kyle Madsen that day. I think James Ham even was like, I don't really feel great about this one. I have a feeling we might have a dud coming our way. And it did. And to me, all right, it happens. The game that shook me up a little bit was the 144-117 loss to Minnesota, because it was there was no response whatsoever, and then they gave up 40 points in consecutive quarters to the Minnesota Timberwolves. In that second and third, you gave up a combined 80 points, and that was the first time where it was like, oh no. Kings were 3-7 in that one. You had you had Denver coming up. You had Atlanta coming up. I think that was a back-to-back, if I remember right. And it was like, okay, Denver one's going to be tough, but they usually play Denver pretty well. Let's see how this goes. And they did play Denver well for a majority of the game, wind up losing, and then they just get their ass kicked by Atlanta. But that Minnesota one was the one that one kind of like shook me up. And that was the first time where it looks like, Doug had some things to say, and it felt like, I don't know how hard they worked in that one. Like it genuinely looked like they were just trying to get through that game and move along. So if you wanted to hang your hat on the difficult schedule, I'd ask you to explain those games. And then I'd ask, maybe the first question should be, is it even fair to question this team's effort? Because I'm normally the first one who'll say, I think we lean on things like that a little too much. I think we lean on things like effort a little bit too much because it's something you don't really have to quantify. It's something you could kind of just say. You can point to a few possessions here and there and say, this person didn't get down the floor. This person didn't do this. These guys didn't do this. Oh, look, it was a one-touch possession. Only DeMar had the ball, or only Zach had the ball, or whatever. And it lends us to question, how much effort, their commitment, or the word that Doug uses, their compete levels. And that, above all else, that was the thing that always got my attention. Not what I saw, not my own eyes, not what the Chatty House said or what social media was saying, but I was listening to the coach. I was listening to their head coach talk about what he saw. And when Doug, who I think everyone in this market knows is the ultimate competitor, when he questions your level of compete, as he says, that's where I have concerns. And the fact that we're questioning these things so early into the season brings even more concern. And now you're watching, you've got injuries all over the league right now. We've heard just today that Steph Castle is out a week or two. We just heard today Giannis, some of us saw last night, he left the court kind of holding the groin area, hip area. He's out with like a groin strain. He's out 1 to 2 weeks. That's on top of the Trey injury, the Ja injury. Obviously, Keegan hasn't played. You got Wemby out. You've got LeBron James, the greatest player of all time, is getting ready to make his season debut tonight. He hasn't played. You have a general manager that was allegedly fired because he was trying to force an injured player back into the lineup before the medical team said he was ready. Man, the season like a month old. And this is where we're at. Hell, Paul George made his season debut last night. Really, actually, great comeback victory for the 76ers. I'm not 100% sure yet what I'm seeing with Philadelphia. I feel like VJ's obviously, I think Maxi's certified. Maxi's great. VJ is having an incredible start to his NBA career. Is the level at which he's playing at sustainable for the entire year? If it is, Philly's good, and man, they got one. They absolutely got one. Philly's one that I just can't they just can't quite. I don't want to put my money on them yet. I don't want to push my chips to the center of the Philadelphia 76ers table. But point was, talking about injuries. Paul George made his season debut last night. J-Dub, Kings will play tomorrow. J-Dub's ain't not playing yet. You still have guys across the league that haven't made their. You have guys across the league who have. I think Darius Garland just started playing. That's a 10-5, I think, Cleveland Cavaliers team right now. There's just so many things happening across the league right now that if you're talking about schedules and injuries, no one's going to feel sorry for the Sacramento Kings. And the Sacramento Kings, it does feel like, have had a unique combination of injuries, in that Keegan has been the one, obviously, who got hurt during training camp, and he hasn't yet to make his season debut. But Domas has been in and out of the lineup. You have Zach LaVine they've missed games. He's missed games, excuse me. You've had multiple you've had some sort of illness going through the locker room, as well as, Malik missed time. Devin, granted, Devin Carter's not getting a ton of playing time, but he is a body that has been out for the Kings during this first, 14 game stretch or so. The schedule does play a factor, but I'll ask this. Is anybody confident that if I hypothetically said, hey, the schedule is going to get lighter, they're going to play New Orleans, Washington, Charlotte, all in Memphis, all in short order. Is anyone really confident about what that team will do? Does anyone feel good about what they think they'll see from this basketball team? Are you more inclined to think, man, I don't know what we're going to see from the Kings on a night-to-night basis? Or are you more inclined to think the Kings are just going to be bad tonight? Because prior to that Minnesota game, I won't even say that Oklahoma City blowout. I'll say that Minnesota game. Prior to that one, I would have told you I think the Kings can compete on a night-to-night basis with any team in the league. They might not win those games. It might turn out to be like a Denver game or the first Oklahoma City game where they're competing, final 4 minutes, final 5 minutes, whatever it is, and all of a sudden the better team, certainly both of those basketball teams are much better than Sacramento, they turn it on and run away. I would have told, I think I said that on the show, I believe that they can compete. They're not that far away from winning games. Since that moment, they've gotten significantly further away. And it's hard to believe that the team that was fighting and competing the way that they were to start the season looks like they look now. It's hard to believe that the team who I thought could win anytime they step on the floor, now all of a sudden I'd be shocked if they won. And I don't know when that changes. Far-fetched. Kings beat the Thunder tomorrow. Great. Would anybody be really surprised if they lost to Memphis the next night? Kings beat Oklahoma City tomorrow without Domantas Sabonis. Domas and Keegan return on Thursday. Would anyone be truly shocked if they lost that game on Thursday after winning on Wednesday? The answer is no. You'd be shocked that they won on Wednesday, but not at all surprised that they lost on Thursday. And it's going to, and I don't know that there will ever be a point this year. 10 out of 11 wins. I still don't know that there would ever be a point where fans go, "No, I trust this team." Nah, they've shaken that. We'll come back, man. We'll talk with our man Jason Jones, the professor, Jason Jones from The Athletic, about some of this stuff. And he wrote a great story on Steph and his free agency, but not in the basketball world. Talk about that next here. It's Steeler and KC on Sacramento Sports Leader, ESPN 1320. These solo shows or something. Oh, but you're right, Kyle. He's not solo. He's got us. Damn right. I can't imagine not having you guys. Like, seriously. If this was old school and I was just on the radio, like sitting here talking, that shit would be crazy. I truthfully don't know that I could do it. I mean, I guess I could. I have. It wouldn't be any fun, though. Certainly not as much fun. You guys help shape the direction of this show. Like even little things like Lotus Prime's message, that was turned into 10 minutes right there. Yeah, we're getting there, Dr. David. We're getting there. How far away from serial segments? Never, Manny. Never. That's funny. Shout out to him, man. He's not my I don't even know what I like anymore, truthfully, in this game. But I've never been the biggest Jim Rome fan. But God, his shtick just works. It just works. And his people love him. Man, my nephew's 21 today. Wow. 21. It's a funny thing about Zach, man. He looks so much like me when he was little. Yeah, fat little face, just like I did. We have similar features now, but we actually do kind of look alike. That's funny. Shout out to my nephew. My nephew's calling games for his school, UC Santa Barbara. No, house party. That's my godson. My godson is house party. Yeah. Yeah, not my nephew. My godson is house party. Oh, there we go. We don't do enough Tahoe trips, man. Tahoe's a beautiful place. We went there, I don't remember when it was, at Teddy Swims concert, but we don't do that enough. I just can't wait for our trip next month, man. We're going to New York next month. I cannot wait. Cannot wait. Mm-hmm. Jason Jones of The Athletic going to join us coming up here in just a couple of minutes. I think KC going to be back with us tomorrow. I think he's doing the show from home tomorrow, if I remember correctly. If I'm wrong on that, then it'll just be me again. But I'm pretty sure KC's with us tomorrow. He's just from the home studio. He's got a busy day tomorrow, too, with the final coaches show of the year with him and Coach Brendan Marion. Jumping off tomorrow. I can't give you the exact location because it kind of bounces between two places. I think it's at Sky River Casino, but I'm not 100% sure if it's Sky River or Bar West. Of course, keep your eyes glued to social media to find out exactly where that one is at. Or just tap in tomorrow. Either way, I'll have an answer for you. But tomorrow, definitely a busy day. And, of course, the Sacramento Kings will take on the Oklahoma City Thunder tomorrow night in OKC, 5 o'clock, the first night of a back-to-back. Domantas Sabonis is out tomorrow night. This according to Jason Anderson of the Sacramento Bee. He is out tomorrow night versus the Oklahoma City Thunder with left knee soreness. And it is expected, as reported live on the air, as a matter of fact, by our man James Ham, that Keegan Murray will return to, or take that back. The plan is, the hope is, I believe those were Hammer's words. The hope is that Keegan Murray will make his season debut for the Sacramento Kings coming up when they take on the Memphis Grizzlies on the second night of a back-to-back on Thursday. Of course, the Grizzlies are sitting at 4-10. One thing you might not have noticed that is going on right now in the NBA, the Memphis Grizzlies are sitting at 4-10. You've got the Clippers at 4-10. Dallas is 4-11. Sacramento is 3-11. The New Orleans Pelicans, who have already fired Willie Green, are 2-12. But the Grizzlies at 4-10 are the 11th seed. I point that out because for context purposes, in the Eastern Conference, the Boston Celtics are the 11th seed at 7-7.
Perfect.
And man, is that a far cry from what the conversation used to be.
Oh yeah, we were trying to not combine the conferences, but we'll just seed them 1 through 16.
We got to
everyone.
reseed. We've got to do all of these different things, and it's like you've got the Milwaukee Bucks, who obviously have an uphill battle ahead of them with Giannis Antetokounmpo out for the next 1 to 2 weeks. This is a team that had already kind of slowed down after a bit of a hot start. They're at 8-7 right now, but they're the 9th seed at 8-7. Every team in the play-in picture, including the Boston Celtics, they're 7-7. Orlando's at the 10th spot. Man, you talk about it, an early season disappointment.
I have them as a dark horse in the East. Orlando.
Man, they're 7-7 with no draft picks in sight. And not that I don't think it's anything to like overreact to or be concerned about yet, but this is not the start that they expected.
Yeah, I wonder if you let this play out, obviously, but I wonder how far away we are from, do you trade Paolo or do you trade Franz?
Oh, I don't think we're even close to that. Like, you can't do that yet. Like, that's not even worth, like, I always go back to built-in excuse, but I always go back to, like, Indiana didn't start the season very good last year. There were 4 games below 500, if I remember correctly. The calendar year switches to 2025. They're off and running right into the playoffs, and I don't think anybody had really paid attention to the near 5-month run that they were on until they got to the Eastern Conference Finals. Now, Orlando obviously made big moves. They decided Desmond Bane was their guy. They decided this is the missing piece, so to speak, to get us to our destination. And that has not been the case so far for them at all. But I don't think they're at the point where they need to make any sort of decisions, drastic or otherwise. I don't think they're at that point. Again, trying to bring more context to this, the Utah Jazz are at the 10th spot at 5-8. And this is why we were talking yesterday and even a little bit today about as bad as it is for Sacramento, and as shocked as I will be the next time they win a basketball game, this conference, the bottom part of this conference, isn't very good. There was a lot of talk about what the conference would look like to start the season, and I think a lot of those people were right if you isolate the conference to the top. Oklahoma City, they're winning 70 games, in my opinion. They're 14-1 right now. I don't think they're winning 73, but I do think they're winning 70. You got Denver right now at 10-3. They're coming off a loss to Chicago last night, and they've got a little bit of an issue with Christian Brown out for a while. That's a really important component to them. You got the Houston Rockets. They've won 4 in a row. They won 9 of their last 10 after starting. I think they started the season 1-2. They're 9-3 right now. You got the Los Angeles Lakers, who are 10-4 without LeBron James. That record is going to be watched really, really closely with LeBron James taking the floor for the first time tonight against the Utah Jazz. You got San Antonio. They're sitting at 9-4, but they're facing at least the 1 to 2 week stretch without both Steph Castle, Victor Wembanyama, and of course Dylan Harper, the number 2 overall pick in the draft, hasn't made his debut for the San Antonio Spurs yet. This is the De'Aaron Fox show, at least for the next 7 to 10 days. Then you got Minnesota, who's 9-5. I don't know. You got the Golden State Warriors, who have finally been able to start winning road games. They're 5-0 at home. They're now 4-6 on the road, but that brings their record to 9-6. So when you look at, and that's where I'll end it right there. Those are the top 7 teams. When you look at those, like, yeah, I think everything people were talking about with the conference, that's on point. Once you get below that, though, it's kind of all over the place. You got Phoenix, how sustainable is that? You've got Portland, how sustainable is that? You got Utah at 5-8. They're in the 10th spot. No one cares about that. I don't even think Utah does. That's why, as bad as it is, someone is going to have to emerge from the ashes of the bottom of this Western Conference. Let's bring in our man, Jason Jones. Jason Jones, the professor, Jason Jones. Jason, I'm sorry. I don't have anything to argue about with you. I love your World Series gear. I think Kenny knew that your order got shipped and it arrived and just decided he wasn't going to come to work today. But I don't have any bickering about your gear of choice.
Yeah, I don't have to hear about 2010 or something, and yeah, he knows what he's doing. He's hiding.
He tends to take a lot of Tuesdays off, man. I don't understand.
I don't understand why. We've been friends for so long. I don't know why he'd do me like this, but hey.
And your love of the Lakers, man. Maybe he's taking it off because LeBron James is going to make his season debut tonight.
Oh yeah, he's excited. Yeah, he's ready. He can't wait. He's been waiting for this all season. He's like, he's tired of watching the Kings. He's going to focus on something else now.
To be fair, we all are. We're all pretty tired of watching the Sacramento Kings.
Such a tough. I mean, it's just I don't even know what to say. I mean, it's like you're seeing all the typical bad team stuff and like the Doug post game, the Doug pre-game. It's like it's way too early for that. It's like we're at that point already. Like we're at that point with the media crash outs and and you guys aren't believing in us. I'm like, well, what have we seen to believe in?
There's nothing there.
Yeah, it's just I mean, I don't know what to make of them. I mean, they're just are what they are, and I think with the Kings, it's that no one really came in with realistic expectations they'd be some really good team.
Mm-hmm.
And I think no one thought it would be like this, though.
See, that's it. There was a happy medium between the two. As Jason Anderson is following up on some things that James Ham reported yesterday. Jason Anderson, who I think is on the road with Sacramento, just tweeted that the Sacramento Kings forward Keegan Murray is now expected to make his season debut on Thursday, the second night of a back-to-back when they take on Memphis. There was a happy medium there, Jason, in that, I don't think anyone thought the team was going to be great, but I didn't think they'd be 3-11 through 14 either.
Yeah, even when you look at the schedule, I know a lot of people look at the schedule and go, try to pick which games you can win, but even some of the games they've lost, you don't bet on them losing by 30 to Atlanta without Trae Young.
Yeah.
There's just some of this, you don't bet on them losing to the Lakers without Luka and LeBron. There's just some things where you go, it shouldn't be this bad. And it makes you got to question everything. You got to question the players, everybody. You can't, I mean, even though I never thought they'd be a good team, they've got enough talent where they should not be 3-11. I mean, this is like they're tanking, but they don't have it's a tanking roster. So it's which is even worse. That doesn't mean you're just bad. And sometimes it looks like you don't. I mean, I don't know if they don't have buy-in. I don't know if you got guys who don't want to be here. But it looks like a little bit of all that sometimes when you watch them play. It looks really bad.
That's the concerning thing for me, Jay. Is you talk about you're tanking, but you don't have a tanking roster, and some people would say, well, no, this is perfect because the roster is bad. They're not good enough to win. The problem is the mentality, and this will become, if this continues, like this becomes a toxic situation where everyone loses. Like if you're tanking, which is a term that I hate, but if you're not putting forth your best organizational effort to go out there and win basketball games, you have Keegan. You can still have guys playing together, the Keegans, the Keons, Max, Neek, all of those guys. When you have frustrated veterans who are in the 16th and 17th and 18th year of their careers, they're not interested in this, and that just creates a really difficult locker room for guys to be in.
Yeah, it's just like I said, it's just not a good space. And at least if you're struggling with young guys, you say, okay, we're building something. What are you building with this? I mean, a bunch of veterans. You're playing a lot of veterans. You're 3-11. Like, what do what's the end game? What's the goal? I think if you're a Kings fan right now, your biggest hope is get to the trade deadline and they can unload some vets and get some assets back. But the way they're playing, I mean, it's not like guys are drastically boosting their value right now.
Yeah. Yeah, and that's and Jay, you know better than anybody. Sometimes it's not the player that's being traded, it's the contract.
You're right.
And the difficult part about that is the Kings don't have any appealing contracts.
Yeah. And so and you're not going to trade your youngest players.
Mm-hmm.
So yeah, they're just in that terrible basketball purgatory, where it reminds me of years ago when when you have like a DeMarcus and a Rudy Gay, guys who were like you think should be kind of in a win now atmosphere, but you're stuck at the 25-30 win team.
Mm-hmm.
And and usually, and a lot of times when you have that combination, it's not just the players. I mean, you've probably got some coaching questions, some front office questions. You got a lot of questions when this kind of roster looks this bad. To be this disinterested looking at times in November does not bode well.
Yeah, I can't remember. Were you still covering the team when Scott was here the first time as the whatever his role was?
Yeah, I was. Yeah.
What impression did you get of him? Like, I'm confident you know him from your dealings in the league. He seems to be a really highly respected front office guy, but he has his work cut out for him, not only in putting together this roster, but potentially, if you believe some things you hear, maybe fending off an eager owner who has his own circle of people who like to get involved in decision making.
Yeah, I think getting to know Scott the first time around and even talk to him since then, not since he's gotten back in Sacramento, and kind of just have you run into him, have conversation. He understands the idea of creating the culture for the big picture. He understands, I haven't talked to him, but I'm pretty sure he came in knowing that year one might not be pretty.
Mm-hmm.
You got to build something for you got to try to establish something. And I think, like you said, you've got an owner who is known to be the owner who could change his mind any minute.
Mm-hmm.
And he could go from loving the idea of Doug Christie as his coach to hating it now and going, why did I do all this? And why is he the coach? And I don't like this. Let's get him out. A lot can change, especially when you look like this. And, and when you've got, your coach having those type of press conferences like he had last week, it's fair or unfair. It doesn't always look good on the coach.
Mm-hmm.
Because when you look at those couple of rants or whatever, if you're a player and you're a veteran, what a veteran wants to hear is, I need to coach better. I need to do better. Veterans are, whatever you say, but, tear them to shreds behind closed doors. But veterans, especially vets, like to know that the coach is saying, you know what, this is on me too.
Mm-hmm.
And when the public message is you just got to play harder, it's like, okay, I've seen it a million times. When players hear that message to the public all the time, they'll feel like you're just blaming us and it's all on us. So, I mean, they got a lot to work on, a lot to fix. And, I still think the biggest day for this team is going to be a trade deadline because they're going to have to make some shakeups to try to build for the future.
And how much of that, like, it feels like a lot of that stuff could be, I think sometimes we have to remember, because we said this when it happened, like, Doug is our guy. Like, you can push that button once. I don't know that you can push it twice, and you certainly can't push that button as many times as you did in successive order in such a short span. But this is also Doug's first run. Like, we know how passionate Doug is. We know Doug. We've seen Doug's been on our TV. He's been on our radio. He's been around this franchise. He's been around the city for so long. But this is Doug's first chance to, he is the full-time head coach. There is no interim tag on this. And he has things that he has to learn along the way, too. And maybe that's something that one of the vets pulls him aside and says, hey, you did that once already. I don't think you should do that again.
You can't do it twice in a week.
Yeah.
Yeah, and that's, I mean, a lot of the veteran coaches I've always known that says you pretty much get maybe twice a season to go to do that. You have maybe your the one where you kind of go nuclear on the players, and maybe you have your, and he had the media one and the player one in a couple of days.
Yeah.
And it's like, so what do you do now if they lose by 30 again? And I think we also forget about Doug. Not this is his first time about the interim tag. This is his first time managing a coaching staff that's his staff.
Yeah.
This is not Mike Brown's staff.
Right.
This isn't a group that had been together and he just had to kind of, he just changed seats. This is his first time managing a staff. And you think about it, it's in terms of coaching experience. You look at that on the bench, Bobby has way more experience as a coach. And obviously Mike Woodson does as well. So you've got, so there's just probably some growing pains, some learning, some pulling to the side. Hey, maybe you should do that. There's a lot of learning, and it wouldn't be as probably to me as obvious if you had a young team learning with him. You got a bunch of vets, but and I just it's just a really weird mix because I don't dislike the idea of a first time head coach with a young team sometimes because you kind of grow together. This is just a weird mix, and maybe, like I said, maybe post February deadline that the makeup of the team better suits whatever the goal is. And I know I was as a former player too. It can be easy for a guy like Doug, he's not like he's close enough to have played to where he maybe didn't play against these guys, but he respects them as players. It would be hard to go tell a Zach LaVine, you know what, we're going to play Neek now, and you're just not going to play. It's hard. It's hard to tell a DeMar DeRozan, who's multiple time All-Star, probably going to be in the Hall of Fame. Tell him, you know what, going forward, Keon gets your minutes, and we'll play you when we need you. That's a lot on a first year. It's a lot on a first year. It's hard for a vet to do that. It'd probably be hard for Steve Kerr to tell a vet to do that. Imagine being a first year head coach full time and trying to figure this whole thing out. And I think just in terms of basketball, the reality is probably what needs to happen is you got to play those, play those young guys, see what you got, because what the vets are already. And this team is not a playoff team. This team is not, you're not looking at a top 4 seed team. You got to find out what you got at some point. And maybe that comes post deadline, but you got to find out at some point.
You did 2 things there. You mentioned Mike Brown a minute ago. We were talking about pushing those buttons. Mike did not push that button until March of that first year when the Sacramento Kings made the playoffs. And it was a foregone conclusion at that point that the Sacramento Kings were going to make the playoffs. It was just a question of whether they were going to finish with the 2, 3, 4 seed or whatever. But he didn't push that button where he was critical of his team in front of cameras until after that TNT game where they gave up like 20-something, 30-something offensive rebounds to the New York Knicks. And he said, you're not going to be able to win in the postseason if you're giving up this many offensive rebounds to an opponent, which was terrible, terrible foreshadowing for what wound up happening when they played the Golden State Warriors and gave up 1 million offensive rebounds and wound up losing that series. But the point being is Mike waited and waited and waited and waited and waited. And when the opportunity was right, he pushed that button. Now, Doug is dealing with, he's dealt with blowouts and in games where it legitimately looked like the team quit. And I don't know how you address that if you're Doug Christie, but pushing that button multiple times in a short order it's tough.
Yeah, guys will tune you out because guys will say, we're not a good team. Like, so why are you going to go out there and, and even the whole thing about haters, we basically saying haters, we hear you, we see you. Why do you care what anyone's saying about you?
That's right. Yeah.
Like, you haven't given people a reason to say anything good. And the fact that we hear y'all and that it just doesn't resonate because it's like, well, of course they're talking bad about you. You're not good. And like I said, when Mike does that, at that point, Mike knows the team can be better. We don't know if this team is all that much better than what they've shown. I don't think adding Keegan back is going to lead to a 10-game winning streak. No disrespect to Keegan, but
I don't. The most amazing story in the NBA if it happens.
Yeah. So I just think part of managing a locker room and managing players and managing ego is sometimes publicly being realistic and sometimes falling on the sword and saying, you know what, I've got to do better. And a lot of times that goes a long way. But when you come out the way Doug came out last week, and it's about, when you say at 55, I could have done better, guys are like, oh, really? Okay. Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's just I just think you've got a lot going on right now, and I think also just at some point, no one wants to hear about your connection to the fan base, and no one wants to hear about how the good old days. That's 20 years ago.
Yeah.
Yeah, at some point, people don't want to hear about that anymore. They don't want to hear about, you understand a large part of the fan base didn't see Doug Christie play for the Kings.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, my kids never saw Doug Christie play basketball. And I got a 17-year-old. So, I think at some point you have to, and I think from my point of view, having covered the team for a while and been around it for a while, one of the main issues has been being stuck on 2002, 2003.
Yeah.
At some point, it's just stuck on it. It's like, remember how it used to be? No, a lot of people don't remember how it used to be.
Mm-hmm.
What you're known for now is the team that's missed the playoffs, like 18 and 19 years or whatever it is now.
Mm-hmm.
And you've got to, at some point, I don't know what you do, but I think it's almost like Doug, and I know Doug, I like Doug, but you hate to see Doug use up all his cachet on things like that in a 2-day span.
Yeah.
I mean, you got the connection to the fans. I feel for the fans. Used it all in 2 days. By Christmas, they're going to be sick of you, and I would hate to see the fans get sick of Doug.
Yeah. Yeah, I think, and that's the one positive to fans, I think, hating this team so much is they're not going to blame Doug Christie. They just like so many guys on this roster, and it's really cool that Russell Westbrook has won so much of the fan base over in such short order, but absolutely no one else has. Zach LaVine was averaging 30 points to start the season, and no one cared. They did not like him. DeMar DeRozan, they just don't like the way that he plays. One thing that I think is tough on all of those guys, Doug in particular, no, I shouldn't say that. It's tough on Doug, but I think it's really tough on the players, is that they played 14 games, Jay, and they've had 12 different starting lineups.
Mm-hmm.
Keegan's absence is obviously a big reason for that. There's only been one, in my estimation, true shakeup, and it was Russell Westbrook being inserted to the starting lineup and Dennis Schroeder being moved to the bench. And you know better than all of us, there is one thing veteran players do not like, and it is an inconsistent role in rotation.
Mm-hmm.
That drives guys nuts. And it's what the Kings have been stuck in for the first 14 games of the season.
Yeah, and the problem is when you're a bad team, the coach is constantly searching for something.
Mm-hmm.
So the rotation is not going to be consistent when you're 3-11, because if Doug didn't change anything, now he looks crazy. But you change it too much, now you're panicking. And the only thing that fixes it is to win games. And I just don't know how many games this team is actually realistically is going to win.
Yeah.
And you would hate to see Doug's first opportunity crash out at the end of the year with this, but when things like this happen, people get blamed. And maybe for him, the players get so much blame that he gets a chance to this was a tough thing to take over. I mean, 2-3 years ago, this was a playoff team. This is not close to the same roster it was.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, you don't have and they're so much different, and even some guys who, you still have Malik, but you didn't have 2 or 3 duplicates of Malik.
Right.
You didn't have Malik, Levine, Kevin Huerter plays nothing like Malik Monk. DeMar DeRozan, Kevin, they got a bunch of guys who were kind of just, well, are you really any different if that guy plays? Like, I forgot what the other game where DeMar was like 13 or 15 and they're down like 20.
Mm-hmm.
And it's just like, then you look down. I mean, you can't really almost blame them. It's like, it's just the way it is with this team.
Yeah. You wrote a great piece on one of the most fascinating free agents, I think, ever. And it's Steph Curry and his sneaker deal. Casey and I were shook when we got the tweet that Steph and the Curry brand are leaving Under Armour, and that night Brody is lacing up those Mambasitas and he's wearing Kobe's out there on the floor for that incredible game and that incredible outing he had against the San Antonio Spurs. This is one of the most fascinating sneaker free agents ever because Steph is certified. He's the greatest shooter ever. He's GOAT status, but he's at the end of his career. So whoever signs him is probably signing him for whatever is going to happen post career. And I mean, I know this isn't everybody's bag, but this is just a fascinating story to watch unfold over the next few months.
Yeah, because I think the last time we had a free agent in the sneaker game this big was Kobe. And Kobe had that deal
Adidas, right?
With Adidas where he couldn't wear the same shoe. I think it was 2 games in a row for a year. So it was cool because he broke out every possible Jordan. He played a game in some Air Force Ones. He was wearing the Iversons. I mean, he wore some And Ones. So that was a fascinating thing. And then what makes the Curry one different too was that they got one more shoe to release.
That's right. That's right. Yeah.
February. So I think he warmed up in the Mambasitas, but still played in the Under Armours.
Okay.
But he can have a lot of fun with this, and I just think it's crazy that he gets to take his logo and his brand with him.
Yeah, which means this is going to sound weird. He gets to take De'Aaron Fox with him, right?
I think the way it breaks down is that De'Aaron is still signed to Under Armour.
But I thought De'Aaron was signed to Curry brand.
It's confusing because I mean I've seen different things. One thing I said that the Curry brand athletes are still Under Armour athletes.
Wow.
And that because that was my thing is that he could take all, because he has, the guard from LSU, the Michaela. Yeah, I'm like, take all of them with him. I don't know. I mean, I imagine at some point that's got to come up what happens with them because what if they don't want to wear,
Yeah, like
you don't want them out there putting tape over, like if Steph is with Nike and they got to wear Curry brand Under Armour, you don't want them out there like getting a marker and blacking out, logos and stuff.
Right.
Yeah. So I don't know. Yeah, this is fascinating because you're really, if you get Steph, you're really talking about a legacy brand at that point.
Right.
He's not going to play another 10 years. And really, he's the only, not that I don't think I never bought any Under Armour shoes because of him. But he's one of the only reasons why I cared what Under Armour was even doing. I mean, I guess they got The Rock, but I mean,
at some point that's got to wear out, though, doesn't it?
Yeah,
like, I don't know, maybe it doesn't.
Yeah, they're really. I mean, remember they were a football brand,
right? Yeah.
Yeah, and I think they never got that second player to go with Steph at Under Armour, so you never could like really build on that thing. And and they had the greatest shooter of all time, and they should have had like a Reebok deal with Iverson. He should have a lifetime deal.
Yeah,
he should not be wearing another shoe. So I mean, for that to fall apart, however it did, and for him to take all of that, and they did a lot of good community work together. You had like the golf team at Howard, Steph was doing through the, a lot of good stuff was getting done with that, and to lose that. To focus on what they say, like their true brand or their core brand. I don't even know what their core brand is. What, football pads?
I'm assuming it's just their dry. They were kind of the originators of that dry fit material.
Yeah,
that everybody worked out in, and everyone wound up mimicking shortly thereafter.
All I remember is that when Cal and UCLA, after UCLA went to Under Armour, I heard from a bunch of people I knew at Cal who hated the deal because they were like, these kids don't want to come here to wear Under Armour. Cal was Jordan brand, and they went to Under Armour. And it was like, why are we doing this?
Yeah, that's a drop off.
Yeah, UCLA couldn't run away from that deal fast enough. Because remember that they started losing money, and then it's like, okay, you guys want the deal? Fine. I mean, they're really just a Maryland, Baltimore-based brand, and they might love their Under Armour at the University of Maryland or whatever out there, Ray Lewis and Tom Brady, but I just don't think they ever created anything that resonated. Like, I've never gone to the store and said, I'm going to buy some Currys.
No, absolutely. There's no prestige to an Under Armour logo. Not even the Steph Curry logo. Steph was always like, "Oh, that's right. Steph is with Under Armour." It was never like a marquee thing. It was just like, "Oh, that's right. That's weird. Let's keep moving."
Yeah, nowadays you got so many independent small brands. He could create his own shoe if he wants. He could, pull a Jaylen Brown. I mean, you can go so many directions. It's not like it was back in the 90s where you needed that big brand behind you. He could do a lot of different things, but it would not shock, maybe if Reebok has a big budget or they take a swing and make him their new legacy guy. Because, I just don't see anybody saying, let's get those retro Curry 4s or whatever.
Right. Yeah. Yeah. But the second you put a swoosh or a Jumpman on it, man, they might be more sought after.
Oh, they'll go crazy over those Curry ones, Curry ones by Nike or something like that.
Right.
Yeah. Maybe they have to change the name of it. Can they be the Currys?
That's his name. I don't see why he couldn't. That's his name.
Maybe they're Steph's. I don't know.
Oh, there you go. Yeah, Steph. The Steph ones.
The Steph one under Curry brand.
Man, here's the marketing move. All Stephs are Steph 3s. Every pair of shoe he drops is just I'm getting the Steph 3s.
Steph 3.2.
That's it. Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. Someone's gonna steal that watch.
Jay, well, let's trademark it, man.
You should trademark it right now because someone just heard that and said, okay, yeah. We start with 3. We start with 3 and we end with the 3.
There it is. Jay, we appreciate you. Again, man, you look great today. You look wonderful.
Kenny's not getting away with this.
You look like a champion.
Yeah, he's not getting away with this. I got more. I got my Yamamoto. I got more gear.
There we go.
So yeah, he will not escape this because I got to do something because I can't watch the NFL anymore.
Well, see, and that's why I purposely left it out of the conversation today. I thought we were having a nice, pleasant conversation.
We did.
We didn't need to talk about that.
I appreciate that because Kenny wouldn't have let me do that.
Nah, I got you. I got you. Appreciate you, Jay. Thank you.
Take care.
Yes, sir. That's our man, Jason Jones, right there, the professor. Appreciate you so much for being with us. I think KC will be back with us tomorrow again. I think he's going to be from home. But he's got a busy day doing some things in Elk Grove and, of course, the Final Coaches Show with Brandon Marion. So I appreciate y'all for hanging out today. As always, we'll run it back and we'll tap in with you tomorrow morning beginning at 10 a.m. with the Insiders here on Sacramento Sports Leader, ESPN 1320. And that's a win. That is a win. Appreciate you, Lotus. Miss Mac 10. What's that, King? Appreciate you guys as always. Thanks, everybody, for hanging out. Coach Molly, what's good? We see y'all. Yeah, Will. I know you like that, Will. I got you. I don't hate the Dodgers like everybody else does, but it's probably because I just don't have a favorite baseball team, and it doesn't bother me. I appreciate greatness, and I think that team's they've got a run ahead of them. And I'm on Jesse's side when it comes to Shohei, man. That boy's nasty. Nasty. Appreciate you, Leezy, Scooter, Kyle. Appreciate you guys. Russ, thank you. Zebra, great to see you last night, Zebra. And most importantly, thanks for the non-perishables that we can donate. Yep. It sure does, man. It's hard to find ways to discuss why this team stinks over and over and over again. It is what it is, though. Wouldn't trade what I do for anything. All right, y'all. We'll see you guys tomorrow. Thanks again.